Chapter 1668. Several days later, the tides rose and fell, crashing onto the rocks and creating countless waves. To put it bluntly, the nameless island could be said to be a barren land. Firstly, the island was not big, and secondly, there was the earth trench black oil. Because the earth trench produced black oil, the cultivation resources of other paths were suppressed. They were in dire straits. Humans had endless desires. The human way took away their deficiencies and made up for their surpluses. The strong preyed on the weak. The way of heaven, on the other hand, took away surpluses and made up for deficiencies. It was the balance of all beings. Because of the existence of an immortal material like black oil, the nameless island's other resources were in dire straits. For hundreds of years, the fishing village had been like this. It developed slowly. It could only nurture a single-digit number of Gu masters. At this moment, in the village head's residence at the center of the fishing village, Fang Yuan was fighting with a middle-aged rank 2 Gu master. Bam bam bam. After a few explosions, water splashed everywhere. The middle-aged rank 2 Gu master was drenched. He fell to the ground weakly. Fang Yuan used Chu Ying's appearance. He stood on the spot with his hands behind his back and a smile on his face. From the start to the end, Fang Yuan stood on the spot. He did not move a single step. The middle-aged rank 2 Gu master stood up with difficulty. He cupped his fists. Master Chu has extraordinary methods. I am in awe. Thank you for your guidance. He was truly in awe. A few days ago, Fang Yuan disguised himself as a rank 4 Gu master. He entered the fishing village openly and started to interact with the Gu masters here. Back then, his appearance caused a huge commotion. There were few outsiders in the fishing village, especially when they were alone. Fang Yuan used the identity of a traveling Gu master to enter this fishing village. Undeniably, his arrival disrupted the peaceful life of the fishing village. Even mortals who had no Gu master cultivation knew that a strong Gu master had come to their village. Traveling Gu masters. These Gu masters roamed around without a fixed residence. They were often alone, but there were also groups of 2 or 3. Traveling Gu masters were usually strong and had few weaknesses. This was obvious. The outside world's environment was not safe. Gu masters could travel around. They naturally had to have great abilities. This ability did not only refer to combat strength, but also included living, eating, traveling, feeding Gu worms, and so on. Without great strength, one could not become a roaming Gu master. Thus, once Fang Yuan appeared, the few Gu masters in the fishing village were on high alert. Fang Yuan's rank 4 Gu master aura made them extremely wary. The first time they met, Fang Yuan said his Gu worms needed to be fed, and directly asked for Gu materials from the old village head. The old village head was the only rank 3 Gu master in the fishing village, the one who had his soul searched by Fang Yuan. He didn't dare to refuse Fang Yuan's request and could only agree. After the sparring ended, the middle-aged rank 2 Gu master went to find the old village head. Closing the house, they released their Gu worms as a precaution, and the two started to talk in secret. The middle-aged Gu master did not speak, showing a bitter and worried expression. The old village chief laughed. Now do you know how powerful Master Chu is? The middle-aged Gu master nodded. Master Chu's strength is unfathomable. Even if we work together, we are not his match. Saying so, he looked at the village head with unwillingness. But are we just going to let him ask for Gu materials like this? If his Gu worms are hungry, that is his problem. Why do we have to bear the burden? Most importantly, our village's treasury has been accumulated for several generations. In just a few days, he has almost emptied it all. The old village head was silent for a while before saying with deep meaning, traveling Gu masters have this custom. They go to a place and exchange for Gu materials to feed their Gu worms. These Gu masters are usually very strong. The local forces will not reject them. They will cooperate and form a good relationship with them. This time, let's treat it as a good relationship. The middle-aged Gu master frowned. His tone was filled with anger. Lord Village Head, you said it yourself. It is an exchange. But this Master Chu is asking for it directly. He did not take out anything to exchange for it. Then what do we do? What else can we do? The old village head looked at the middle-aged Gu master. The middle-aged Gu master was stunned. After a few deep breaths, his anger vanished, his straight back collapsed. His expression was filled with bitterness, pain, and helplessness. It is about time. At the other side, Fang Yuan smiled. The middle-aged Gu master and the old village head's conversation was under Fang Yuan's observation. In fact, he knew everything that was happening in the entire fishing village. A few days ago, he went into the deep sea to collect earth trench black oil. But later, he had a flash of inspiration. He changed his mind. Fang Yuan realized, collecting the black oil is nothing. The main point is Paradise Earth's true inheritance. I might as well probe it. Thus, Fang Yuan changed his method. He used his identity as a traveling Gu master to approach the fishing village directly. The next day, the old village head looked at Fang Yuan, who came to him. He felt very bitter internally, but he forced a smile on the surface as he bowed. Master Chu, do you lack any Gu materials? Fang Yuan smiled. Sir, thank you for your hospitality. I will be leaving now. The old village head was stunned. He felt immense joy in his heart, but he controlled it. He had a shocked and bitter expression as he urged, Master Chu, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Why don't you stay for a few more days? We can be a good host. Fang Yuan shook his head, purposely making fun of him. Sir, I have troubled you too much these few days. If I stay any longer, they will not come to spar with me. They will come to fight me to the death. The old village head was shocked. He smiled bitterly. Master, so you knew about it. Fang Yuan said in a deep voice, I have been in the outside world for so many years, how can I not know what you are thinking? But I am not a person who bullies the weak. So before I leave, I will leave some things for you. The old village head was overjoyed, but was also a little skeptical. He waved his hands. Master, there is no need, you are too polite. Call all the Gu masters here. Fang Yuan kept his smile, saying plainly. A moment later, almost all the Gu masters in the old village head's house had arrived. Only the middle-aged Gu master who sparred yesterday was missing. Unfortunately, he went to the bottom of the sea to collect the black oil. I am afraid we will miss him today. The old village head asked for leave. Fang Yuan looked at him deeply, smiling. Old village head is worrying too much. Everyone, please take a look at this Gu worm. Fang Yuan stretched out his hands, slowly opening them, revealing a rank 2 mortal Gu. This Gu worm was white and blue in color. It was shaped like a shell and was as big as a jade bracelet. Fang Yuan continued, this is water shell Gu. It can form a layer of water shell on the Gu master's body, greatly resisting the pressure of the sea. Just using this Gu worm, it can go 6 li deep into the sea. The Gu masters in the house were shocked. Rank 2 Gu worm can go 6 li deep into the sea? Water shell Gu, why haven't I heard of it? Fang Yuan smiled. You can try it. After trying it once, the Gu masters were pleasantly surprised. They found this Gu worm had an excellent advantage. It consumed very little primeval essence. This is a rare rank 2 Gu. Someone was so excited that his voice was trembling. A pity there is only one. Someone smacked his lips in pity. This person was immediately stared at by the old village head. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Don't worry, everyone has one. Saying so, he took out many water shell Gu. Sure enough, everyone had a share. Close to 10 water shell Gu scattered on the spot, only one was left in Fang Yuan's hands. Fang Yuan passed it to the old village head. Pass this to me. The old village head was extremely moved, choking with emotions as he apologized. It is my fault. Master Chu is a magnanimous person. When Fang Yuan asked the old village head to gather all the Gu masters in the village, the old village head was afraid that if Fang Yuan wanted to kill them all, what should he do? There was such a possibility. You might know a person's face but not his heart. Moreover, he had only interacted with him for 2 to 3 days. Thus, the old village head secretly placed the middle-aged Gu master who had the highest chance of replacing him somewhere else, afraid that Fang Yuan was a beast in human form. Fang Yuan's action of gifting the water shell Gu caused the old village head to be overjoyed and ashamed. But Fang Yuan had just started. This is the recipe of the water shell Gu. I will give it to you all. Fang Yuan gave close to 10 Gu recipes to all the Gu masters present. The Gu masters were stunned. Gifting a Gu worm and gifting a Gu recipe were 2 completely different concepts. Master Chu, how can we do this? The old village head received the goo recipe with trembling hands. It's nothing, everyone can take a look at the details of this goo recipe. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Everyone quickly looked at it and soon, someone shouted in shock. Oh heavens, the core goo material of this water shell goo is actually the spiral shell shells on the western side of the island? All the goo materials in this goo recipe are products of the island. Immediately, someone shouted in shock. Fang Yuan nodded. I have some experience in goo refinement. These days, I have been exchanging pointers with some goo masters to understand your lifestyle and cultivation, and also patrolling the island to see if there are any suitable goo materials that can be used. I created this goo recipe for all of you, so you have to accept it. Just as he finished speaking, Fang Yuan heard a plop sound. He turned around and saw the old village head kneeling on the ground. The old village head bowed towards Fang Yuan. I have eyes but failed to see. I did not know that Master Chu had such great attainment in goo refinement. I am even more ashamed. I actually misunderstood Master's good intentions. The old village head had not finished speaking when he was forcefully lifted up by Fang Yuan. Next, he saw Fang Yuan smiling at him. Sir, don't say that. I have always been a person who will repay a drop of kindness with a gushing spring. The goo materials I obtained from old Sir also solved a huge problem for me. Our meeting is all fate, we need to cherish it. But this water shell goo is my first creation, I am not too sure about its effect when I use it. Everyone, why don't you choose a few people to go into the sea with me and collect some black oil, to see its effect? I wouldn't dare to disobey. For the fastest novel reading without errors, please visit. Chapter 1669. Water rippled in front of them. In the extreme silence, a group of goo masters went deeper into the sea. The light above them dimmed, the water pressure from all directions was increasing. Someone started to activate water shell goo. The water shell goo created by Fang Yuan was extremely effective. Almost at the same time, the fishing village's goo masters felt the pressure on them fall. They felt relaxed, as if a huge burden had been lifted off their shoulders. The goo masters showed joy on their faces, even though they had already tested water shell goo in the village head's house. But at this moment, someone sent out a warning signal. A large group of shuttle sea spiders rushed towards them. These sea spiders were extremely fast underwater. They moved in groups. Once they encountered prey, they would scatter and shoot out strong spider silk from their bodies, binding the prey and slaughtering them. Seeing such a large group of weaving sea spiders, the fishing village's goo masters turned pale. Even the old village head, a rank 3 goo master, had an expression of fear. He could not remain calm. The sea spiders were huge. They specialized in fighting with numbers, using the weak to attack the strong. Many fierce sea beasts would get entangled by them and die tragically. Even rank 3 goo masters would not be their match if they fought them. There were simply too many dangers in the sea. On the surface, the sea looked calm, but in fact, it was filled with turbulent undercurrents and killing intent. No worries. Fang Yuan transmitted. At the crucial moment, he waved his hand. At the next moment, the fishing village's goo masters' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. A huge water current formed instantly, pouncing on the sea spiders. It turned into a huge whirlpool. Like a tornado, it engulfed all the sea spiders. Let's go, I can't hold on for long. Fang Yuan purposely said. The fishing village's goo masters woke up from a dream. They quickly continued to dive. After reaching a safe distance, the goo masters turned around. The huge whirlpool started to dissipate. The sea spiders were in a daze. They had low intelligence. They moved based on their instincts. Without any prey in front of them, they gathered again and continued to swim. The goo masters felt relieved. They looked at Fang Yuan with admiration and reverence. Many goo masters who fought with Fang Yuan discovered that Master Chu Ying's battle strength was so strong. Most importantly, the way he dealt with it was very wise. If they went on a killing spree in the sea, the blood would attract even more trouble. Only by trapping him without killing him would he appear to be shrewd and ruthless. The group continued to move forward. With Fang Yuan's protection, these goo masters were not in any danger. Sea spiders were only one of the dangers lurking in the sea. Oil-collecting goo masters had to face no less than 100 types of fierce beasts. Sometimes when they encountered special sea currents, they could only go with the flow, powerless and powerless. For the rest of the journey, although there were still some troubles, it was no longer a disaster like the sea spiders. After swimming and stopping for a while, they finally arrived in front of the earth trench. He did not need to go deep into earth trench, because the black oil here was abundant. No goo Immortal had been mining it all along. The earth trench was filled with black oil. At the same time, black oil was seeping out. These black oil looked like the tentacles of a giant octopus, or like seaweed that resembled a city wall. They were intertwined and messily. The fishing village's goo masters activated their goo worms, carefully approaching the seeping black oil. They started to collect the black oil like diligent bees. Fang Yuan did not make a move. He observed quietly from afar. These goo worms used to collect black oil were the core goo and vital goo of the oil-collecting goo masters. Fang Yuan did not ask about this in his previous interactions. It was a taboo. But with his current insight, he only needed to take a look to understand. Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster Refinement Path Attainment Level. This was not a joke. Around this nameless island, the #1 resource is black oil. After I use this black oil as a material to refine goo worms and give them to them, their oil extraction efficiency will rise sharply. Just as he was thinking, a large group of seashell sharks charged over. These sharks opened their mouths. Their mouths were filled with white shells that were their sharp teeth. Seashell sharks were unique. They were born without teeth. As they grew up, they would choose shells from the bottom of the sea and keep them in their mouths. As time passed, these shells would use their gums as their living soil. As they grew older, they would become whiter and tougher. Seashell sharks would use these shells as their teeth. They were much more powerful than normal sharks when they bit their prey. This miraculous symbiotic relationship caused the young sea bay shark to be weak in battle, but it also allowed the adult sea bay shark to become the overlord of sharks in one leap. Right now, this group of sharks was charging over, be it individually or in numbers. They were much stronger than the weaving sea spiders. But the fishing village's goo masters were not flustered. They shuttled back and forth between the overflowing black oil ribbons, moving and moving about with great agility. At times, they would spray out the black oil and create obstacles. The seashell sharks chased after these goo masters. They were huge. It was hard for them to move around the black oil. Once they got stuck by the black oil, their speed would fall. They might even get stuck to the black oil, unable to break free. The fishing village's goo masters used the terrain to quickly feed these seashell sharks to the black oil in the trench. These seashell sharks struggled until they had no strength left. They were engulfed by the black oil until they were completely devoured. Normally speaking, the black oil would take a long time to completely corrode these seashell sharks. Every inch of their flesh and bones would turn into new black oil. Black oil was an immortal material. It had food path Dao marks. It was not safe. The earth trench that was filled with black oil was a dangerous place. Fang Yuan saw this and sighed internally. He thought back to the first time he saw the black oil devouring its prey in the 500 years of his previous life. From that day on, he had nightmares for several nights. He dreamt that he was stuck by the black oil and was slowly devoured. Nobody could save him. Normally speaking, oil-collecting goo masters would travel in groups. They were afraid that they would get stuck by the black oil and die in the process. But the oil-collecting goo masters of a fishing village would not travel in groups. It was easy to cause conflict, and they could all die in a dangerous situation. Right now, almost all of the fishing village's goo masters were here. It was a special situation. I suggest that you try to drag out all of the seashell sharks that were trapped earlier. These are also goo materials. I can use them. Fang Yuan transmitted at this moment. Master Chu, these seashell sharks have been stained by the black oil. The old village head said hesitantly. Don't worry, I have a way to extract the black oil. Trust me, these seashell sharks will be very useful to you. Fang Yuan smiled. He had a goo recipe that used these seashell sharks as the main goo material. If he did not have water shell goo, these fishing village goo masters would not believe it. But since Fang Yuan displayed such strength, the old village head did not hesitate. He ordered, "You heard it, hurry up and do it. But be careful, we cannot get ourselves stained by the black oil. If we do, it will be too troublesome to deal with it." Not just troublesome, The price was huge. The black oil was an immortal material after all. Once it got stained, it would be food path Dao marks on the Gu Master's body. Just the rejection of different Dao marks was fatal, not to mention the Gu Master's mortal body could not withstand the corrosion of the black oil. Don't worry, if you get stained by the black oil, I can remove it for you, Fang Yuan said. His words made the Gu Masters overjoyed, but even with his guarantee, these Gu Masters were still very careful. They were afraid of getting stained by the black oil that they loved and hated. Seashell sharks were taken out one by one. Most of them were not dead, they were still alive. If they fell into the black oil, they would not suffocate to death for a while. At this time, an unexpected situation occurred. Look at what I found. A mermaid is trapped here. A Gu Master dragged out the corpse of a mermaid. Her body was covered in sticky black oil, her appearance could not be seen, only her body shape showed that she was a female. She seems to still have some aura. The Gu Master who saved the mermaid was surprised. Let me do it. Fang Yuan made his move. The Gu Masters were shocked, because they saw the black oil was like an obedient child. It separated from the mermaid's body and gathered in front of Fang Yuan, forming into a huge black ball. Master Chu is truly unfathomable. With this method, how much black oil can he collect each time? The Gu Masters were filled with envy. They also felt even more respect towards Fang Yuan. So don't worry, with me around, you will all be safe. Fang Yuan's action was purely to reassure these people, but at the next moment, the smile on his face froze. His gaze landed on the mermaid's face. He was in a daze. For the fastest and most up-to-date novel reading, please visit Chapter 1670. At this depth, the seawater was almost pitch black. But in Fang Yuan's vision, it was all eerie green. Good, this new goo is quite useful. With it, I can barely see in the deep sea. Fang Yuan was happy. The situation in the deep sea was complex. One could not blindly activate the light. No one knew what kind of predators would be attracted. In the midst of the dark green, there were a few strands of deep black. It was naturally the black oil. The black oil intertwined and tangled with each other, like a group of strange pythons. It was almost motionless, but it still gave people a strong visual impact. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, the gills on his cheeks moved, filtering the air in the seawater for Fang Yuan to survive. Calming himself down, Fang Yuan cautiously approached the black oil. His hands slowly stretched out, stopping when they were about a foot away from the black oil. Next, he activated his goo worms. 2 lumps of bright blue light condensed in his palms. The 2 lumps of blue light each formed a small light pillar that shone on the black oil. Bit by bit, lumps of black oil flowed along the 2 light pillars, merging into Fang Yuan's palms. Fang Yuan's palms were like 2 bottomless holes, continuously absorbing the black oil. As time passed, Fang Yuan maintained a high level of vigilance. He was not only investigating the surroundings, he was also paying attention to the primeval essence reserves in his aperture. Because he activated several goo worms at the same time, Fang Yuan's primeval essence expenditure was not slow. Not long after, he reached a critical point. It is time to stop and return to the surface to rest. Sigh, my aptitude is not enough. If I had a great aptitude, I could have lasted longer. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. At the same time, he decisively stopped activating his goo worms and retreated. But in the final process of retreating, something unexpected happened. Suddenly, a huge force came from the calm seawater, sending Fang Yuan flying. Oh no, I encountered an impact current. Fang Yuan's heart shook, quickly activating his goo worms to escape. The impact current looked no different from ordinary seawater, but when it encountered life, it would burst forth with a huge impact force. Bam bam bam. While Fang Yuan was escaping, he was hit by the impact currents, his bones were fractured in several places, blood flowed out of his nose and mouth. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, his eyes were bloodshot, thoughts flashing in his mind as he tried to find a way out. But he was not in his best condition. He had expended a lot of primeval essence, and this impact current was huge. Fang Yuan had no way to counter it, he could only rely on luck to dodge. Soon, Fang Yuan's primeval essence was expended, He was hit by the impact current on the black oil behind him. Am I going to die here? Fang Yuan could not break free, he could only watch as the black oil stuck to him, slowly spreading and engulfing him. His primeval essence was completely dried up, but fortunately, the gills were made of transformation path goo worms and could still last for some time. But this was truly a struggle at death's door. This is the last moment of my life. Sigh. I originally wanted to collect as much black oil as possible, accumulate wealth, and go to the sea market to exchange for a solution to the black oil corrosion on my body. Now, I don't have to worry about this anymore. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly and fell into deep despair. In the end, he was completely covered by the black oil, and his body was gradually engulfed by it. Am I going to die? Death was approaching, but Fang Yuan's heart was calm. Or, to be more precise, a stretch of indifference. He was also very indifferent to his own life and death. If I die, then so be it. After coming to this world for so many years, I've wandered from place to place. I'm really tired. Who can avoid death? Then you might as well take a good rest. Fang Yuan closed his eyes. After an unknown period of time, he gradually regained some consciousness. Vaguely, he heard someone talking beside him. Saintess, why did you save this mortal goo master? All these years, haven't the humans bullied us enough? That's right, Saintess. This goo master is clearly an oil-collecting goo master, but this sea area is the territory of us mermen. He is a sea rat that specializes in stealing our black oil. He is shameless to the extreme. We can let him die, there is no need to care about him. At this time, a clear and friendly voice spoke. Since we met him, how can we not save him? I know he is a human and not a merman, but he is also a life. The ones bullying us are human forces. It has nothing to do with him, a lone shadow branch human goo master. He is here to steal our black oil, but how much can he steal alone? He is taking such a huge risk to secretly collect black oil. It shows that he is an ostracized person. He is in a difficult situation. We can help him. Why should we be stingy? Saintess, is it good for you to be so kind? He is not a big shot, he is too lowly, there is no use in saving him. Fang Yuan used all his strength to barely open his eyes. His vision was still blurry, he could only see 3 figures. One white, one blue, and one red. Human body, fish tail. From the figures, he could tell that they were 3 mermen. Mermen were a type of variant humans. They were born with the ability to breathe in water and live freely. Mermen were close to rivers and lakes. They were most skilled in water paths. Be it male or female, they were all very beautiful. Thank you, for saving my life. I will repay you. May I know your names, benefactors? Fang Yuan spoke with difficulty. His voice was hoarse, but it became smoother as he spoke. But this was already the limit of his current abilities. His body was too tired, he could not muster any strength, he was already using all his strength to speak. We don't need your repayment. If not for Saintess' insistence, we would not have saved a dirty human like you. You don't need to know our names, but Saintess' name is Xia Han Mo. Remember it well, remember it for life. To be saved by the Saintess, this is really a blessing that you have cultivated for 8 lifetimes. Alright, the 2 of you should stop before going too far. The white figure sighed gently before saying to Fang Yuan, even though you are very weak now, I have already healed your injuries. You seem to have been corroded by the black oil. I can't heal such an injury in one go, but I left a goo worm for you. With it you can heal yourself. Saying so, the white figure left with his 2 subordinates, until they were completely out of Fang Yuan's vision. Fang Yuan wanted to speak, but he had used up all his strength, he could not speak. Extreme fatigue and weakness caused his vision to turn dark again. All of these scenes happened 500 years ago in his previous life. Fang Yuan's gaze regained clarity, he woke up from his memories. Right now, he had already led the fishing village's goo masters back to the island. This was the old village head's house. It was not dark at all. It was evening. The light of the setting sun shone in through the window. Outside the window, seabirds were flying above the beach, chirping loudly. The mermaid that was accidentally saved was a little girl. and she was still unconscious. After being saved by Fang Yuan, her pale face had regained some color of health. Her thick eyelashes cast two shadows on her cheeks under the light of the setting sun. Looking at this mermaid girl, Fang Yuan's gaze went into a daze. Now that he looked closely, this girl was not the Xiahan Mo in Fang Yuan's memories. There was a huge difference in appearance, even though they were both extremely beautiful. They can only be considered similar. And there was a huge difference between this mermaid girl and Xiahan Mo. That was the color of their scales. Mermaids had a human body and a fishtail. Their scales had all sorts of colors. Blue and red were common, white and black were very rare. White-scaled mermaids had the qualifications to compete for saintess and sun, while black-scaled mermaids were cursed and inauspicious. Once they were born, they would be strangled and killed, often by their parents. Xiahan Mo was a white-scaled mermaid. She was the saintess of the merman race. And this mermaid girl had blue scales. In the merman culture, she was very ordinary. Master Chu. At this time, the old village head and the middle-aged Gu master came to the door. After Fang Yuan nodded slightly, the two of them walked in lightly. After collecting the black oil from the sea, be it the old village head or the middle-aged Gu master, they looked at Fang Yuan with extreme respect. On one hand, it was Fang Yuan's unfathomable strength. On the other hand, it was the benefits that Fang Yuan brought them. Water shell Gu was very useful. The Gu masters who went to collect the oil knew it. And most importantly, after returning, Fang Yuan promised to design a Gu worm for them. This Gu worm would be of great help to them in the oil collection field. Master Chu, the food is ready. The old village head smiled. I will take care of her, master, don't worry. When she wakes up, I will bring her to you. The middle-aged Gu master said. Fang Yuan looked at the mermaid girl, shaking his head as he walked out of the house. No need to bring her to me. When she wakes up, tell her to leave. Even though this is human territory, she came to collect the black oil. It is considered stealing. But it seems that she is not having an easy time. For my sake, let her off. Master Chu, don't worry, we will not make things difficult for her. That's right, these years, many mermen have come to this island to steal the black oil. We have always closed one eye. After all, there is so much black oil in Earth Trench, we cannot collect it all. It is fine to give us some. The old village head chuckled. Fang Yuan nodded. He had obtained all the information he needed from the old village head and this mermaid girl's soul. There was something interesting. In the outside world, mermen had lower status than humans. There were many conflicts between them. But here, the relationship between mermen and humans was much better. They interacted a lot and lived in peace. There were even intermarriages. Chapter 1671. In the small house, it was as if waves were surging. The dark red light was like waves, moving around with Fang Yuan at the center. Fang Yuan was refining Gu. His fingers were spread open. A dark ball was held in his palms. This ball was the size of a wash basin. It was flowing slowly on the surface. It was the essence that Fang Yuan extracted from the black oil. The Gu refinement was already at the middle stage. It was the most crucial moment. Fang Yuan willed as his immortal aperture's entrance opened slightly. He took out a dazzling golden scale. The scale shot into the black oil ball, causing a slight explosion. In Fang Yuan's vision, the black oil ball expanded at the moment of the explosion. At the same time, golden light shined in the black oil ball, condensing into a golden. Fang Yuan's fingers moved slightly. The black oil ball floated in the air and started to rotate rapidly. As it rotated, the golden light flickered continuously. A stench started to spread. This was the impurities being expelled by Fang Yuan. When the stench was about to spread out of the small house, an immortal formation flashed. It was like a pot cover. It was translucent blue and restrained the stench inside, not letting it leak out. This stench was also an immortal material. It contained food path Dao marks. It was much scarier than the black oil. If a mortal Gu master came in contact with it, they would die immediately. Fang Yuan's Gu refinement was already at the level of a Gu immortal because he used two immortal materials. One was the black oil, the other was the golden fish scale. It was pulled out from the desolate beast golden dragonfish. After a series of deductions, Fang Yuan found that the golden dragonfish and the black oil had a high degree of compatibility. One golden dragonfish scale was not enough. Next, Fang Yuan threw in more golden scales. The black oil ball turned into a black gold color. Many incomplete goo worms started to appear in the ball. Fang Yuan was refining gather oil goo. It was specially refined for the goo masters of the fishing village. The entire goo recipe was created by Fang Yuan. Of course, he also used the contents of Shadow Sex and Lang Ya's true inheritances as reference. Fang Yuan sincerely wanted to help the fishing village's oil-collecting goo masters. But in the end, it was still the mission on the merit stele. What is merit? Fang Yuan had been pondering this question since the beginning. Was the task on the merit stele as simple as it seemed on the surface? The more Fang Yuan thought about it, the more he felt that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's intention was in this. Thus, helping these fishing village goo masters was to complete the mission and also to verify some of Fang Yuan's guesses. Fang Yuan didn't have any psychological burden when he did bad things. Similarly, doing good deeds required a calm and tranquil heart. In fact, to him, there was no good or bad, nor was there good or evil. He had long since become indifferent to these concepts. In this world, there were only advantages and disadvantages. Now that Paradise Earth's true inheritance was in front of him, Fang Yuan was willing to do some good deeds to help him reap more benefits. Xia Lin slowly opened her eyes. She was awake. He did not die. After being dazed for a while, she reacted. She had a dazed expression, but her eyes started to shine brightly. Mermaid, you are quite lucky. If we found you later, you would have died. You would have been corroded and turned into new black oil. The middle-aged goo master sensed that the mermaid had woken up. He walked into the house. My name is Xia Lin. Did you save me? The mermaid struggled to get up. Not me, it was Master Chu. You should thank him. He was the one who healed your injuries. The middle-aged goo master smiled. The mermaid was reminded and quickly inspected herself. At the next moment, she was overjoyed. Unbelievable! I was corroded by the black oil. My injuries were too severe to heal. Even the strongest healing goo master in the clan could not do anything. But now, I am completely healed. The middle-aged goo master smiled proudly. Of course. Don't you know who saved you? It was Master Chu. Saying so, the scene of Fang Yuan saving her appeared in the middle-aged goo master's mind again. The goo masters of the fishing village were stunned on the spot. They could not regain their senses for a long time. Master Chu saved my life and healed my injuries. How can I not repay such kindness? The mermaid pursed her lips, showing a firm expression. Lord, please introduce me. Even if I have to die, I will repay you. All right, follow me. Follow me. The middle-aged goo master thought for a moment before opening the door and walking out of the room. The mermaid Xia Lin supported herself up, using goo worms to create a lump of water that supported her as she followed behind the middle-aged goo master. The two walked into the courtyard. Passing through a vegetable garden, they arrived outside Fang Yuan's house. Rumble! Suddenly, a black gold pillar of light shot out of the house, charging into the sky. This is... What happened? This phenomenon could be seen from 1,000 li away. It attracted the attention of the fishing village's goo masters. After Master Chu finished his dinner, he said he was going to refine goo. He locked himself in the small room and instructed that no one was to disturb him. The old village head looked at him with hope. This means that Master Chu should have some progress in refining goo. Master Chu's goo refinement attainment is too high. Just from this scene, I can tell that his goo refinement is not ordinary. What you're saying is nonsense. Master Chu is an expert. How can he be ordinary? Xia Lin listened carefully. The goo master's conversations made her imagine the image of an expert goo master in her mind. He had white hair, he was gentle and refined, he was shrewd and strong, but he was benevolent. The dark golden pillar of light faded, a dark fragrance spread in the courtyard. There was a huge hole in the roof of the house. A moment later, the door of the house was pushed open from the inside. Fang Yuan walked out. The fishing village's goo masters were waiting for him. Seeing that Fang Yuan came out, they quickly bowed and greeted, Master Chu. The mermaid Xia Lin looked at Fang Yuan curiously. Master Chu was so young. this was out of her expectations. She immediately knelt down. "Master Chu, my life was saved by you. This life-saving grace, even if I have to die a horrible death, I must repay it." "No need. It was just a small matter." Fang Yuan looked at the mermaid. She was not Xie Hanimo after all. The dead were gone, they were gone with the wind. Several days later, Fang Yuan returned to the Merit Obelisk. A new mission appeared. Fang Yuan's gaze focused. He soon noticed the changes on the obelisk. There were only 10 missions originally, but now there were still 10 missions, but most of the content had changed. And on the merit board on the other side of the Merit Obelisk, the rankings had also changed. 3rd place. Fang Yuan soon found his position. He was overjoyed. Most of his guesses were verified. From Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's perspective, merit meant helping others and doing good deeds. Fang Yuan saw this ranking and analyzed the others' positions. He was certain, if he worked alone and collected the black oil, he would not be at this position. Of course, he could not just help these goo masters without doing anything. Thus, after refining gather oil goo and distributing it, Fang Yuan went into the sea alone and collected most of the black oil, leaving a small portion for the fishing village's goo masters. At the foot of the Merit Obelisk, there were some information path mortal goo. Fang Yuan picked them up and looked into them. As expected, these were the goo worms left behind by Miao Mingshen and the rest. They recorded their discoveries. Some people found out that humans and mermen coexisted peacefully here. They had equal statuses. Some chose missions with high difficulty. Even though they killed the desolate beast, many humans were implicated and lost their lives. After returning, they found out that they were at the bottom of the merit board. Some people deduced the meaning of the merit board. It was to do good deeds and help others. But this was only a guess. It had not been verified yet. These goo immortals who were chosen by Miao Mingshen were not fools. Miao Mingshen's discovery made Fang Yuan's eyes shine. He found that they were not the only ones who came to this blessed land. There were goo immortal predecessors who came before them. The most valuable piece of information came from Feng Jiang. He found out that there was a sea area in this blessed land. It was a forbidden area. It was called Demon Suppression Regret Crying Sea. According to rumors, after Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable enlightened this grotto heaven and turned it into a blessed land, he suppressed a peerless demon in this sea area and set up a super immortal formation to make him repent. Thus, this sea area was filled with the cries of this peerless demon. Chapter 1672. In front of the rank 8 Immortal Goo House Merit Obelisk, an information path mortal goo was casually thrown down by Fang Yuan. In this goo worm, Fang Yuan told the truth. He recorded the process of collecting the black oil on the island, as well as the verification of the merit board. If any goo immortals returned, they would definitely obtain this information. There was no need to hide this information. Firstly, these people already had their guesses. Secondly, this guess could be easily verified. Rather than that, it was better to let Fang Yuan expose it before they could verify it. Or rather, to put it simply, this secret is not a secret at all. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable probably created this true inheritance intentionally. He wanted to guide people to do good. This was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's style of doing things. At this point, Fang Yuan no longer had any doubts about the authenticity of Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Goo masters and goo immortals left behind their inheritances. This was one of the greatest cultural characteristics of this world. Each inheritance was filled with the mark of an individual. They retained their personal style or had a strong will. For example, the Flower Wine Monk's inheritance. He wanted to take revenge on Guyue village. Even if he died, he wanted to take revenge. Thus, he left behind a shadow that depicted Guyue tribe leader's defeat. He dug a tunnel and lured Fang Yuan to destroy Guyue village's spirit spring. Another example was 88-point Jinyang Tower. This was the luck path true inheritance left behind by Giant Sun Immortal. Its main purpose was to maintain the Huang Jin bloodline in northern plains. To maintain their rule, it was the benefit that Giant Sun Immortal sought for his descendants. There was also He Fan's true inheritance. He Fan had intended to pass his legacy to his granddaughter, but due to a mistake in fate, he did not get what he wanted. There was also the Shadow Sect True Inheritance. If Spectral Soul did not fail and was not captured by the Celestial Court, this true inheritance would not have existed. But things did not go according to plan. He was captured and Fang Yuan took over. In order to increase his strength and fight for the slightest hope in this desperate situation, there was the Shadow Sect True Inheritance. Every inheritance was different. The Paradise Earth True Inheritance was different from the other true inheritances. It was filled with peace, kindness, light, and warmth. If I fail and die one day, I won't have any hope no matter how hard I try. In that case, I will also leave behind an inheritance. Fang Yuan's thoughts spread. Although he was an otherworldly demon, he had lived here, struggled, and fought for so long that he had long since integrated into this world. If he had set up the true inheritance of Fang Yuan, it would have been to encourage those who came after him to pursue eternal life. Time passed quickly and 70 or 80 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Fang Yuan completed many more missions. His name was always at the top of the merit list. Hua hua hua. As the tide rose and fell, the fishy sea breeze blew on his face. This time, Fang Yuan came to City B. His task was to punish a profiteer in this sea market. Sea markets were very popular in the East China Sea. According to the size, there were 4 types: small, medium, large, and super sea markets. According to the time division, there were temporary sea markets and fixed sea markets. The sea market was a place where cultivation resources were distributed and exchanged. In this paradise, there was also a sea market. This was a fixed sea market. Although it was not open all year round, it was open most of the time every year. At the core of the sea market was a small island. This island would be submerged by the sea for half a year. This was also the time when the sea market closed. When the island was exposed, the sea market would open. Outside the island, there were large numbers of gu houses. They looked like boats. They were linked together using decks and chains, forming the outer sea market. Walking on the deck, Fang Yuan was surrounded by people. There were human gu masters and mermen. There were also many mermen. They occupied almost half of the area. This situation was very rare in the 5 regions. After all, humans were the rulers now. Other variant humans were suppressed and ostracized. There was almost no space for them to live. They had to tuck their tails between their legs. Come, take a look. These are the best crystal corals. There are 3 gu house river cart left. Hurry up and buy them. Buying Great Ming clay, buy as much as you can. The shouts, the sounds of buying and selling, and the sounds of haggling, they were everywhere, entering Fang Yuan's ears. It was a different kind of clamor and bustle. Large numbers of gu masters had set up stalls of all sizes on the deck. There were very few mortals doing business. Fang Yuan walked past one gu house after another, heading towards the core island at the center of the sea market. He had already investigated. This mission was to punish the unscrupulous merchant, and this unscrupulous merchant was at the center of the island. Of course, completing the mission was only Fang Yuan's secondary goal. His main goal was to obtain information. This sea market was closest to Demon Suppression Regret Crying Sea. There were large numbers of gu masters and forces gathered here. Fang Yuan had a high chance of obtaining information about Regret Gu. Although it had been so long since he came here, Fang Yuan had not entered Demon Suppression Regret Crying Sea even once. Gu immortals did not have much freedom in this paradise. Like the first mission, Fang Yuan could only patrol around the island. There was a limit to the distance. Every mission's location had such restrictions. As for returning to the Merit Obelisk, it was simple. The gu immortal only needed to chant "return" 3 times. From this, Fang Yuan could feel Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's methods. Even though Fang Yuan had a deep foundation and rank 8 cultivation level, he could not unravel Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangements, even though he had never stopped researching the Merit Obelisk and this paradise. Other than that, the communication between gu immortals was also obstructed. Firstly, they could not communicate with jewel yellow skies or the outside world. Secondly, they could not communicate with each other in time. Left with no choice, everyone thought of the stupid method of leaving information path mortal gu in front of the Merit Obelisk. It should be here. After a while, Fang Yuan stopped. This was a gambling den. The plaque on the door had the words Golden Jade House written on it. Golden Jade House was at the center of the island. It represented the highest standard of this sea market. Not any random Gu master could enter the island. There was strict security here. Of course, how could mortal methods do anything to Fang Yuan? Looks like I might as well gamble on rocks. Fang Yuan laughed inwardly. To punish unscrupulous merchants, it was not to kill them. Fang Yuan had been a merchant for a period of time, and had even opened a gambling den himself. He was very clear on what he had to do to make a gambling den merchant feel heartache. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan stepped in. Some memories suddenly surfaced in his mind at this moment. Who wants to gamble with me? Even the saintess is afraid. Do you still dare? A sturdy merman shouted arrogantly. Around him, there were many human Gu masters and mermen. Most of the mermen stared at him angrily, but could only grit their teeth. This Luda is truly despicable. He actually dared to provoke Lady Saintess in the sea market. He doesn't have the guts. It's the patriarch of the Frost-Tide tribe behind him who is supporting him. This cannot go on. It will damage Lady Saintess' reputation. What do we do? The blue-scaled and red-scaled guards were deeply worried. What does it matter? Xie Han Mo smiled lightly. Let him do as he pleases. No matter how much reputation he loses, it cannot shake my foundation. The other party is using this method to provoke me. It means they are already panicking. We do not need to fight. We just need to follow the rules and win. The blue-scaled and red-scaled guards immediately felt as if they had come to a sudden realization after hearing her words. Saintess is the clearest. You are right, Luda is just a clown. But I still feel a little sullen about making Saintess suffer. Can't some of us merfolk stand up to fight against Luda? Xie Han Mo smiled. Luda is a rank 4 expert after all. He has over 10 years of reputation in this sea market. It is understandable that no merman is willing to step forward. We need to be tolerant. The moment she said that, a voice resounded. I will gamble with you. Who is it? Who dared to challenge Lu Da's authority? Everyone turned to look, only to see a human Gu master walk out of the crowd. Xie Hanemo was stunned. The blue and red scales guards said together, "It is the human Gu master that we saved." The merman Gu master Luda was also surprised. He frowned as he stared at Fang Yuan, saying, "Human Gu master, this is our merman tribe's matter. Do you need to get involved?" "To speak the truth, your saintess saved my life once. I am here to repay her kindness." Fang Yuan had a firm attitude. He looked at Lu De fearlessly. "This lad, we did not waste our efforts in saving him." The blue and red scales guards nodded. Xie Hanemo sighed. "Let's go, he is an outsider. We cannot let his sacrifice be in vain." The red and blue scales were surprised. They quickly stopped her. "Saintess, you analyzed the situation earlier. We cannot show ourselves. Once we show ourselves, we will fall into their trap." On the stage, Lu De showed a ruthless expression. He laughed from extreme anger. "Good. Human Gu Master, since you are courting death, don't blame me. I have already stated the rules of the duel. Come. I will let you choose first. Let's see whose Gu worm is better." "You can choose first." Fang Yuan's gaze shined with brilliance as he smiled calmly. The first exchange was very short and ended with Fang Yuan's victory. The second battle lasted for a long time, but the victor was still Fang Yuan. "Human Gu Master, I have underestimated you. Tell me your name. You are qualified for me to remember it." Lu De showed a solemn expression. He looked at Fang Yuan in a new light. "I am Guyue Fang Yuan. Remember it well. I have opened a gambling den before." Fang Yuan raised his voice. "This is the final round. It's your turn." Lu De chose a rock in silence. Then he suddenly attacked and destroyed all the other rocks in the field. "You are cheating." Fang Yuan's expression changed. Lu De laughed loudly. "Why would I cheat? I have already said that the two sides cannot attack each other, but that does not include these rocks. I have the rocks now, and I am sure there are Gu worms here. But you are empty-handed, so no matter what Gu worm I have, whether it is dead or alive, you will lose. Lad, you only have rank 3 cultivation. You dare to come here, and this is the sea market that I have been managing for over 10 years. Kill yourself, I don't have to do it. Fang Yuan clenched his fists, about to retaliate. Wait! A voice resounded. The crowd split apart as Xie Hanimo walked into the stage with a cold expression. For the fastest novel reading, please visit. Chapter 1673. Fang Yuan suppressed the memories in his mind. He entered Golden Jade House. This gambling den was considered high class. There were dozens of huge rocks in the hall, suppressing the scene. Behind the hall were small rooms with all sorts of rock-dissecting goo worms, satisfying the customer's hobby of personally dissecting rocks. Of course, experienced rock-dissecting goo masters were also well-equipped. It was not difficult for Fang Yuan to determine whether these rocks contained goo worms. After all, he was already a goo immortal. It was not hard for him to use immortal methods to find mortal goo. Similarly, no matter how weak the goo worms sealed in the rocks were, immortal methods could usually heal them. Even if they could not be healed, don't forget, Fang Yuan was a refinement path quasi-great grandmaster. Thus, sweeping through all mortal rocks and mortal goo was a piece of cake for Fang Yuan. Of course, above mortal rocks, there were immortal rocks, or more accurately, immortal materials. After an immortal goo is sealed and hibernated, the immortal material with corresponding Dao marks would gradually condense on the surface of the goo worm. In order to gamble on this immortal material, most immortal methods would be ineffective. Fang Yuan was about to use his methods to teach this unscrupulous merchant in Golden Jade House a lesson when he suddenly heard people arguing at the back of the hall. You are cheating! The mermaid Xia Lin shouted in anger and shock. I am cheating? Why would I cheat? The information path goo worm's contents are clear. Even though you have paid back some, there is still a large amount left. The person standing in front of the mermaid was also a merman, but his body was like a bear. There was a long scar on his face. His body was filled with killing intent. Xia Lin pointed at this merman. Her eyes were red. You are shameless. You actually tampered with the contract. The loan I made with you only had 10% interest. But now you secretly increased it by 60%. The scarred merman's expression turned solemn. He looked at Xia Lin with a ruthless gaze. You cannot say such things, young lady. You are trying to ruin our reputation. All businessmen care about our reputation. If our reputation is ruined, who would come to our shop? Can you bear the losses caused by this? Even if I die, I will expose the true face of your unscrupulous shop. The scarred merman's tone changed. He said eerily, Die? So naive. Sometimes, the feeling of wishing for death is more terrifying. A peculiar light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. This familiar voice reminded him of the mermaid girl he saved several months ago. Why was she here? Xia Lin's tears flowed down her face. Several months ago, her only relative, her grandfather, had passed away. Mermaid's sea burial required a high price. In order to bury her grandfather at sea, she could only borrow primordial stones on credit. In order to repay the debt, she had no choice but to take the risk to collect the black oil and almost died in the earth trench black oil. Fortunately, he met Fang Yuan and the others, and was miraculously saved. Xia Lin also obtained gather oil goo from Fang Yuan. Thus her oil extraction efficiency rose sharply and she quickly earned a large number of primeval stones from selling the oil. She brought these primordial stones to the Golden Jade House to pay off the debt, but she didn't expect the shop to be so shameless as to tamper with the IOU. A feeling of death rose in Xia Lin's heart. Her only family member had passed away. In this world, she was all alone. She had been ostracized by her tribe since she was a child, and her life had changed drastically. Her heart was filled with confusion and discouragement. She felt that the world was pale, and she could not find any joy in living. What's so scary about death? Death is the end of everything. Thinking so, Xia Lin shouted and attacked. What? With a loud explosion, a torrent of water sprayed out. The scarred merman did not expect such a situation to occur. A rank 2 goo master actually attacked him, a rank 3 goo master, in Golden Jade House's territory. The scarred merman was caught unprepared and was swept away by the torrent. He flew backward and smashed into 2 walls and a large number of decorative bottles. This commotion was too big. The goo masters who were quietly choosing, dissecting and gambling stones came to the hall one after another. Many gazes landed on Xia Lin and the scarred merman. What happened? What else could it be? This golden jade house must have used some method to harm innocent people. Quiet down, this golden jade house's owner is the local tyrant. I heard that golden jade house often gives out high-interest loans to exploit low-level goo masters. It is better to avoid trouble. This is the merfolk's internal matter. It has nothing to do with us humans. At this time, the scarred merman stood up from the rubble. You have guts. You actually dared to attack me. I will make you wish you were dead. He approached Xia Lin. Xia Lin's expression was pale. She was intimidated by his aura, but she bit her lips and did not retreat. The distance between the two shrunk. Just as the scarred merman was about to attack, a voice resounded, "Wait!" The scarred merman stopped moving. The anger and malevolence on his face disappeared as he lowered his head towards the person who stopped him. "Shopkeeper, why are you here?" It was the owner of Golden Jade House, a fat yellow-scaled merman. The yellow-scaled merman frowned as he shouted at the scarred merman, "What are you doing? Are you trying to destroy my shop?" "Shopkeeper, it's her." Before the scarred merman finished speaking, he was interrupted. "How many times have I told you, harmony brings wealth, harmony brings wealth? Do you understand?" The scarred merman did not dare to retort. He quickly nodded like an obedient child. A chill spread throughout Xia Lin's body. She had been through a lot. She had lived with her grandfather since she was young. She had tasted the coldness of the world. Someone who can make the scarred merman lower his hands like this must be even more terrifying. With such a clear understanding, Xia Lin looked at the yellow-scaled merman's smiling expression. Her wariness was raised to the limit. The yellow-scaled merman stared at Xia Lin for a while before speaking. "Little girl, don't worry, I am a reasonable person. With me around, I can ensure your safety, no one will touch you. But I want you to be reasonable too. The debt you owe is written in black and white. Are you trying to deny it?" At the mention of this, Xia Lin became furious. "You are shameless, changing the IOU, changing the interest from 10% to 60%. I do not owe you anything, I have already paid you back." The yellow-scaled merman's smile became wider. "Little girl, I did not expect you to be so good at acting at such a young age. But it is useless. No matter how realistic your acting is, you can't prove anything with just words alone. On the other hand, our IOU is clear. It is clear who is right and who is wrong." Xia Lin pointed at the yellow-scaled merman. She was so angry she could not speak. The yellow-scaled merman laughed and waved his hand. Forget it, little girl. I will not bully a junior like you, in case people say that my Golden Jade House is bullying my customers. How about this? Pay me back half of the debt and I will let you go. All the debts will be written off. I am already very sincere. Think about it. If you pay me back, you will only be paying 30% interest. This is the market outside. Which bank didn't charge this level of interest when they borrowed money? You said we agreed on 10% interest? Who would believe it if he said it out loud? Go outside and look. Which bank only wants 10% of the profit? Xia Lin's chest rose and fell. Her eyes were red from anger. Precisely because of the 30% interest in the market, Xia Lin borrowed from Golden Jade House back then. To think that this was a trap, she fell into the hands of this black shop. Seeing that Xia Lin was silent, the yellow-scaled merman took out an information path. "Mortal goo. This is our agreement. If you pay me back now, I will return this agreement to you." Xia Lin was slightly stunned before smiling coldly. "I do not have enough yuan stone." The yellow-scaled merman laughed as he clapped. "No problem. If you do not have yuan stone, you can use goo worms to repay the debt. I know you have a gather oil goo. Use it to pay off your debt and this matter will be settled." Xia Lin heard this and came to a realization. "So this is your true motive? You want my gather oil goo? This is a rank 5 goo. You are dreaming. Even if I die, I will not give this goo to you." The surrounding goo masters heard this and went into an uproar. "Gather oil goo? Did I hear wrongly? That rank 5 goo that has been spreading like wildfire recently? I heard that it can be used to collect black oil with shocking efficiency. Not just shocking, it is a top-quality goo. Even though gather oil goo is rank 5, it consumes the goo master's bone marrow instead of primeval essence. Even rank 1 goo masters can use it. I heard that not long ago, someone misused gather oil goo and killed himself. Sigh, he abused it too much. With the help of bone path goo worms, gather oil goo is very safe. Clap, clap, clap. The yellow-scaled merman clapped. Young lady, you are a smart person. You should understand the principle of possessing a precious item. A grand rank 5 goo, how can you, a rank 2 goo master, protect it? Hand it over. I am not the one who is looking for trouble, others will. Hand it over and exchange for a safe future, isn't that good? Oh no. Even if I die, I will not hand it over to a disgusting person like you. Xia Lin was firm, she resisted to the end. The yellow-scaled merman felt a headache. Stealing someone else's goo master was very difficult. Xia Lin only needed a thought to make the goo worm self-destruct. By then, the yellow-scaled merman's plan would fail. The ideal situation would be for Xia Lin to hand it over. Secondly, he could use theft path methods. But theft path goo masters did not exist in this paradise. It was only a legend. And even if there were theft path goo masters, it was too difficult to steal a rank 5 goo worm. The yellow-scaled merman was not flustered. He had already planned for such a situation. At this time, he could not let Xia Lin push him too hard. Thus, the yellow-scaled merman decided to give in. How about this? I will give you a chance, you give me a chance too. Let's make a bet. Bet. Let's bet on rocks, on the goo we open. Some wins over none, superior wins over inferior. 2 wins out of 3. Xia Lin sneered, you despicable person, going back on your words and changing the agreement, how can I trust you? The yellow-scaled merman thought about it. He waved his hand and tossed that information path mortal goo to Xia Lin. Xia Lin received it and was very surprised. The yellow-scaled merman added, I can also make an oath to the sea god. Mermen were different from humans. They had their own beliefs. They believed in the sea god. Making an oath in the name of the sea god was very solemn. It showed great sincerity. Almost no merman did not trust the sea god. The yellow-scaled merman said with sincerity again, what are you hesitating for? Gambling on rocks depends on judgment, but even more depends on luck. I will give you this chance. Don't be ungrateful. I will tell you the truth. This is your only chance to leave today. You need to grasp it. The yellow-scaled merman used both hard and soft tactics. Xia Lin was flustered. Just as she was hesitating, she heard a voice resounding in her mind. Don't be afraid, I am here. Bet with him. Master Chu. At once, Xia Lin almost screamed in joy. Fang Yuan continued, but you need to change this bet, it is too small. If you trust me, let's make it big. I trust you, master. Xia Lin replied without hesitation. Because her life was saved by Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan wanted to harm her, he did not need to save her. My life was saved by Master Chu in the first place. If he wants to harm me, I will accept it. At most, I will return my life to him. Thinking of this, Xia Lin replied to Fang Yuan in her mind, Master Chu, I will listen to whatever you say. For the fastest and most up-to-date novel reading, please visit Chapter 1674. Stone gambling was indeed a matter that depended on luck. No one could deny this point, be it goo masters or goo immortals. But the yellow-scaled merman was very confident in himself. Because he was prepared. These years he had opened this golden jade house and often gambled on rocks. After so many years he observed, analyzed, and picked out some rocks. He was very confident in the items in these rocks. The items in these rocks were not valuable. If they were, he would have opened them himself. He would not have left them in the shop until now. He was thinking of his own business. These rocks had a high chance of producing goo worms, even though they were not valuable. To the customers, it was a small thrill. It was like bait on a hook, attracting them to gamble and invest more money. The yellow-scaled merman knew where these rocks were placed. Sometimes, he would purposely sell his rock gambling experience in front of important customers. By opening these rocks, he would get goo worms, creating an image of himself as an expert in rock gambling. Right now, the yellow-scaled merman was using these rocks to gamble with Xia Lin. He had high confidence in himself. But in the first round, he tasted defeat. Xia Lin actually got a rank 3 goo worm, suppressing him. This was a good start. The surrounding goo masters gasped in shock. The yellow-scaled merman's gaze was also uncertain. Was this mermaid girl hiding her strength? He had suggested winning 2 out of 3 rounds earlier, but Xia Lin changed it to winning 3 out of 5. The stakes were even higher, including the whole Golden Jade House. At the same time, the rules changed. As long as Xia Lin lost once, she would have to hand over Gather Oil Goo. But now, Xia Lin won. Not only did she keep Gather Oil Goo, she even got 20% of Golden Jade House. What a joke, I actually lost? The yellow-scaled merman could not believe it. He stared at the mermaid girl in front of him. The suspicion in his heart dissipated. The yellow-scaled merman was experienced. He could tell that Xia Lin was a newbie. Especially when she opened the goo worm, her expression of joy was not fake. It was her true emotions. There was also proof. Xia Lin did not know how to open rocks herself. She chose the rocks with the help of the rock dissection goo masters in Golden Jade House. Damn it, looks like she got lucky. Fortunately, the bet has been changed. If it was the best of 3, I would be in a very passive position. Now that it's best of 5, I still have a lot of room for improvement. Thinking of this, the yellow-scaled merman looked at the rock-dissecting goo master behind Xia Lin with an extremely secretive gaze. The rock-dissecting goo master nodded slightly. The yellow-scaled merman laughed in his heart. With one of them here, no matter what rock Xia Lin chose, even if it had goo, she would be able to turn it into a dead or crippled one. Let's see how she's going to fight me now. The second round began. It's my turn to choose first, Xia Lin said. Go ahead, the yellow-scaled merman replied with a smile. Xia Lin circled left and right twice and was dazzled. I choose this. Suddenly, she stopped and pointed at a strange stone in front of her. This strange rock was very strange. There were countless holes on its surface, and its shape was also distorted. Its texture was not dense, as if it was formed by the accumulation of sand. According to the rock gambling terms, this was a sand cave rock. It was very difficult to extract a goo worm from it. Seeing Xia Lin's choice, the yellow-scaled merman laughed. He pretended to walk around, touching this and knocking on that. After a while, he patted a huge rock and said, "Then I'll choose this one." The rock dissection began. The yellow-scaled merman did it personally, while Xia Lin asked a goo master who specialized in dissecting rocks. This bet was public. The 2 sides fought in the main hall. More and more people came to watch as they conversed. Those who came later learned of this huge bet. They stopped in interest and chose to watch. For goo masters, this was a huge bet. On one side was the entire Golden Jade House. It had been operated for many years. It had a lot of capital. On the other side was the rank 5 top-quality Gather Oil Goo. The 2 side stakes were about the same, because Gather Oil Goo was too outstanding with it to collect black oil. The profits would be quite high. The yellow-scaled merman chose a huge rock. It took some time to dissect it. Xia Lin's rock was dissected very quickly. After all, the sand cave rock was made of such a rough material. The goo master who dissected Xia Lin's rock was very generous. He did not feel any burden at all. Because even if he accidentally hurt his goo worm, the yellow-scaled merman would be happy about it. But at this time, Xia Lin suddenly said, "Use the gray earth method." The rock dissecting goo master slowed down. He looked at Xia Lin. "Are you sure? This method has limited effect on sand cave rocks." "I'm sure," Xia Lin said. The rock dissecting goo master shook his head. "Little girl, I am not lying. Since I dissected the rock for you, I will not lie. You can ask the people around. They all know that this gray earth method has almost no effect on sand cave rocks." "I don't need to ask, just do it." The previous bet was very clear. Charlene insisted. Good. The rock dissecting goo master nodded. Once the gray earth method was used, the efficiency of the sand cave rock fell to rock bottom. The rock dissecting goo master felt very depressed. Earlier, he was like a chef using a knife to cut tofu. Now, he was using a needle to stab the tofu. The primeval essence expenditure was even higher. Use the fire incense method. A moment later, Xia Lin said. The surrounding goo masters cried out in shock, trying to stop her. The rock dissecting goo master also said, the fire incense method will seep into the inside of the sand cave rock. If there are goo inside, they will be killed before they are extracted. Just do what I tell you to do. Charlene was expressionless. The surrounding goo masters immediately sighed. Someone said, this little girl is betting with others? She is not even a newbie, she is just messing around. But Xia Lin had a confident expression, she even had a trace of leisure. The rock dissecting goo master shook his head. Since you have decided, I will do it. Everyone can see that I am not trying to ruin your plan, you requested it. Use the dripping method. Blue pattern method. Change to a different chi method. Next, Xia Lin continued to speak, giving instructions calmly. The sand cave rock had already been cut to the size of a fist, but no goo worms came out. The rock dissecting goo master had an unfriendly expression. He thought that Xia Lin was purposely making fun of him. She knew some rock dissecting methods and spoke nonsense. All right, give it to me, I will dissect it myself. Xia Lin suddenly said. What? The rock dissecting goo master was stunned. He quickly reacted and let out a breath of air, handing the rock to Xia Lin. Xia Lin bit her tongue, spitting out a mouthful of blood at the rock. She used gather oil goo to suck the rock. The rock broke open. A rank 3 goo worm was revealed. There really is a goo? What goo is this? I have never seen it before. It is still sleeping, it looks like it is intact, it is not injured. The surrounding goo masters went into a small commotion. The rock dissecting goo master was completely shocked. He looked at Xia Lin in a daze. He was filled with doubts. Is this little girl really pretending to be weak? The yellow-scaled merman also stopped dissecting the rock. His expression was dark. Even if he dissected it, his rock only contained a rank 2 goo, while the other party had a rank 3 goo, and it was alive. There really is a goo. Master Chu was right after all. Xia Lin was overjoyed. In the crowd, Feng Yuan smiled lightly. Actually, there was no goo worm in this sand cave rock. It only contained a goo material. Feng Yuan instructed Xia Lin. He was indirectly instructing the rock dissecting goo master to refine this goo material. Eventually, Xia Lin dripped her blood and used gather oil goo to complete the final step. Normally, refined goo worms would be lively, but Feng Yuan's goo refinement method was special. The refined goo worms would fall into a hibernating state. This was a perfect disguise. All the other goo masters present were deceived. Not a single person noticed any clues or loopholes. Quasi-Great Grandmaster attainment level in refinement path was not a joke. Everyone could not remain calm. The way they looked at Xia Lin had undergone an earth-shattering change. Who sent you? The yellow-scaled merman growled. His previous demeanor had completely disappeared. He realized something was wrong. Thoughts were racing in his mind. These years, he had offended many people. He felt that this Xia Lin was a bait. He had fallen into someone's trap. Using a rank 5 goo as a trap, it was truly a huge move. Calm down, calm down. I cannot take the risk anymore. The other party came prepared. The yellow-scaled merman wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He focused his gaze. He still had trump cards. In this golden jade house, there was a batch of special rocks. These rocks were not formed naturally. They were fake rocks made by the yellow-scaled merman himself. He first placed dead or alive goo worms into a hibernating state. Next, with them as the center, he added more rocks outside. Finally, he created a natural rock that looked like it was real. Rocks that contained goo worms usually had some external characteristics that made them different from ordinary rocks. This kind of stone was not easy to find. Sometimes, to solve the problem of the gambling den shortage, the yellow-scaled merman would create fake rocks himself. Of course, not all of these fake rocks contained goo worms. Some only had special characteristics on the surface. Third round loss. Fourth round, loss again. The surrounding goo masters were in an uproar. no one had expected such a result. Everyone was sizing up Xia Lin with wariness and seriousness. The yellow-scaled merman's expression was pale, he gritted his teeth, there was a trace of ruthlessness in his gaze, he was like a wolf that was forced to the edge of a cliff. This is the final round, I cannot lose. It seems that I need to use my greatest trump card. The yellow-scaled merman's trump card was naturally huge. He hid the remains of a rank 5 goo in one of the fake rocks. According to the rules of gambling, only a living rank 5 goo could defeat him. Both sides chose their rocks and dissected them. Snap. Fang Yuan snapped his fingers. Time Path Immortal Killer Move. The entire Golden Jade House and even the island went silent, everyone and everything was motionless. Fang Yuan walked out of the crowd, arriving in front of the yellow-scaled merman. He was staring at the fire in front of him, dissecting the rock meticulously. Fang Yuan walked to the rock and squeezed. A rank 5 goo worm's remains appeared in his hand. Next, he placed this goo worm into the rock that Xia Lin chose, returning to the crowd. At the next moment, time flowed again. For the fastest error-free novel reading, visit Chapter 1675. When the results of the 5th round came out, the yellow-scaled merman stood on the spot in a daze. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. If he did not see it personally, he would not believe this. He clearly remembered the goo worm remains that he used to create the fake rock. But why was the remains of this goo worm not in his hands, but in the hands of his opponent? The yellow-scaled merman could not understand. Could it be that all of this is an illusion? He was about to go crazy, and his pale face suddenly flushed red. He suddenly pointed at Xia Lin, shouting in a sharp tone, "You cheated!" The mermaid Xia Lin heard this and became furious. She was also kept in the dark. How could she know what Fang Yuan was doing? She rebuked. "A loss is a loss, everyone is watching, are you still trying to deny it?" The yellow-scaled merman looked at Xia Lin and the surrounding goo masters. His gaze turned dull as he muttered, "No, this is not real, everything is fake, this is all an illusion." He retreated, trying his best to escape this cruel reality. Seeing his pitiful state, the surrounding goo masters had complex expressions. Some of them looked at Xia Lin with wariness. The yellow-scaled merman was almost broken by Fang Yuan. Xia Lin did not want to give up. "Hand it over, you did not win a single one of the 5 rounds, this golden jade house is mine." The yellow-scaled merman's body shook like he was electrocuted. He reacted and shouted in a frenzy, "No, this is mine, this is my foundation, I cannot let anyone else take it. Don't even think about it, not unless I die. Sir, if worse comes to worst, we'll just fight to the death." The scarred merman stepped forward and spoke with a fierce and sinister expression. The yellow-scaled merman's body shook again. He had the same thought, but after being reminded by the scarred merman, he came to his senses. No matter who the other party is, this mermaid girl is just a pawn on the surface. The other party is able to trick me without me knowing, I have no way to resist. With such strength, how can I fight against him? If I were to fight, wouldn't that be courting death? Although the yellow-scaled merman didn't want to part with the golden jade house, compared to his life, the latter was more important. The yellow-scaled merman looked around. His instincts told him that the enemy was among these goo masters. He was suspicious of everyone he saw, but he couldn't confirm their identities. "I admit defeat, I admit defeat." Suddenly, he dispelled the technique on his body and laid on the ground like a dead fish, shouting and screaming. He prostrated himself on the ground and admitted defeat. "No matter who you are, I admit defeat, okay? If you want to kill me or torture me, do as you please. But even if you want me to die, please let me know why I died. How did I offend you?" The crowd was in an uproar. The yellow-scaled merman's actions were unexpected. There were some who felt disdain, but there were others who felt that he knew when to bow and submit, that he was quite the character. To be able to be an unscrupulous businessman and to be able to stand tall here for decades, he was indeed not that simple. Xia Lin was also stunned. At the same time, deep admiration for Master Chu's surged in her heart. She knew that this was all because of Master Chu's instructions. Without his guidance, Xia Lin would be in a worse state than the yellow-scaled merman. Now that she saw the yellow-scaled merman kneeling and begging for mercy, Xia Lin felt joy and joy. It's time. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, continuing to guide Xia Lin. Xia Lin said to the yellow-scaled merman, "Do you know why you lost?" Seeing her speak, everyone quieted down. The yellow-scaled merman raised his head, looking at Xia Lin. "I don't know, please guide me." "Because someone wanted you to lose." Xia Lin said something useless. The yellow-scaled merman's heart shook. He quickly kowtowed. I understand. Xia Lin continued, "Do you want your golden jade house back?" The yellow-scaled merman was stunned. What was this? Of course he wanted it back, but he could not grasp the other party's background. What did she mean by this? Was she playing with him, or did she have other intentions? Xia Lin continued, "If you want it, I can give it back to you, but I have a condition." The yellow-scaled merman kowtowed again. "Great Aunt, please tell me." Xia Lin looked at the yellow-scaled merman on the ground, saying slowly, "The reason why you ended up like this is because you asked for it. You committed too many evil deeds. From now on, if you do good deeds, and turn over a new leaf, I'll spare you this time. I will also return this golden jade house to you. However, you have to remember that if you continue to do evil in the future, we won't just be taking this golden jade house." Once she said this, the surrounding Gu masters showed strange expressions. After going through so much trouble, Xia Lin and the person behind her actually had such a plan? Reprimand evil? This was a rare sight to behold. The yellow-scaled merman was surprised too, but he did not dare to show it on the surface. He quickly said with gratitude, "I will change, I will definitely change, I will definitely repent. Great Aunt, you are the benefactor in my life. You made me realize my mistakes. You are like a saintess that descended to the mortal world, guiding people to do good and saving those who are lost. I was wrong, I was truly wrong. Thank you, saintess, for giving me this chance. From now on, I will be a good person. I will do good deeds for the rest of my life." The yellow-scaled merman kowtowed and apologized. His attitude was very direct. He was pitiful like a 3-year-old child. Xia Lin's face turned red. "I am not a saintess. I am not qualified to be one. Don't speak nonsense. You have to do what you say. We will be watching you. If we find out or someone reports you in the future, you'll be in for it." Saying so, Xia Lin turned around and left. The surrounding Gu masters immediately made way for her. The moment Xia Lin walked out of Golden Jade House, she vanished without a trace. At the next moment, she was teleported to the edge of the island by Fang Yuan. "It is safe here, you can go back now." Fang Yuan did not appear. He transmitted his voice. "Master Chu, you saved me again. How can I repay you?" Xia Lin called out in her mind. "Master Chu? Master Chu. We will meet again if fate allows it." Fang Yuan said as he smiled. Memories appeared in his mind again. On the beach, Fang Yuan caught up to Xie Han Mo and the rest who were about to leave the island. "Please wait." Xie Han Mo and the rest stopped. The two guards stared at Fang Yuan unhappily. "Lad, don't chase after them. If you want to repay us, stay away from us." Do you know, the saintess could have stayed still this time, but in order to save your life, she had to show herself. Now, we can't find any evidence. The other party is even more vigilant. "I know." Fang Yuan breathed roughly. "What do you know?" The blue-scaled guard rolled his eyes. Fang Yuan chuckled. He raised his head and looked at Xie Han Mo and the other mermen. "I was too rash earlier, but after this matter, I have seen it clearly. I know that you are the current saintess of the Merman Imperial Court. You are here to investigate the corruption of Frost Tide Tribe. Thus, I can help you in this matter. Because I have operated a gambling den before, I know about the tricks involved. And Frost Tide Tribe's main source of money laundering should be that gambling den from earlier. Saintess, please give me a chance. Let me repay you for saving my life." The blue-scaled guard and red-scaled guard hesitated. They turned to look at Xie Han Mo. Xie Han Mo's thick eyelashes drooped down before lifting up slightly. Her clear eyes stared at Fang Yuan. After 3 breaths of time, she nodded. "Thank you, human Gu Master." I have not asked for your name. My surname is Guyue, my name is Fang Yuan. You can call me Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. For the fastest novel reading, please visit Chapter 1676. Time passed quickly. More than 20 days went by in the blink of an eye. In front of the merit obelisk, Fang Yuan looked at the ranking with his arms behind his back. His ranking on the merit list had already fallen to the 5th. Initially, he was at the top, but a change occurred soon after. Some Gu immortals found that as long as they focused on this merit obelisk, they could find many choices. These choices had a price tag. They could use their accumulated merit to exchange for them. Immortal materials, immortal Gu recipes, immortal killer moves, and even immortal Gu houses, they had everything. According to the accumulated merit of Miao Ming Shen and the rest, they could only exchange for the lowest rewards. Rewards without enough merit points were like a carrot dangling in front of a donkey. It greatly stimulated the Gu immortals' enthusiasm. The competition became fiercer and fiercer. Fang Yuan's attention was elsewhere. His target was Regret Gu. Regret Gu was very important to Fang Yuan. Even though the rewards displayed in the merit obelisk were generous, they were only icing on the cake for Fang Yuan. Regret Gu was a timely help. It could help him change qualitatively. But among these rewards, Regret Gu was not present, neither was the obelisk itself. This meant that the rewards here were very limited. Even if Regret Gu was not in the rewards, it did not mean that this paradise did not have Regret Gu. Fang Yuan did not waste these last days. He collected clues everywhere. He chose missions with a goal. He used wisdom path methods to deduce and eliminate all sorts of doubts. Eventually, only demon suppression Regret Crying Sea remained in his vision. There were many rumors about this sea area. After Fang Yuan's deductions, there was a high chance that Regret Gu was hidden here. However, even though Fang Yuan knew the location, he could not get close. The mission from 20 days ago was to punish the unscrupulous merchants. It was the closest place Fang Yuan had gotten to. However, he had also tried, and after leaving the small island for less than 15 kilometers, he could no longer move forward. How can I enter demon suppression Regret Crying Sea? This problem gave Fang Yuan a huge headache. Paradise Earth's arrangements were too powerful. Fang Yuan could not do as he pleased. Fang Yuan's attainments in space path were not very strong. He had tried fixed immortal travel before. It did not work, even though it was an immortal killer move that he created later on. This also meant that once Fang Yuan left this paradise in the future, fixed immortal travel wouldn't be of any help to him if he wanted to return. As for these people, Fang Yuan looked at the names of the other Gu immortals on the merit board as he squinted. He planned to keep these people. On one hand, there was a huge risk in killing Gu immortals in paradise. On the other hand, these Gu immortals could earn merit points to exchange for mission rewards. They would be like fattened chickens and ducks. Once they left, Fang Yuan would make his move. Not only would it not be too late, but he would also be able to reap even more benefits. Therefore, not only did Fang Yuan not frame them, he even tried his best to help them by providing them with more detailed information. The competition between Miao Ming Shen and the rest became more and more intense, especially since he could investigate the mission rewards. After all, these rewards could be exchanged for by anyone. Whoever exchanged first would get it first. They would not get it if others got it. Thus, even though they did not assassinate each other, there were more and more schemes, and fake information. In this situation, the sincere and honest, secluded cultivator Chu Ying stood out like a crane in a flock of chickens. Miao Ming Shen and the rest did not say anything on the surface, but their impression of Fang Yuan was growing day by day. The turning point came 3 days later. A new mission appeared on the merit obelisk. Head to the sacred city of the mermen and participate in the sea god ceremony. Protect the sacred city from the attacks of sea beasts. Once this mission appeared, it was chosen by Fang Yuan. The chance I have been waiting for has finally appeared. Fang Yuan was very excited. The sea god ceremony was a special ceremony of the mermen. In this ceremony, the single men and women of the mermen would form a new family, and more importantly, they would choose a saintess. The The saintess had an extremely high status in the merman society. And Feng Yuan had already gathered crucial information. In this paradise, the saintess' role was even more important. After every saintess was chosen, their first mission was to enter demon suppression regret crying sea and use their singing to calm the killing intent of the giant demons at the bottom of the sea, stabilizing the demon suppression sea area. The missions on this merit obelisk are all for the benefit of humans and mermen, they are for the common people, they are for the good and punishing evil. After the saintess is chosen, she will definitely enter demon suppression regret crying sea. Maybe by then, there will be related missions. But no matter what, I need to take this mission first and come into contact with the saintess in advance. I have been waiting for this day and night. The sea god ceremony is finally here. Xia Lin pushed open the window of the inn. Immediately, the clamor of the street assaulted her senses. Her room was on the second floor. At this moment, Xia Lin looked down from the window. She saw that the street was filled with people. They were rubbing shoulders with each other. The signboards were like flags fluttering in the wind. There were shops selling goo, snacks, gambling dens. All of them were doing very well. Xia Lin's mood was also affected. She became cheerful. Plop. Suddenly, there was a soft sound as a pearl jumped onto Xia Lin's window. Xia Lin was stunned. A blush flashed across her face. Pearls had extraordinary meaning in the sea god ceremony. They represented a proposal of love and marriage. Someone threw a pearl to Xia Lin. It meant that a man had taken a liking to her and wanted to marry her. Who is it? Xia Lin did not dare to pick up the pearl, because the action of picking up the pearl had extraordinary meaning. She looked at the street. She saw dozens of men raising their heads and looking in her direction. They were still throwing pearls in their hands. Su-yi. Su, I love you. Accept me, Su-yi. The men who were throwing pearls shouted loudly. Big sister. Someone called out to Xia Lin. Xia Lin's gaze moved and stopped at a young man on the street. He was a merman, but his clothes were tattered. He was clearly from the slums. The merman young man's face was red as he shouted at Xia Lin, Big sister, I was the one who threw the pearl on your window. I am too weak. I did not manage to throw it. Please throw it to me. Xia Lin instantly understood. This young man wanted to throw the pearl to Su-yi, but he was too weak. He did not succeed and the pearl landed on her side. Lady Su-yi is indeed a famous beauty. Her charm is too great, be it young boys or old men, they are all infatuated with her. Xia Lin breathed out lightly, waves surged and swept up the pearl on the window. It floated down and landed on the merman young man's hand. Thank you, thank you. The young man was overjoyed. He threw the pearl high into the air. The pearl continued to rise. This time, the direction was very accurate, but Su-yi frowned and slammed the window shut. The young man's pearl crashed into the window and fell down. More than 10 other pearls had the same fate. These pearls were different. Some were as big as longan fruits, some shone with golden light. They were not ordinary. But on the street, the men did not scatter because of the rejection. They became even more passionate. More and more people heard that Su-yi was staying here and hurried over, wanting to catch a glimpse of her beauty. Of course, some wanted to throw their pearls. What if she took a fancy to them? A bunch of boring mortals. Su-yi frowned. A pink cloud dragged her fishtail as she slowly floated down the stairs. She was beautiful and had a proud expression. The most attractive thing was her snow-like white scales. Merman scales had different colors. White scales were 1 in a million. It was considered the purest color and was highly respected by the mermen. 2 mermaid nannies followed behind as they muttered. These guys, why don't they look at themselves in the mirror? They want to be under Lady Su-yi's skirt? What a joke! Our Lady Su-yi is competing for the saintess. She will not accept any man's pearl. The merman saintess was pure and flawless. Once she became the saintess, she could not marry and had to maintain her virginity. Xia Lin walked out of the room and lowered her head. Big sister Su-yi. Little sister Xia Lin. Su-yi revealed a faint smile as she hid her arrogance deep in her eyes. How was your rest last night? Have you thought it through? Thank you for your hospitality, big sister Su. At this time, all the inns are full. Without you, I would not have a room to rest in. Xia Lin immediately thanked her. The mermaid nanny smiled. It is fate that you met our Missy. In the vast ocean, two mermen could meet by chance and get along well. It is a great opportunity. I am too straightforward. Normal mermen would love to get to know our Missy. Su-yi was not just a simple white-scaled merman. She had a noble background and was the beloved daughter of a powerful merman tribe leader. Nanny Rong, what are you saying? I met Xia Lin because we hit it off. Xia Lin, you don't have to worry. If you have something urgent to do, just go. After all, if you follow me and participate in this sea god ceremony, you will be taking a huge risk. Su-yi walked to Xia Lin and grabbed her hands, saying with a sincere expression. Xia Lin was moved. Big sister Su-yi, you have helped me so many times along the way. Since you want to compete for the saintess position, I will definitely support you. But I am afraid that my strength is too low. After all, there are only 4 followers. Su-yi's eyes shined as she grabbed Xia Lin's hands, saying excitedly, Xia Lin, thank you. With your help, I have a higher chance of becoming the saintess. Xia Lin's cultivation level was very low. She was only rank 2, but she had a rank 5 goo worm. Gather oil goo. This was a top-tier rank 5 goo worm. Of course, this goo worm did not have any offensive power, but Su-yi had found out about the saintess test. In one of the rounds, gather oil goo would be very useful. For the fastest and most up-to-date novel reading, please visit Chapter 1677. Fang Yuan strolled in the merman's sacred city. He did not disguise himself. He still looked like Chu-Ying. But his aura was completely concealed. He was like a mortal. On the streets, people were moving around. The goo masters that passed by Fang Yuan would never imagine that they would be walking past a rank 8 goo immortal. On both sides of the streets, there were rows of shops and houses. The merman houses had a unique style. They were mostly in the shape of shells and conches. Many of them were made from giant shells and conches, or the shells of giant crabs and tortoises. There were also a small number of goo houses. Each goo house symbolized wealth and authority, and had strong defensive abilities. Other than private houses, the goo houses that were used for shops were doing very well. As he walked, the people in front of Fang Yuan started to move. They started to cheer loudly. As he got closer, Fang Yuan saw that a female mermaid's eyes were red as she carefully took a jade eye pearl from a male goo master's hands. This kind of pearl was rare. It had a beautiful jade texture and was covered in light, forming the shape of an eye. It was not rare for a tyrant. As for Fang Yuan, it was even more of a disdainful mortal material. But this male goo master was only rank 2. It was not easy for him to take out a rank 4 goo material, jade eye pearl. The mermaid girl might have taken a liking to the male goo master's feelings. She took the jade eye pearl in front of everyone. It was equivalent to accepting the male goo master's feelings. Following that, the mermaid placed the jade eye pearl in her mouth. Immediately, a commotion and cheers sounded from the surroundings, causing the person in question to blush shyly. This action had an extraordinary meaning. She was accepting the young goo master's marriage proposal. In this paradise, there are no rules. Mermen and humans can love each other freely. Nobody can stop them from getting married and having children. But in the outside world of the 5 regions, love between mermen and humans is taboo. They will not be encouraged. Their children will be looked down upon, ostracized, or even killed by the 2 races. Fang Yuan had an eerie gaze. The sea god ceremony was about to begin, and the holy city was brimming with a celebratory and joyous atmosphere. This couple was not the first couple Fang Yuan had seen. Perhaps they were very ordinary, insignificant figures in the vast holy city. However, being ordinary did not mean that one was isolated from happiness. Such a beautiful moment would be the pearl of their entire life. 500 years of memories from his previous life slowly rose in his heart. A group of mermen raised their heads high and arrogantly walked in front of Xianxia, Fang Yuan, and the rest. I am the investigator Wuda. I have received reports from many tribesmen that our tribe's current saintess Xianxia has an affair with the human goo master Gue Fang Yuan. We are here to investigate. The leading green-scaled merman said in an icy tone. What? I dare you to say that again. The 2 guards behind Xianxia were immediately enraged and were about to make a move. Xie Hanmo's expression was calm while Fang Yuan's face was gloomy as he clenched his fists tightly. He had helped Xie Hanmo investigate the gambling den and found a lot of evidence of corruption. The Saintess mission had a breakthrough. But the other party was not going to wait for death. They used schemes and malicious rumors, saying that the current Saintess was impure and had an affair with the human goo master Fang Yuan. These rumors had no evidence at all. They were completely groundless. Xie Hanmo, Fang Yuan and the rest did not care about it. But to think that the Merman Sacred Court's investigator was actually lured out. They sent an investigator without any evidence. Frost Tide Tribe's leader is probably not the only one who is corrupted. There are other important figures involved. Fang Yuan transmitted to Xie Hanmo. Xie Hanmo frowned slightly, showing a stunned expression as she spoke. I am the Saintess. You are just an investigator. Do you have the token of the Elders Association? The green-scaled merman smiled as he took out an information path goo worm. Xie Hanmo had a calm expression. Only this token? The green-scaled merman smiled again. Of course we cannot investigate you with just one token. But Fang Yuan is different. He is a human goo master. Not just one token. Even if there is no token, we can investigate it. Even though Fang Yuan was a human, and humans were the absolute overlords of the 5 regions, Eastern Sea's Merman Sacred Court was a super force. Fang Yuan had no backing, so the green-scaled merman was not exaggerating. Sinister and vicious. To think that Frost Tide Tribe's leader is such a despicable person. The other party is afraid. He knows how powerful Fang Yuan is. He is afraid that he will help us find more evidence. The 2 guards blocked in front of Fang Yuan. After this period of interaction, they had acknowledged Fang Yuan. Please wait. If there is a conflict between us, it will be like the other parties wish. We will not be able to explain ourselves. I am willing to go with them. We have already made huge progress in the gambling den. Even without me, you can still succeed if you continue using the same method. Fang Yuan transmitted. Absolutely not. Fang Yuan, you are too naive. If you end up in their hands, you will die. The 2 guards shook their heads. Fang Yuan smiled. What are you afraid of? At most, I will die. My life was saved by you, so this way, I can repay your kindness. The 2 of you shouldn't underestimate the other party's plan. This plan seems to be targeting me, but it is actually targeting Saintess. Once the Saintess's reputation was tarnished, rumors would spread, and her position as the Saintess would be jeopardized. It is not important to sacrifice me, but you must protect the Saintess position. Without this position, how can we investigate and punish the corruption? The 2 guards couldn't help but hesitate. Xie Hanmo still had a calm expression. She looked at the jade-scaled merman and said, Go back, I will not give him to you. The jade-scaled merman was slightly stunned before smiling. Saintess, you want to protect this human goo master? Even if there is a conflict between you and us inspectors, you will not hesitate? Xie Hanmo nodded. You can leave. The jade-scaled merman looked at Fang Yuan and then at Xie Hanmo, showing a smile of success. Good. In that case, we are not Saintess match, we can only retreat. Ha. With that, he waved his hand and led the group of mermen away. Saintess, why are you doing this? Fang Yuan said anxiously. This way we will. Xie Hanmo interrupted Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, you are a good person. You are not afraid of death, other than courage. The biggest reason is that you are bored, right? You seem to be disappointed in this world and your own life. Your eyes are filled with weariness and exhaustion. But all of this cannot deny that you are a good person. Xie Hanmo said quietly. Fang Yuan, Xie Hanmo continued, and I am also a good person. Why would a good person give up on a good person? Saying so, she winked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was in a daze. This was the first time he had seen such a lively expression on Xie Hanmo's face. It was cunning and cute. Then, what should we do about the rumors? That's right, that damned inspector will definitely add fuel to the fire when he returns. The 2 guards were deeply worried. Xie Hanmo's expression returned to normal. She replied lightly, then let them speak. Several days later, the sea god ceremony began. The male mermen wore armor made from shells. they held spears, long blades, and so on. According to tradition, these shells and long-handled weapons were all made from local materials and polished by their own hands. Meanwhile, the female mermen wore kelp of all kinds of colors. Pink kelp was usually worn by unmarried girls, widows wore black kelp, while noble ladies wore gold, silver, or glass-colored ones. Ordinary women wore brown, dark blue, or gray-white colored ones. This was the national attire of the mermen. It was very unique. A long time ago, mermen did not know how to use goo worms. They lived a primitive life. Men hunted, women gathered. In the plaza at the center of the sacred city, people gathered here, singing and dancing were celebrating peace. A large number of merman warriors waved their spears, their armors collided with each other, creating loud noises. The kelp on the mermaids' bodies were like ribbons, they danced along with the singing, they did not know fatigue. This moment belonged to the mermen. All of the human goo masters were watching from outside. The song and dance continued for several hours. Merman men and women carried broken shell armors or dragged their tired bodies out of the plaza. Gradually, several merman girls stood out. They were the candidates for the saintess position this year. What surprised Fang Yuan was that there were a total of 8 or 9 competitors. Not all of them were white scales. It seemed that in this paradise, the qualifications to compete for the saintess position were not exclusive to white-scaled mermen. The other rainbow-scaled mermen were also qualified. Chapter 1678. On the day of the sea god ceremony, the sacred city was filled with people. The surrounding audience discussed animatedly, and it was very noisy. Fang Yuan was in the crowd, carefully observing these saintesses with an eerie gaze. In his plan, he would choose one of them and support her to become the saintess of this generation. Support the saintess? That's right, the Frost-Tide tribe leader spent a lot of effort to support Lady Qiu Shuang. Xie Han Mo's blue-scaled and red-scaled guards exchanged a look when they heard the news. They could see the worry in each other's eyes. In the hall, Fang Yuan sat at the side and gritted his teeth. His expression was not good either. Previously, Xie Han Mo resisted the supervisor and protected Fang Yuan, causing the rumors to grow even stronger. Finally, it caused the merfolk sacred court to reconvene the sea god ceremony to select the saintess. This is a scheme. The other party knows that the saintess is kind and will not give up on me, thus creating this situation. Fang Yuan sighed and felt that he was a burden to Xie Han Mo. Xie Han Mo glanced at him and smiled. Fang Yuan, don't blame yourself. If we had given up on you back then, there would have been rumors saying that I was heartless, and it would have been a blow to my prestige. Saintess, you don't need to comfort me at this time. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. These two types of rumors are very different. I have been with you for a long time, how can I not know? Xie Han Mo smiled. All right, let's not talk about this, it does not help the situation. Fang Yuan, Lan Lin, and Qi Lin's expressions changed and they adjusted their emotions. Xie Han Mo continued. The position of the saintess is not easy to sit on. I just started investigating the corruption and someone wanted to pull me down from my position. This shows how serious the corruption of the elders in the sacred court is. Everyone, don't be too pessimistic. Although we are reconvening the sea god ceremony, I have not lost my right? It's not that easy to nurture a saintess. Where there were people, there would be society. This sentence was very suitable for the merfolk. There were also schemes and conflicts among the merfolk, as well as disputes over interests. The saintess had a high status and power. If the internal forces of the merfolk could not support a saintess, they would definitely be favored and taken care of by the government for a period of time, and they would obtain even greater benefits. Generally speaking, mermaid girls who could compete for the saintess usually had a powerful background or 1 or 2 powerful forces standing behind them. In the undersea sacred city, the melodious singing gradually stopped, and intense drumbeats rang out one after another. On the square, there were only a few mermaid girls left. They danced tirelessly, each displaying their ambition to compete for the position of saintess. Fang Yuan stood outside the plaza and looked over. These 7 mermaid girls were all beauties. Some were charming, some were youthful, some were cute, and some were dignified. At the center of the plaza was an enormous spirit spring known as the sea deity spring. The spring water gushed out, supporting an aged mermaid nanny. She was precisely the great clan elder of this mermaid race. The grand elder glanced at the 7 mermaid girls and nodded slightly. He said in a deep voice, "Saintess first test, fishing golden needle in black oil." The moment he said that, more than 10 strength path Gu masters carried a huge water vat and entered the square. Thud, thud, thud. With a series of heavy sounds, 7 water vats were placed in front of the 7 mermaid girls. The huge water vats were several times taller than them. The mermaid girls had to float up to see the contents of the water vats. The water jar was filled with thick black oil. The content of the first test was to fish out a golden needle the size of a cow's hair from the black oil within a set amount of time. I request for my follower to go up. The white-scaled mermaid Su-yi looked at the huge water vat in front of her and said calmly, "Permission granted." The Grand Elder looked at Su-yi deeply. "Don't be nervous, don't be nervous." Xia Lin encouraged herself internally as she walked up to the square uneasily. What's going on? The great lady Su-yi actually invited a rank 2 Gu master to be her follower? Don't be anxious, Su-yi made this choice. This little mermaid definitely has something special about her. The surrounding people discussed. It's her? Fang Yuan looked at Xia Lin and frowned. To think that this girl was the most popular follower of the Saintess candidate. Gather oil Gu. Xia Lin floated to the water vat and activated this rank 5 Gu worm. In an instant, the black oil in the vat moved. It was extracted by Xia Lin and gathered in her raised palm, disappearing without a trace. The crowd went into an uproar. This is the aura of a rank 5 Gu master. She is only a rank 2 Gu master, but she can use a rank 5 Gu worm? Am I seeing things? I understand, this should be the rank 5 gather oil Gu that has been spreading like wildfire recently. So this little mermaid has such a top-tier Gu worm, no wonder she was recruited by Su-yi and became her follower. Gather oil Gu's effect was not just for show. After a while, the water vat was empty. There was a shiny golden needle at the bottom of the vat. The crowd went into an uproar. Countless heated gazes landed on Xia Lin. Xia Lin was even more nervous. Her face was flushed red. She had a cute and helpless look. Su-yi looked at her as she smiled, thinking, recruiting her was the right choice. In the first round of the test, Su-yi relied on Xia Lin's stunning performance to gain the limelight. Fang Yuan's gaze was like a deep abyss. He followed the crowd and left the square. In the first round of the test, 6 out of the 7 candidates advanced. Looking at their performance, they came prepared. Evidently, the test's topic was leaked in advance. Pale green flames burned in front of Xie Han Mo, forming a path of fire. Qiu Shuang, who was also a white-scaled mermaid, had already walked over, standing at the other end of the path of fire as she looked at Xie Han Mo with ridicule. Previous Saintess, it is up to you now. Damn it. This eerie fire burns souls. It can only be resisted by a specific Gu worm. We had already made ample preparations, but to think that the first round of the test would be so unorthodox. Even more despicable is that Qiu Shuang really had a Gu worm to resist the eerie fire. Is this luck? She probably knew about it long ago. This is Frost Tide Tribe's scheme. This is blatant corruption. The 2 guards, Lan and Qi, were filled with righteous indignation. Let me do it. Fang Yuan walked to Xie Han Mo, who was frowning. Xie Han Mo's clear eyes sized up Fang Yuan. Trust me this once, I have confidence. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light as he looked at Xie Han Mo. The two stared at each other for a while before Xie Han Mo moved her gaze. Be careful, this eerie fire is not simple. If you cannot endure it, leave halfway. Xie Han Mo said. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He turned around and walked into the eerie fire. Pain. Extreme pain burst out from the depths of his soul, attacking Fang Yuan's entire body in an instant. Fang Yuan's body shook intensely as he walked forward with difficulty. He clenched his teeth until they bled. He stared angrily, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. his soul was being roasted and melted in the flames. Fortunately, he had 2 lifetimes worth of experience, and his identity as an otherworldly demon. The effects of the eerie fire were slightly weaker to him. He would not give up halfway because he knew that if he took Xie Hanmo's place, it meant that if he failed, Xie Hanmo would fail too. When he finally walked the path of the eerie fire, the entire place was in an uproar. Countless shocked gazes focused on him. Countless mermen were moved. Fang Yuan tried his best to smile, but in the next moment he completely fainted. But just as he was about to fall to the ground, Xie Hanmo rushed over and held him in her arms. "Don't worry, I will not let you down." Xie Hanmo looked deeply at Fang Yuan, then at Qiu Shuang. For the first time, a cold light appeared in her eyes that were as gentle as water. Thanks to Fang Yuan's desperate struggle, Xie Hanmo got past a trap that she had set up meticulously. The second trial, the third trial, the fourth trial. She advanced triumphantly, quickly overshadowing the other competitors. Only mermaid Qiu Shuang had a chance. It seems that Lady Xie Hanmo has a high chance of keeping the position of saintess. Outside, Fang Yuan's face was still pale. He sat weakly, but his expression was one of joy. "This is all thanks to you, Fang Yuan. Without your performance in the first trial, we would not have reached this stage. You successfully walked the path of fire." Everyone was dumbfounded. A few days later, you woke up again. You don't know how many mermen in Holy City were shocked by the news that you are still alive. The blue-scaled and chili-scaled guards laughed loudly. Fang Yuan, however, restrained his joy. "Be careful. The current situation is very advantageous to us, but the other party will not let this go." Fang Yuan had expected the Frost Tide tribe leader to make a move, but he did not expect it to be in such a sinister manner. In the room, the chili-scaled guard knelt on the ground, his face flushed red. "Saintess, please allow me to fight and wash away their slander and injustice. How could I bully a widow?" Xie Hanmo sighed. "Get up. I know your character, but the current situation is clearly the other party's scheme. If you rush out rashly, you will definitely let the person who set you up succeed." The blue-scaled guard's face was full of worry. "This widow is no ordinary widow. She is the widow of the Holy Court's third elder, Wuxia. The other party's scheme is too vicious. I'm afraid that the supervisor will arrive soon and detain the chili-scaled guard for interrogation. If that happens, the chili-scaled guard will not be able to participate in the next trial. Our strength will be greatly reduced." Fang Yuan continued, "This widow of the third elder, Wuxia, was actually willing to give up her reputation to harm the chili-scaled guard. She must have a deep relationship with the Frost Tide tribe leader's faction. Her corruption must be very serious. Otherwise, she would not have come into the fray. Since the other party could set up such a scheme, they must have made ample preparations. If we insist on clarifying the truth, we will fall into the other party's trap. Only by making the best of a mistake will we have a chance to turn things around." How do we make the best of a mistake? "It's simple. Let me be the scapegoat," Fang Yuan said calmly. The blue-scaled and chili-scaled guards widened their eyes and stared at Fang Yuan. "No." Xie Hanmo firmly rejected the idea. For the fastest and most up-to-date novel reading, please visit Chapter 1679. Even though Xie Hanmo understood that Fang Yuan's suggestion could resolve the current crisis, she did not hesitate to reject it. Thus, Xie Hanmo and the others were forced into a passive position. The turning point came 3 days later when a piece of information was delivered to Xie Hanmo. Xie Hanmo was stunned when she saw this information. She sighed. So Qiu Shuang is no longer pure. She passed the information to the chili-scaled guard, the blue-scaled guard, and Fang Yuan. The three looked at each other after reading it. Qiu Shuang was the holy maiden candidate supported by the Frost Tide tribe leader. She had been in the limelight during the sea god ceremony and was known as the person most likely to snatch the position from Xie Hanmo. However, he did not expect that this woman was no longer a virgin. Mermaids had to be virgins in order to compete for the position of holy maiden. This was one of the prerequisites. The chili-scaled guard was overjoyed. Great, I didn't expect Qiu Shuang to be no longer a virgin. With this on us, the Frost-Tide tribe is finished. The blue-scaled guard was very calm. The Sea God ceremony is our tribe's most important ceremony and has always been extremely strict. How did Qiu Shuang get past it? Could it be that our tribe's corruption has already spread to the priests? Then the situation is too serious. Fang Yuan frowned. There is one thing we need to pay attention to. If we announce this information now, the world will think that we are protecting the chili-scaled guard and slandering our competitors. Is this information reliable? If it is a series of schemes, we will be in trouble. Xie Han Mo shook her head. This information is definitely reliable. Qiu Shuang has the support of the Frost-Tide tribe leader and we have the Great Elder behind us. This information was gathered by the Great Elder. Although there is no evidence, I believe that as long as we investigate Qiu Shuang's background, we can find out if she is still a virgin or not. Fang Yuan realized now that Xie Han Mo could become the saintess because she had the support of the Merman Sacred Court's Grand Elder. Among the upper echelons, the Great Elder was known for her fairness, self-discipline, and tolerance. She had great prestige. However, it was precisely because she was too lenient that she allowed corruption to flourish in the shadows. The great clan elders supported Xie Hanmo's ascension, of course, perhaps because he wanted to correct his own mistakes. What happened next was exactly as Xie Han Mo had expected. After Qiu Shuang was reported, she went through a strict investigation and her background was finally revealed. She really wasn't a virgin. This news was too shocking, even the Merfolk Sacred Court could not cover it up. News spread, the whole of Merman Sacred City was shaken, countless Gu masters went into an uproar. This is probably the biggest scandal of our Mermaid Sacred Court in the past 1,000 years. Qiu Shuang's actions are disrespectful and blasphemous to the sea god. She must be severely punished. If we don't kill her, we won't be able to appease the people. The public was enraged. Not only the citizens, even the higher-ups of the Merfolk Sacred Court were furious. They executed Qiu Shuang very strictly and quickly. A few days later, Qiu Shuang's head fell to the ground and she died. The fine ceramic cup was angrily thrown by the leader of the Frost-Tide tribe and smashed into pieces. Xie Han Mo, you're going too far. Frost-Tide tribe's leader roared in a low voice, his eyes bloodshot. I told you a long time ago to control your alcohol tolerance. After Qiu Shuang's death, the higher-ups who supported her are no longer fond of you. In the study room, there was a mermaid noblewoman who was drinking tea slowly. She was not afraid of the furious Frost-Tide tribe's leader. Frost-Tide tribe's leader gritted his teeth, saying to this mermaid noblewoman, Bu Su Lian, I don't need your reminder. Our allies will not cut us off because of these small matters. Because they can't cut us off anymore. Once Xie Han Mo keeps her saintess position, they will be doomed and die. So no matter how much they dislike me or hate me, they have to suppress their disgust and cooperate with me. Bu Su Lian nodded lightly, you are right. But now that Qiu Shuang is dead, how are you going to stop Xie Han Mo? Our best pawn has been destroyed. No. Frost-Tide tribe's leader laughed sinisterly. Don't worry about this, I still have a backup plan. I would like to hear more. Bu Su Lian sat up straight. Frost-Tide tribe's leader kept her in suspense. You will understand in a few days. A few days later, on the square of Saint City, Mermaid Dong Lei said in front of everyone, I, Dong Lei, am willing to replace Qiu Shuang and continue the sea god ceremony. Who is Dong Lei? She is one of Qiu Shuang's followers. I didn't expect Frost-Tide tribe's leader to have this prepared. According to our tribe's rules, sisters take turns. Dong Lei has the right to replace Qiu Shuang and participate in the sea god ceremony to compete for the saintess position. The surrounding people were discussing spiritedly. The origin of the sea god ceremony came from the mermaid race's legend. In the legend, the first batch of mermaids lived in the East Sea and built a small fishing village. One day, a huge sea beast attacked the island and created a tsunami that surrounded the island. The small fishing village was about to be destroyed. To save the villagers, Mermaid Ah-Ching knelt on the cliff and prayed to Sea God. Sea God heard her prayer and said, "Ah-Ching, I love to listen to beautiful songs. If you can sing 3 songs consecutively and satisfy me, I will chase away the sea beast, calm the sea and protect the small fishing village." Ah-Ching was overjoyed and quickly agreed. She sang the first song at the cliff and it was very beautiful. After singing, Sea God savored the lingering sound and calmed the roaring sea. Ah-Ching sang the second song. Her voice was beautiful and Sea God was intoxicated. The seaweed danced in the song and the fishes and prawns gathered around Ah-Ching and listened quietly. When Ah-Ching wanted to sing the third song, she didn't have the strength. She sang for 2 days and 2 nights straight and was really too tired. When she returned home, she called her sister Aya and told her everything. Then she passed away because she was too tired. Aya found it strange, but she was willing to inherit Ah-Ching's will. She also came to the cliff and said to Sea God, "Sea God, I am willing to replace my sister and sing the third song for you." Sea God said, "You can sing." Aya began to sing. Her voice was sad and melancholy, but it was also filled with determination. After she sang, Sea God was satisfied. The sea beast left and the small fishing village was saved. The mermaids would choose the saintess in the sea god ceremony and they would set up many tests. The content of these tests would change frequently, but the final part had never changed since ancient times. That was to compete in singing between mermaids. They would go up the stage and sing loudly on a special altar like Gu House. Everyone would have 3 chances to sing in a row, and based on the results of the 3 rounds, the only saintess among the competitors would be chosen. All the tests before that were just eliminations. If all the competitors were eliminated in the sea god ceremony, the saintess position would be empty. Chapter 1680. Xianxia looked at her deeply before flying up to the stage. The moment she landed on the stage, she was stunned. "Why are you?" She looked at Fang Yuan, extremely surprised. Fang Yuan interrupted her, "As your follower, I am qualified to go on stage and accompany you." "Go down," Xianxia quickly said, showing a rare hint of anxiety on her face. "You want to sing the same song? Even if the effect is better than Dong Lei, it does not count according to the rules. Trust me, I have a song that can compete." Fang Yuan interrupted Xianxia again, transmitting. Xianxia's heart wavered. Songs could not be changed casually, because they needed to coordinate with the goo worms. They had to be rehearsed many times. Changing the song often meant that the coordination of the goo worms had to be changed. In this unexpected situation, Xianxia could not change the goo worms. This required the song to be similar to the original song in terms of rhythm and melody. It might be possible if she had 100 or so days to compose. But in such a rush, the possibility was almost zero. The song cannot be the same, of course. But don't forget, when we were composing the song, I was involved. I have a similar song here, but you need to use your inspiration and pay attention to the coordination between the goo worms and my song. Fang Yuan transmitted. Also, these are the lyrics and the song. Xianxia was dazed before nodding. "Okay." Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. "Then let's begin." Xianxia also breathed in deeply, closing her eyes. This was her habit when she started singing. The crowd quieted down. The silence continued. Why aren't they singing? Gradually, some people started to wonder. How can they sing? They can't sing at all. Frost Tide Tribe's leader laughed loudly. His face was red. "Oh, sorry, can anyone lend me a zithergoo?" Fang Yuan broke the silence. "Everyone, you are the accompanist. In such an important ceremony like the sea god ceremony, you don't even have a zithergoo? Is it really okay for you to be so casual? I just need a rank 3 zithergoo. Can anyone lend me one?" Fang Yuan continued, looking towards the Grand Elder's direction. First Tribe Elder also knew that something had happened to Xianxia. She had some guesses in her heart. She quickly ordered people to send the zithergoo. Fang Yuan obtained the zithergoo and said, "This is a serious matter. Please let me refine this goo on the spot." "Everyone, what do you mean?" At the final juncture of the sea god ceremony, you are refining goo? Are you kidding me? What are you thinking as a human goo master? Are you messing with us? The moods of the merfolk all turned sour. The leader of the Frost-Tide tribe hurriedly signaled his subordinates, and a voice suddenly rang out, "You're using this as an excuse to stall for time." The crowd's emotions were about to surge, but Fang Yuan quickly shouted, "Then tell me, does the sea god ceremony stipulate that I cannot refine goo on the spot? I am refining goo to assist in the singing. We will start immediately after refining this goo." The Grand Clan Elder also said, "Indeed, there are no written rules in this area." "I agree. Quickly refine the goo worm and start. What do you all think?" The other elders looked at each other. Some of them wanted to speak, while others remained silent. Frost-Tide tribe leader's subordinates shouted again, "The sea god ceremony is such an important ceremony, you want all of us merfolk to wait for you to refine goo?" Fang Yuan immediately retorted, "I am refining goo for the sea god ceremony. The sea god ceremony is such an important ceremony, so what if you wait for a while? Whoever does not want to wait, or is impatient, you can step forward. You can also leave directly." This time, no one dared to retort. "You have a sharp tongue. When you land in my hands in the future, I will break all your teeth and pull out your tongue." Frost-Tide tribe's leader sneered. The giant shell floated on the sea. The merfolk warriors struggled to hold onto the bottom. Countless merfolk floated to the surface of the sea. Some were submerged in the water, with only their heads above the surface. Countless gazes gathered on Fang Yuan, watching him refine the zither goo. Xianxia, however, was ignored. She stood beside Fang Yuan, having a strange feeling. She had participated in the sea god ceremony once and became the saintess. She had also seen the sea god ceremony several times, but she had never seen such a scene. Fang Yuan's goo refinement speed was extremely fast. This was because the zither goo's owner cooperated. With the zither goo in hand, Fang Yuan stood up and stood behind Xianxia, saying confidently, "All right, we can start now." It has finally started. The merfolk let out a breath of turbid air. They were full of resentment. "I will let you sing. I want to hear what you can sing." Frost-Tide tribe's leader sneered. Below the stage, the Grand Elder, the Red Scales, and the Blue Scales guards all had worried expressions. Xianxia slowly closed her eyes. At this time, the zither music started. The zither goo was activated by Fang Yuan. It emitted a long and melodious zither music that lingered in the air. Xianxia slowly opened her eyes and started to sing. "Somewhere in the white moonlight's heart so bright yet so cold, everyone has a sorrowful past trying to hide, but trying to cover it up only makes it worse." The entire place was silent, only the sound of the waves could be heard. The beautiful song caused countless people to be intoxicated, unable to extricate themselves. "The white moonlight shines on both ends of the world in my heart but not by my side, unable to wipe away your tears at that time. The road is too long to ask for forgiveness." The song was sorrowful. The melody was simple but extremely beautiful. It moved forward layer by layer, causing a sorrowful atmosphere to envelop the entire place. Xianxia pure and sonorous voice had a penetrating power. It was gentle and exquisite. Like the pale moonlight, it was a little cold, but also a little warm. The giant seashell started to emit a white halo. The waves also seemed to not want to disturb this heavenly voice. They became softer and softer. "The white moonlight shines on both ends of the world. The more perfect it is, the more lonely it feels, unable to wipe away the tears from my memories. The road is too long to ask for forgiveness." Xianxia was also intoxicated. She looked towards the side, at Fang Yuan, who was concentrating on activating the zither goo. She thought to herself, "Is there sorrow in your heart too?" Countless merfolk shed tears. The pain of love, the tears were hidden in their hearts. Was there perfection in this world? There would always be loneliness. The white moonlight, somewhere in the heart so bright yet so cold, everyone has a sorrowful past wanting to hide but growing. After the song ended, the entire place was silent. Inside the goo house, Frost-Tide tribe's leader was frozen like a statue. His face was filled with shock and astonishment. The sea was calm, the dark clouds started to disperse, the moonlight shone on the giant seashell, illuminating Xiahan Mo and Fang Yuan. The two of them looked at each other gently. For the fastest novel reading without errors, please visit Chapter 1681. As the song faded away, the merfolk started to converse softly. What song is this? This is the first time I've heard it. It is too beautiful. Did you guys realize the song is good but Xiahan Mo is not up to standard? She made many mistakes when controlling the goo worms. Many merfolk had strange expressions as they discussed this. The true reason was that Fang Yuan and Xiahan Mo had not practiced it properly. If they practiced it once or twice, there would not be so many small mistakes. But even so, to be able to achieve this in the first round of cooperation, Xiahan Mo's attainment was already shocking enough. Now, the waves have calmed down, the weather is good, the dark clouds are gone, moonlight is shining. No matter how many mistakes Xiahan Mo made, the effect is clear. This result should be a draw. Xiahan Mo even has a slight advantage. Let's see what happens next. The merfolk were looking forward to the sea god ceremony even more. Grand Elder also saw many things. He let out a breath of air as he felt relieved. What is going on? Inside the goo house, Frost Tide Tribe's leader shouted. It seems that even though your plan succeeded, there was an accident. Bu Su Lian squinted, her gaze focused on Fang Yuan as she sighed. This man is not simple, no wonder Xiahan Mo likes him. I am familiar with songs. This song is likely his original work. This shows that this person has outstanding sound path attainment. Frost Tide Tribe's leader was suspicious. There are countless songs in this world. How can you be sure that this is his original work? Bu Su Lian smiled as she looked at Frost Tide Tribe's leader, not concealing the disdain in her eyes. You don't understand. Frost Tide Tribe's leader's expression turned even darker. Bu Su Lian, do you know how to speak properly? Bu Su Lian snickered. Ignoring Frost Tide Tribe's leader, she looked at Fang Yuan with shining eyes. Others might be afraid of Frost Tide Tribe's leader's force, but Bu Su Lian was not. This was not only because she was the former elder's widow, but also because of her extraordinary methods and talent. However, Bu Su Lian was wrong about one thing. Fang Yuan did not compose anything. This was a song from his previous life on Earth. This song style is unique and unheard of. It must be your original work. Fang Yuan, I didn't expect you to be so well-versed in the sound Dao. When Xiahan Mo walked down the stage, she transmitted her voice to Fang Yuan, and her tone was filled with praise and admiration. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. You flatter me. You saw it too. I even borrowed the zithergu. I don't have such deep attainments in sound Dao. You don't have to be modest. To be able to create such a song, your sound Dao attainments are already extraordinary. Perhaps you will have a bright future if you switch to cultivating sound Dao. Xiahan Mo looked at Fang Yuan with bright eyes and a sincere expression. Regarding this, Fang Yuan had already expected it. He didn't want to explain because it wasn't the main point and he couldn't explain it clearly. Now the focus is on the next two songs. If I'm not wrong, Fang Yuan wanted to say something but hesitated. They walked down the stage as Dong Lei went up right after. Even though Fang Yuan and Xiahan Mo's performance surprised her, she was not flustered at all. She still had a calm demeanor. She started to sing. Her beautiful voice attracted schools of fish of all sizes. As expected, Fang Yuan smiled coldly. Xiahan Mo's gaze also became colder. Lan Lin and Qi Lin looked at each other in dismay, their faces red with anger. This bitch is stealing our song again. Don't worry, I still have a song. Fang Yuan chuckled. He was full of confidence. Dong Lei went down the stage. It was their turn again. Fang Yuan played the accompaniment while Xiahan Mo sang and danced. When will the bright moon appear? I raise a cup of wine and ask the clear sky. I wonder what year it is in the heavenly palace. Once the song was played, the atmosphere changed. All the merfolk present closed their eyes in intoxication. I wish to return with the wind. I fear the Jade Palace is too high and lonely. I dance with my clear shadow. How does it feel to be in the mortal world? I turn to the vermilion pavilion, I lower myself to the beautiful house, I can't sleep. Xianxia thought back to the time when she was the saintess. She had a high position, yet she was alone. For a moment, her heart was filled with emotions. I wish to return with the wind, but the saintess jade palace binds me here. The chill is pressing, I can't sleep, who can dance with me? There should be no hatred, nothing is perfect after parting. People have joys and sorrows, the moon waxes and wanes. This matter is difficult to complete, but I hope that people can last for a long time, 1,000 miles together. After the song ended, the world became silent. Fishes, prawns, turtles and turtles floated on the surface of the sea. Seabirds also flew and circled. Many of them were birds that were active during the day, but they were attracted by the song while they were sleeping. The beautiful lyrics and the slow song were deeply engraved in the hearts of the merfolk, making them unable to free themselves. Xianxia looked at Fang Yuan and thought, is this a song he composed for me? She felt sympathy from the lyrics, comfort, and warmth. She was as pure as the moon, but she was slandered by outsiders. But now, the chill and irritation in her heart were gone. The rumors from before could no longer leave any traces in her heart. He knows me. In an instant, a mysterious and indescribable feeling rose in Xianxia's heart. The results were out. Comparing the two, Fang Yuan and Xianxia had a slight advantage. Dong Lei's expression was pale. She knew deeply that if not for Xianxia and Fang Yuan's poor coordination, she would not have the qualifications to compete in the third round. This person is definitely a threat. Frost Tide Tribe's leader gritted his teeth. With a loud sound, he punched the window frame of the goo house. You finally noticed. Wuxia Lian said plainly. Her tone had a trace of mockery. Frost Tide Tribe's leader snorted coldly. He did not have the mood to argue with Wuxia Lian. He had to quickly deal with the situation, because at this rate, Xianxia would definitely win after the third song. Fang Yuan? To think that he is such a huge problem. I need to get rid of this person. Frost Tide Tribe's leader thought to himself, but he also felt a headache. Normally, he had many methods to deal with Fang Yuan. But now, it was the sea god ceremony, under everyone's watchful eyes, there was little room for him to make a move. What do I do? Frost Tide Tribe's leader thought rapidly. His forehead was filled with cold sweat unknowingly. After thinking for a long time, Frost Tide Tribe's leader finally made a move. Fang Yuan, I am Frost Tide Tribe's leader. He transmitted to Fang Yuan, because this was the most likely method he could think of. Fang Yuan's expression changed, but he did not reply. Frost Tide Tribe's leader chuckled. You can listen quietly. You are a smart person, I know that. But you are still too young. You always have unrealistic and naive thoughts. Fang Yuan sneered, replying secretly, I am not naive, it is a type of ideal you won't understand. That's why you are acting foolishly, kid. Don't think that the two of you are standing on the stage, looking very impressive, but in reality, you are just chess pieces. Look at the flag flying in the wind, its base is the flagpole. You need to think about what you are relying on. Grand Tribe Elder? Go and ask around what kind of person is she. She has power and can suppress us, but she chose to let you be the vanguard. When Xianxia thoroughly investigated the corruption, did she do anything? Did she help you? She may have provided some help, but please believe me when I say that it was just a small favor that she did casually. Frost Tide Tribe's leader was quite eloquent. He continued, okay, even if we take 10,000 steps back and you win and keep the position of Saintess, so what? Do you really think that I will die? No, Frost Tide Tribe is the biggest tribe in the Saint Dynasty. If you want me to die, it will cause the entire Saint Dynasty to shake and even collapse. Grand Tribe Elder definitely doesn't have such a firm will, she just wants to give me a warning and tell me not to go overboard. So in the end, even if you find out, I will still be alive and continue to be the Frost Tide Tribe leader. At most, I will take out some scapegoats to put on an act and restrain myself a little. In the Sea God ceremony, almost every mermaid who is competing for the position of Saintess has a faction supporting them. Do you think this is just a simple Saintess selection? No, this is a game to let us, the higher-ups, compete for the next few decades in a way that doesn't harm us. Those with saintesses will get more, those without will get less. Fang Yuan, maybe you will hate and loathe the factions under the dark mantle. But you must understand that in this ocean, darkness is the ruler. The so-called light is just a shallow layer on the surface of the ocean. Mortals are attracted by its beauty and think that light is the truth of the ocean, that is, too naive. Fang Yuan kept silent. For the fastest and most up-to-date novel reading, please visit Chapter 1682. Blue Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven, Merfolk's Sacred City. In a room of an inn, the atmosphere was heavy. What do we do? In the next test, Zhao Lu's follower is about to go up. That person is famous in the sea, with him, we have no chance of winning. The two nannies had gloomy expressions. White-scaled mermaid Su Yi sat on the main seat, holding a cup as she looked at the tea in a daze. Missy, we can't hesitate anymore. That's right, the sea god ceremony has been going on for so long, only us and Zhao Lu's side are left, everyone else has been eliminated. And after the next test, it will be the final test. As long as we can overcome this obstacle, we will be able to fight for the Saintess throne. The two nannies urged anxiously. Su Yi sighed. But what can we do? The nannies quickly took a step forward and stood in front of Su Yi. Missy, didn't our clan also invite an expert that can match the other side? That's right, as long as we invite this expert, although we might not win, the gap will not be so big that we will be eliminated. Su Yi stared at the tea in the cup, sighing deeply. I understand the two nannies' suggestions. But there is one thing you may have forgotten. I only have 4 follower slots for the Saintess competition, we have already taken all of them. Even if the clan invites an expert, we can't take them out. The two nannies looked at each other, bright light flashed in their eyes. So that's it, Missy already had this plan, but she could not say it. They immediately understood. Nanny Rong said softly, Missy, this matter is hard to say, but it is also easy to say. We just need to abandon one of the followers. That's right. The other nanny said, according to the rules of the sea god ceremony, followers cannot be abandoned. But as long as one of them is tainted by corruption, favoritism, crimes, etc., for the purity of the sea god ceremony and the saintess, we can expel him. Won't the empty slots be used for the expert invited by the clan? Su Yi's expression changed as she rejected. That's not appropriate. Causing such a scandal during such an important ceremony like the sea god ceremony would stain the reputation of the person involved for the rest of his life, and he would never be able to clear his name. Including you 4 followers, all of you have helped me a lot. How can I repay kindness with enmity? My young miss, those who achieve great things don't bother with trifles. What's a little sacrifice? I suggest we start with that Charlene. Her foundation is shallow. It is obvious that she is a little mermaid that no one likes, who knows what kind of luck she had to obtain rank 5 gather oil goo. Seeing Su Yi's unhappy expression, Granny Rong immediately added, of course, we're not framing you. Instead, she used reason and emotion. Xia Lin looked like a reasonable lady. Eldest miss, why don't you let me handle this matter? I'll talk to her. It's fine even if I have to pay a price. Compared to the position of the saintess, everyone knows which is more important. This. Su Yi hesitated. Another granny immediately added, eldest miss, we are not forcing Xia Lin, nor are we trying to harm her. This is a cooperation between us. Speaking of which, what is reputation? Xia Lin is a poor child, she cares more about material things. It is very likely that she heard our thoughts and is very happy, she wants to make a deal with us, losing some reputation in exchange for huge benefits. Leave, let me think about it. Su Yi's brows furrowed as she ordered them to leave. The two grannies looked at each other before leaving. A few days later, rumors about Xia Lin had spread far and wide. It's her, that shameless mermaid, she betrayed Su Yi, who was her benefactor, in order to cling to riches. No wonder Lady Su Yi was always at a disadvantage, to think that there was a traitor. I really want to skin this despicable person alive. She still has the face to look for Sui. She is truly shameless. Xia Lin pursed her lips as she walked up the inn stairs under everyone's pointing fingers. So, halfway through, Mermaid Granny Rong stopped Xia Lin with a cold expression. I was wronged, I want to see Sister Sui. Xia Lin raised her head and looked at Granny Rong with an anxious expression. Granny Rong sneered, Xia Lin, what are you trying to do? Eldest Miss is very sad because of what happened to you. You still want to see Eldest Miss Sui at this crucial moment of the Sea God ceremony? You are truly vicious. Are you trying to disgust our Eldest Miss so that we will perform poorly? It's not like that, Granny Rong, listen to me. What else do you want to say? What is there to say? You shameless scum, we were blind to have taken you in. Scram. Granny Rong lost her patience. Her tone was sharp and overbearing. You don't believe me, but I believe Sister Sui. I won't leave without seeing her. Xia Lin's eyes turned red and flickered with a stubborn light. Are you forcing me to make a move? Granny Rong said ruthlessly. So, at this moment, Sui finally appeared. She floated down the stairs. Sister Sui. Xia Lin was overjoyed. She wanted to walk up but was stopped by Granny Rong. Xia Lin. Sui looked at Xia Lin with a complicated tone. Sister Sui, you must believe me. I am not someone who betrayed you. Xia Lin argued. Do you need us to investigate? At this moment, a group of mermen barged into the first floor of the inn, attracting everyone's attention. This group of mermen walked to Xia Lin. Xia Lin, right? I am Sacred City's investigator. Someone reported you for taking bribes, betraying Sui, attempting to taint the sacred sea god ceremony, and manipulating the saintess selection. We are here to arrest you. Come with us and tell us everything. No, I am innocent. Xia Lin's face turned pale from fright. She retorted loudly. Whether you are innocent or not, we will have to wait for the results of our investigation. The investigator's expression was cold. No, I will not go with you. I was framed. Someone framed me. Xia Lin was terrified. She kept shaking her head. You don't want to go with us? That is not up to you. I'm going to bring her back. The investigator ordered as the Merman Gu masters behind him moved. At this time, Sui spoke. Sister Sui. Xia Lin's eyes shined with hope. But Sui shook her head. Sister Xia Lin, I do not believe you would betray me. But now that the investigator is here, we need to believe in Sacred City's justice. I firmly believe that they will prove your innocence. Go with them. As long as we get the results of the investigation, it will prove your innocence, right? Sister Sui. The light in Xia Lin's eyes dimmed. Go, go. Xia Lin lowered her head, walking to the investigator. I was framed, but I will go with you. The investigator showed a satisfied smile. That's right, let's go. Xia Lin was quickly brought to the interrogation room. These information path goo worms are solid evidence. Take a good look at them. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't have any wishful thinking. The investigator smiled sinisterly, pointing at the information path mortal goo on the only table in the room. Xia Lin looked at them with her divine sense. Soon, a look of intense shock appeared on her face. These images and voices are all fake. I've never said such a thing. You want to explain yourself like this in front of this evidence? Who would believe you? The investigator sneered. I definitely did not say such a thing. Xia Lin was anxious. The invigilator raised his hand and stopped Xia Lin from arguing. He laughed. I know you were wronged. Xia Lin was stunned. What did you say? You were wrongly accused, the invigilator repeated. Xia Lin was dazed. She blinked her eyes before saying, in that case, why did you? Because this is Lady Su Yi's request. The investigator smiled again. What do you mean? Don't try to sow discord. Xia Lin shouted angrily. You are really naive, young lady. Then I'll have a good talk with you. Do you know who Lady Su Yi's father is? Do you know what the current situation is like in the sea god ceremony? The invigilator spoke slowly. His words made Xia Lin's jaw drop. After a long while, she reacted, I don't believe that this is all Sister Su Yi's scheme. Since she wants me to abdicate, I will do so. As long as she tells me, I will not reject her." The investigator looked at Xia Lin mockingly and retorted mercilessly, "Do you think the sea god ceremony is something you can withdraw from as you wish? If everyone can withdraw as they wish, then the competition for the saintess position would be purely a competition of family background and power. There is only one situation: the follower will be forced to withdraw. At the same time, his or her position will be empty, and someone else can be inserted." Xia Lin said in a daze, "It's my situation." The investigator smiled. "That's right. Have you become smarter? All right, there are two paths in front of you now. The first path is to deny the evidence and insist that you are innocent. Of course, the evidence cannot be erased, no one will believe you. The second path is to cooperate with us. If you plead guilty, although your reputation will be damaged, we will still give you ample compensation. You can choose one." Xia Lin smiled bitterly and lowered her head. Did she even have a choice? The other party tricked her into the interrogation room. Such a scene was to prevent her from rejecting. Even if she refused, she would be framed and convicted of a crime. She did not have the power to resist, much less the right to reject. Silence. After a long silence, the investigator spoke softly, "Xia Lin, if you don't speak, I will take it that you chose the second path. The truth is right in front of us. I believe that smart people will make this choice. This is beneficial to both of us, isn't it?" "I refuse." Xia Lin suddenly raised her head and said, "For the fastest novel reading, please visit She was still a young girl. Her previous determination was more of a disguise. "Little girl, slow down." Suddenly, from a corner of the alley, 3 mermen ran out. Xia Lin was stunned before becoming vigilant. These 3 mermen had a roguish aura and an evil gaze. They were clearly up to no good. Most importantly, each of them had the aura of a rank 2 Gu master. Xia Lin was only a rank 2 Gu master. "What do you want?" Xia Lin retreated. "What do we want?" The 3 mermaids looked at each other and laughed evilly in unison. "Little girl, it is fate that brought us together. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? You can't leave now even if you want to." At this time, 2 more rank 2 Mermangu masters came out from behind Xia Lin. Xia Lin's heart sank. Not only were there 5 against 1, her path was blocked. Even though this place was not far from the main street, the enemies were all Gu masters and this was clearly an ambush. They definitely had methods to suppress the commotion to the minimum. The 5 mermen approached Xia Lin step by step. Xia Lin was flustered. She could only retreat and lean against the wall. The cold wall made her feel even more helpless. She gritted her teeth and frowned, suddenly saying, "Come, even if I die, I will drag you down with me." "Oh, little girl, you have guts. You are quite spicy. Big brother likes this kind of girl." The 5 Mermangu masters laughed and laughed. They showed no fear, but their footsteps were slowing down. Suddenly, Xia Lin felt an intense dizziness. She was attacked. She was shocked. She turned around and saw that the wall had melted. A 6th Mermangu master came out. "I was tricked." The moment she fainted, Xia Lin felt a chill in her heart. She fainted. "Ah, leader, your move was really good. Quickly deal with the scene. This is the sea god ceremony after all." The 6 mermen surrounded Xia Lin. "Wake up, wake up." A deep voice resounded in the darkness. Xia Lin gradually opened her eyes. The scene of the alleyway entered her eyes again. The pain at the back of her head reminded her. She got a fright and struggled to get up from the ground. Then, she saw the 6 mermaids lying on the ground motionlessly in all sorts of strange postures. At the center of the 6 mermen was a human Gu master. At the next moment, Xia Lin cried out in joy, "Master Chu, it's you." "It's me. I have been paying attention to the sea god ceremony. I have heard about your matter. You were abandoned by Su Yi, right?" Feng Yuan smiled lightly. Instantly, Xia Lin's tears fell as she choked, "Master Chu, I have a way of judging people. although I have not interacted with you much, you are definitely not that kind of person. Fang Yuan continued. Xia Lin heard this and could not help but cover her face as she sobbed. She was like a wronged child who finally had her grievances cleared. Fang Yuan watched her cry quietly for a while before patting her shoulder. Let's go. To where? Xia Lin was slightly dazed. I'm partly responsible for your current predicament. Fang Yuan sighed. If I did not give you gather oil goo, you would not have been chosen by Su Yi and participated in this sea god ceremony. So, I will bring you away. Follow me, we will leave this place. Xia Lin nodded. She had lost interest in the sacred city long ago. Fang Yuan led the way as Xia Lin obediently followed behind him. At the end of the alley was another street. It was still filled with people. The shops on both sides were bustling with activity. There was even a lion dance in the middle of the street. Facing the crowd again, Xia Lin felt some fear and disgust, but Fang Yuan was already ahead. She could only grit her teeth and follow. Snap. The moment they walked out of the alley, Fang Yuan snapped his fingers. At the next moment, Xia Lin stared with wide eyes. Her mouth opened so wide that she could swallow an egg. She was incomparably shocked to see that the whole street had fallen into a state of stillness. This is... She spoke incoherently. It's just a little trick, come. Fang Yuan waved at her, then went into the crowd. Xia Lin quickened her steps and followed closely. This was a wondrous experience she had never experienced before. She walked past a pair of mermen who seemed to be talking to each other. They seemed to be a couple. She saw that in the shop, a customer was haggling with a worker. The spittle that flew out of the worker's mouth was suspended in the air. It almost landed on the customer's face. There was also a small dog that was moving between the legs and the merman's tail. Its body was twisting as it moved around a blue-scaled merman. 3 of its paws were in the air while 1 was on the ground. Xia Lin stared with wide eyes as she looked at the various expressions of the people. They were so lively and interesting, all of her frustrations were thrown to the back of her mind. Fang Yuan walked very quickly, his body was very agile. Xia Lin had a hard time chasing after him. But she was careless and bumped into a strong human goo master. The human goo master floated up. His movement was still the same as before, but his feet were already half separated from the ground. His entire body was slanted. Sorry. She was just about to help this human goo master up when Fang Yuan grabbed her. Come. Fang Yuan handed her a mask. Master Chu, you are? Xia Lin was perplexed. Fang Yuan did not bring her across the street. He brought her to the lion dance team at the center. Fang Yuan handed her a mask. It was colorful, made from fish scales and bird feathers. Fang Yuan pointed at this lion dance team, saying, Don't you feel they are missing 2 crucial characters? Xia Lin nodded. They are performing a sea lion winter-spring play. They lack a male and female lead. One is a filial son fishing on the ice. The other is a mermaid princess playing outside. But this play should be a spontaneous performance. They are not a real opera troupe. It is normal for them to be missing people. At the start, it might have been a goo master who took out a mask and put on the opera costume to express his joy. But along the way, more and more goo masters joined in. These people were definitely opera fans. They loved this kind of culture. In fact, in the whole grotto heaven, there were all sorts of operas. It was the trend of this paradise. My method can only last for a while. Quickly put on this mask, we will follow the crowd. Fang Yuan said urgently, not giving Xia Lin a chance to refuse. But Xia Lin subconsciously took the mask. After putting it on, her heart calmed down. This way, no one would recognize her. The pressure in her heart was greatly reduced. But very quickly her face turned red. Because she saw Fang Yuan also put on a mask, it was the filial son fishing on the ice. This way, aren't I and Master Chu the male and female lead? This discovery made Xia Lin's heart jump. For the fastest novel reading without mistakes, please visit Chapter 1684. Snap. Fang Yuan snapped his fingers again. Everything in the surroundings went from stillness to activity again. That mermaid couple held hands as they continued to move forward. As the two haggled in the shop, their saliva finally landed on the customer's face, but the customer did not notice it. The puppy's 3 paws landed on the ground. It successfully threw the blue-scaled merman behind it and continued to move through the forest of legs. It was extremely agile. Xianxia stared with wide eyes, looking at this in amazement. This was too mystical. Master Chu's methods are really amazing. This is probably a rank 5 time path killer move? Xianxia guessed. Plop. The human goo master that Xianxia knocked fell to the ground. He also affected the people behind him, causing a small commotion. How can such a big person walk? Someone complained. Sorry. The muscular human goo master was very polite. He quickly apologized. This was the sacred city of the mermaids after all. At the same time, the evil energy in this paradise was much lower than the outside world of the 5 regions. I was walking normally. Why did I fall? Strange. The human goo master had a puzzled expression. He quickly stood up and followed the crowd. Xianxia stuck out her tongue, looking at the human goo master's back as she apologized softly. Strangely enough, she felt a little joy from playing a prank. Just as she was about to reflect on herself, her hand was grabbed by Fang Yuan. Follow me. Fang Yuan dragged her as he sped up, running to the front of the lion dance team. The entire lion dance team was dazed at first, but they danced even more quickly. The accompanying music became louder. Our people are finally here, huh? Someone laughed loudly. You know how to dance, right? Fang Yuan smiled. He moved his legs first. He was playing the role of a filial son lying on ice. His movements were simple and elegant. There was a sense of beauty to them. The surrounding people cheered. Fang Yuan followed the crowd as he danced to Xianxia. It's your turn. At the next moment, Fang Yuan's voice entered Xiaolin's ears. Charlene's heart was pounding. She was so nervous. Although she often practiced this opera when she was young, she had never performed it in public under such circumstances. She began to dance, her movements rigid. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, stretching out his hand and holding her hands, leading her to dance. Wisdom path methods were secretly used by him. Xiaolin immediately felt more agile. The dance moves of this opera appeared in her mind. They were extremely clear. The two of them sang and danced along with the flow of the crowd. The members of the lion dance were all wearing colorful costumes and strange masks. A few of them were even playing the role of a huge golden sea lion. Wherever they went, everyone's gaze would first be on them. As the core of the team, the male and female protagonists were the focus of attention. Charlene was very nervous at first, but as she got better, she became more confident. She was immersed in the joyous atmosphere, forgetting the sadness of being wronged. She could hear the cheers and shouts of the people, and the whistles of the libertines. Even if Charlene made some mistakes, it would only attract friendly laughter. There was a huge crowd. Along the way, some of the lion dance team members left, while others joined. Unknowingly, Charlene started to laugh. It was as clear as a bell. An unprecedented happiness and joy filled her heart. This was something she had never felt since coming to Sacred City. She was immersed in this happiness, unable to extricate herself. At the same time, there was a sense of fear in her heart. She asked herself, was this all real? I really feel like I'm dreaming. Charlene's gaze was glued to Fang Yuan, her heart filled with emotions. It's time to leave. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's movements changed. He pulled Charlene and left the opera team, walking to the side of the street. Charlene was caught off guard. She was pulled into Fang Yuan's arms. She bumped into Fang Yuan's chest. A dense masculine scent assaulted her nose. Charlene's mask almost fell off. She quickly held it, using the mask to cover her flushed face. Let's go this way. Fang Yuan pulled her again. He walked forward and entered the alley. It was another alley, dim light, with trash and a stench. Nobody cared about it. Fang Yuan let go of Charlene's hand and walked in front. Charlene instantly felt her heart empty. She quickly followed. The two of them walked in the long alley, one in front and one behind. Fang Yuan did not make a sound. The alley echoed with his monotonous footsteps. The bustling street, the surging crowd, all became softer and softer. Charlene left them behind. A cold and secluded atmosphere permeated Xia Lin's body and mind from the surroundings. The happiness from before were like a leaking bucket, following Charlene all the way, leaking all the way. Gradually, troubles found her again. The melancholy from before attacked her again. Charlene really wanted to find something to talk to Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan kept walking forward. He did not turn his head back. The oppressive atmosphere made Charlene not dare to speak casually. Finally, they were about to reach the exit of the alley. Although the street here was not as lively as before, there were still many people. It was very noisy. Fang Yuan suddenly stopped. He turned and asked Charlene, "Have you thought about it?" Charlene was stunned. Think about what? Fang Yuan smiled. He pointed at the mask on Charlene's face. "Do you want to wear it across the street, or do you want to walk in front of everyone with your original face?" Charlene was stunned again. Fang Yuan continued, "When I entered the alley, I threw away the mask on my face, but you kept wearing it. Do you feel embarrassed? Are you afraid of showing your true face? Are you worried that you will lose the happiness you just had?" The series of questions made Charlene at a loss. She could not answer. After a moment of silence, she seemed to understand something. She took off the mask on her face, revealing her true face. "Master Chu, I understand your intentions. Thank you, I really thank you. I am only an ordinary mermaid." Fang Yuan stretched out his hand, interrupting her. "I said it before, a large part of your current situation is caused by me. I should compensate you." "Master, what are you saying? You bestowed me gather oil goo. That is already a huge favor. You do not owe me anything. I am the one who owes you too much." Charlene quickly explained. "That is your opinion, not mine." Fang Yuan shook his head, his expression turning solemn. "Look, you were mocked and ridiculed by others earlier, but just now, you were welcomed and encouraged by people. There is a huge difference between the two. What is the reason? Is it because of this mask?" Chapter 1685. Master, I will never forget your guidance. The mermaid girl had a solemn expression as she took half a step back and bowed to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. "My efforts were not in vain. But sometimes, it is easier said than done. Let me ask you, what do you want to do the most now?" Xia Lin hesitated. "I want to follow you, Master Chu." This sentence immediately appeared in her mind. But before she could speak, Fang Yuan shook his head. "You have not thought about it. Think about it when you have time in the future. Actually, I don't care what you want to do. Do you know what I want to do?" Xia Lin shook her head, but at the next moment, her pupils dilated, her body froze and did not move. Because Fang Yuan slowly stretched out his hand and touched her face. Bang 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 bang. Xia Lin's face was flushed red. Her heart was beating rapidly and her eyes were filled with ripples of autumn water. She felt the warmth and breadth of Fang Yuan's palm. This feeling was like a tiny electric current that spread throughout her body and mind. It was clearly a very ordinary action, but it made Xia Lin unable to move. Fang Yuan retracted his hand. "You still have a mask on your face." Xia Lin was bewildered. She heard Fang Yuan continue. "Sometimes, we put on a mask of our own accord. Sometimes, others force us to put on a mask. Now, I want to take off the mask on your face. You have to cooperate with me, understand?" Master, you don't need to." Xia Lin vaguely knew what Fang Yuan wanted to do. She stuttered as she tried to dissuade him. Fang Yuan waved his hand. "My heart will be happy as long as I don't take off this mask. I don't want to hurt my feelings. Since you feel that you owe me, then cooperate with me as compensation." At this point, how could Xia Lin reject? She knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Fang Yuan 3 times before standing up silently. "Master Chu, I will do whatever you tell me to do." "Okay, then become the saintess." "What?" A few days later, the final test of the sea god ceremony, everyone was watching. Su Yi looked at Xia Lin in extreme shock. It was as if she had seen a ghost. The 2 nannies below the stage were also stunned. After hearing the Grand Elder's explanation, the crowd went into an uproar. Su Yi originally had victory in her grasp because her opponent was heavily injured in the previous round and could not go on stage due to the short amount of time. But unexpectedly, an accident happened. The long-lost younger sister of his competitor had been found. It was the mermaid Xia Lin in front of him. Isn't this too melodramatic? Unbelievable! Xia Lin, isn't she the one who betrayed Su Yi and sold out her master for glory? That is just a rumor spread by Su Yi's side. The real reason was that Su Yi wanted to squeeze out a follower spot. I heard that the invigilator has already pleaded guilty. There's even evidence of him coercing Xia Lin. It's irrefutable. This is even more exciting than the singing in the opera. The crowd discussed animatedly and gradually became excited. The two old women sent private messages to each other. What the hell is going on? Why did the public's opinion change so suddenly? And we did not arrange for an invigilator at all. Why did he suddenly plead guilty? Su Yi's expression was very ugly, but Xia Lin was calm. She looked at the crowd with a calm attitude. Fang Yuan's earlier teachings seemed to have elevated her to a whole new level. Seeing that Xia Lin did not put her in her eyes, Su Yi felt even more annoyed. She snorted coldly, "Xia Lin, I really did not expect that we would meet again in this manner." I also did not expect it. Xia Lin looked at Su Yi and said honestly, "The ups and downs these few days were like a dream." Su Yi snorted coldly again. "No matter what you are plotting, this final test is not something any merman can pass. The saintess of this sea god ceremony will definitely be me." "Oh." Xia Lin replied plainly. Su Yi instantly felt like her punch landed on cotton. It was extremely uncomfortable. Xia Lin started to look at the crowd again. There were too many people. They were densely packed together. Master Chu said that he would look for me in the crowd. But which one is he? Why can't I find him? Could it be that he had disguised himself? His divine ability is too great. If he wants to hide his identity, I will never be able to find him. After this matter is over, I will tell him that I want to leave with him. I wonder if he will agree to it? This question lingered in Xia Lin's mind. The saintess position had no attraction compared to the answer to this question. In the first round, Xia Lin won against Su Yi. In the second round, Xia Lin won against Su Yi again. Such a result was out of everyone's expectations. The audience went into an uproar as they discussed and expressed their shock. Fang Yuan was hidden in the crowd. His expression was similar to the people around him, but his heart was cold. These last few days, he had been secretly nurturing Xia Lin. He did not hesitate to use time path immortal methods to gain a lot of time to train her to a certain extent. Adding on the songs that Fang Yuan personally composed, there was also the sound path gu worm that Fang Yuan gave to Xia Lin. It was specially made for her. And when Su Yi and Xia Lin went on stage to sing, Fang Yuan had secretly done something to affect their performance. The former's performance was not smooth, while the latter's performance was getting better with Fang Yuan's secret support. Other than us outsiders, this grotto heaven originally had no gu immortals. Now that I am using immortal methods, do you think I can't control this grand ceremony of mortal gu masters? What do we do? The third round is about to begin. The two nannies were sweating profusely. They were sent by the clan to assist Su. If Su Yi did not obtain the saintess position, they would not be able to escape the clan's responsibility. Su Yi's expression was pale as she looked at Xia Lin. This was like a dream. From Su Yi's point of view, Xia Lin was just an ordinary and dull girl. But because she had gathered oil gu and was a merman, she had the intention to make use of her. Although she felt uncomfortable when she ostracized Xia Lin earlier, she did not think much of it. Even if Xia Lin wanted to take revenge, what could she do? She was alone and only had rank 2 cultivation. Wouldn't she be at the mercy of others? If not for the saintess position in sight and Su Yi did not want to be distracted, she would have used this chance to snatch Xia Lin's rank 5 gu worm. This was not returning kindness with enmity. Could a rank 2 gu master protect a rank 5 gu worm? This was the sin of possessing a precious item. Thus, in Su Yi's opinion, rather than Xia Lin being harmed, she might as well persuade her to contribute gather oil gu to her clan. Chapter 1686. 500 Years of Fang Yuan's Previous Life. Sea God Ceremony. Naive? Facing Frost Tide Tribe's leader's long-winded speech, Fang Yuan fell into silence. But he was silent for a short while before he chuckled, transmitting his voice. You think I don't know what you are saying? You think I am an inexperienced young man? No, I understand all these tricks, I am very clear about them. I know these facts, and I accept them. Fang Yuan was forced to leave Qingmao Mountain. He went to southern border, then western desert, and finally eastern sea. He had struggled on the verge of death. He had worried about 1 or 2 yuan stone. He had bent his back. He had groveled in front of experts and rich lives. He had also sat on the main seat, drinking tea and listening to his subordinates' reports. He was lowly, he was glorious, he was lofty, he was ordinary. Including his life on Earth, and the adventures he went through when he transmigrated here, his vision was innately higher than that of ordinary people. His experiences were also rich and exciting. They could be written into a book. How could such a person not understand the world? Frost Tide Tribe's leader was going crazy. He quickly replied, "Since you know this is the truth, you should understand that you are taking a risk now. This is the internal conflict of us mermen. You are a human Gu master. You are not strong. Why are you getting involved? You like Xianxia? I can guarantee that after this is done, I will give you even more beautiful mermaids. Don't doubt my sincerity. I can swear to the sea god." A merman swearing to the sea god, such sincerity is unquestionable. Fang Yuan's tone changed. Even though I accept this fact, it does not mean I like it. You think I like Xianxia? No, I only want to help her. Why would I take such a risk? Because I have a principle: kindness must be repaid, hatred must be repaid. I have used lifespan Gu. I have lived much longer than you can imagine. I had hoped to live forever, but now I am getting sick of this idea. Life is getting more and more boring. Sometimes, the destination of the road is not important. What's important is the process of walking, as well as the state of mind when walking. The leader of the Frost Tide Tribe couldn't help but widen his eyes when he heard this. He couldn't understand Fang Yuan's lifestyle. You're saying that the position of the saintess isn't important, but the process of you helping the saintess is important? Not bad, but there's more. The dark politics you mentioned and the mermaid beauties you promised to give me are not important. Although I know about it, I have never cared about it. Perhaps you can understand a little. I've lived long enough, and I'm tired of wearing a mask. To me, death is not scary at all. Right now, I just want to live with my truest self and use the method I want to use the most to achieve my goal. Only by living like this can I feel the passion of life and desire for life. Frost Tide Tribe leader was dumbfounded. He finally understood a little and shouted, "So you are a madman. You've said so much because you've lived long enough and don't want to live anymore. You want to court death. So be it if you were a Gu Immortal, but you're just a mere rank 3 Gu master. You want to live on your own will? You're dreaming." Fang Yuan laughed. You think you can live on your own will after becoming a Gu Immortal? Live without a mask? Where there are people, there will be conflicts and conflicts. Survival and living are 2 different things. How you want to live doesn't depend on your strength and cultivation level, it only depends on your heart. After pausing for a moment, Fang Yuan continued, "Actually, having low strength is also very interesting. When you truly live with your true face, having low strength will cause you to face more difficulties and challenges in reality." What do you want such lofty ideals for? With such ideals, doesn't it make the vast majority of us look very vulgar and ordinary? You're courting death. The leader of the Frost Tide Tribe hated Fang Yuan to the core. This hatred was even more intense because of some secret and undetectable fear in the bottom of his heart. The leader of the Frost Tide Tribe wanted nothing more than to skin Fang Yuan alive. He wanted nothing more than for him to die immediately. But he couldn't do that now. This was the Sea God ceremony. The last song. Xianxia and Fang Yuan went on stage together. Fang Yuan played the accompaniment, and Xianxia's voice floated up. The sea laughs at the surging tides floating and sinking with the waves. Remembering today, heaven laughs at the tides of the world. Who wins and who loses, only heaven knows. The ups and downs of life were like the tides, there were high and there were low. Why was there a need to always worry about success or failure? His carefree and romantic feelings immediately intoxicated the listener. The rivers and mountains laugh at the distant misty rain. The waves wash away the mortal world. How many do you know? The cool breeze laughs and provokes loneliness. Lofty sentiments still remain. Lofty sentiments, free and uninhibited, all kinds of ideals, in the mortal world will be washed away by the waves. Even life itself would perish. What's the big deal? A gentleman doesn't succumb to external things. He stands aloof and forgets about gains and losses. Fate is unpredictable. Why should one uphold one's nature, abandon the mask, and search for one's true self? I have lofty sentiments, I have my loneliness. Even if it's the sunset of life, I have my brilliance. Everyone was stunned. The leader of the Frost Tide tribe's face was pale and his body trembled. He knew he would definitely lose this battle. The seas laugh at the surging tides of the world floating and sinking with the waves. Remembering today, heaven laughs at the tides of the world. Heaven knows who wins and who loses. Mountains laugh at the distant misty rain. The waves wash away the mortal world. How many do you know? The common people are no longer lonely. The lofty sentiments are still smiling foolishly. I fought my way through the mortal world. I was born, I entered the world. I lived my own life, I lived according to my heart, even when the waves caused me to rise and fall, up and down, life and death. I never felt wronged, resentment, fear, or worry. I savor this feeling. I will still smile foolishly. I have a true nature. I am a true person. On the stage, Fang Yuan closed his eyes, activating goo worms to his heart's content. The zither music was melodious. Frost Tide tribe's leaders stared at him with a dazed expression, muttering, "Demon, demon." Xie Hanimo was also in a daze as she sang. She looked at Fang Yuan, her beautiful eyes shining with an extraordinary light. She thought to herself, this kind of free and easy life, isn't this what I yearn for? Fang Yuan was able to create such a song. He truly has an immortal nature. In this life. Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven, Merman's Sacred City. Sea God Ceremony. Xialin appeared, the third song. The seas laugh, surging with the tides of the world. Floating and sinking with the waves, remembering today. Heaven laughs, tides of the world. Who will win and who will lose, only heaven knows. The crowd was shaken, Su Yi's face was ashen, the outcome was obvious. Xialin was already in a daze. Master Chu's image was raised infinitely in her heart at this moment. He was like the moon and the clouds. The familiar melody resounded in Fang Yuan's ears again, reality and memories intertwined in his mind at this moment. He had once stood on the stage and played the accompaniment, smiling with his eyes closed. Right now, he was watching from below the stage, his eyes shining with eerie light. Hundreds of years of vicissitudes, the power of time had changed him, but it also seemed like it did not change him. Chapter 1687. The Sea God ceremony ended. The result was a huge shock. The saintess was someone no one expected, Xialin. Saintess Palace was bright and beautiful. There were groups of servants. Xialin had already changed into saintess attire. Her fishtail was on the clouds and she wore a white veil. At this moment, she opened the window and looked at the huge courtyard. Those colorful corals could not attract her attention. Her eyes were dazed and unfocused. It has been a few days since the Sea God ceremony ended. Master Chu did not appear after secretly transmitting to me on the day of the ceremony. When will he return? Saintess, your sister is here to visit. At this moment, a maid walked behind Xialin and reported. Xialin frowned slightly. She sighed and said, "Invite her in." Xialin's sister, Zhao Lu, entered the saintess palace. Of course, she was only Xialin's sister in name, but after Fang Yuan tampered with her memories, this sister never suspected Xialin's true identity. "Sister, have you considered what I said a few days ago?" Zhao Lu went straight to the point. Xia Lin shook her head. I am very sorry, I do not want to get involved in other matters. The saintess position is not what I want. If possible, I do not want to be a saintess. Zhao Lu laughed. Her laughter was filled with mockery and jealousy. She and Su Yi competed until they lost. Then Xia Lin appeared out of nowhere and was given a chance by the faction that supported her. They did not expect her to succeed. The political faction behind Zhao Lu naturally would not let Xia Lin go. They wanted to use her as their representative. But before Fang Yuan left, he transmitted his voice to Xia Lin, telling her not to agree to anyone and join any political faction. Therefore, Xia Lin had rejected Zhao Lu a few days ago. As for Zhao Lu, her mood wasn't that great. First of all, her long-lost younger sister had suddenly reappeared. Apart from the connection of blood, she had no other feelings for her. Secondly, she worked so hard for so long, but the saintess position was snatched away by Xia Lin, who cut the queue. This was equivalent to snatching away her lifelong dream. In the end, the force behind her wanted her to step forward and persuade her younger sister Xia Lin to join their side, but Xia Lin rejected. Because of all these, Zhao Lu's mood was naturally not good. Xia Lin, my sister, if you really don't want to become the saintess, why did you stand out then? Don't say such things to big sister, we both understand. If you have any requests, feel free to state them. I guarantee that this deal will satisfy you. Zhao Lu decided to lay it all out. Xia Lin's frown deepened. She knew that Zhao Lu wasn't her sister, it was just Master Chu's doing. Now that she heard Zhao Lu's words, Xia Lin's impression of her dropped significantly. Big sister, Xia Lin said softly, I'm sorry, I really don't want to get involved in these matters. But don't worry, I've even rejected you, so I definitely won't cooperate with other forces. Zhao Lu's eyes widened. Charlene, you're too naive, you actually think so? I always thought that you were just waiting for the right price. Alas, I overestimated you. Since that's the case, let me make it clear, without our support, you will die, do you understand? Xia Lin was slightly stunned, she stared at Zhao Lu. Don't tell me, Zhao Lu shook her head, don't think too much, we never had the intention to harm you even if you don't cooperate with us in the end. Because you are the saintess, a person recognized by the sea god, who among the merfolk forces would dare to do anything to you. Once the plot is exposed, they will die without a burial ground. What I want to tell you is, every chosen saintess has a very important mission. The mission did not have any detailed content. As for what the mission was, just by looking at this mission, others would have no idea. But Fang Yuan had already investigated it. In this merman's sacred court, the chosen saintesses all had one important mission, that was to purify demon suppression regret crying sea. If there was such a mission, then Fang Yuan could enter demon suppression regret crying sea. But the problem was, Fang Yuan was not sure if such a mission would appear on the merit obelisk. So Fang Yuan needed to support a saintess, and this saintess should have no one to rely on, and her strength should be low. This way, the saintess would not be able to complete her mission, she would need help from outsiders. In this grotto heaven, other than the suppressed demonic immortals, there were probably no native Gu immortals. Demon suppression regret crying sea was extremely dangerous. Every once in a while, it would accumulate demonic nature. The method of restraining it in the grotto heaven was to choose saintesses. They had to sacrifice themselves and advance wave after wave. The saintess mission was very important. If the saintess generation stopped for too long, the demonic nature might spread to the whole grotto heaven. Of course, this did not exclude the possibility of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's ambush. Everything Fang Yuan did was to facilitate the creation of this mission. From the results, his plan was perfect. Without hesitation, Fang Yuan accepted this mission and teleported to the sacred city again. Several days later, Saintess Xia Lin stood on a giant tortoise, slowly moving towards demon suppression regret crying sea. Behind her was Fang Yuan. The journey was calm and peaceful, but suddenly, a strong wind blew, crying sounds could be heard along with the wind. I regret it so much. Why did I provoke Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable? I regret it so much. Xiaolin was shocked. She quickly looked at Fang Yuan. Master Chu, no worries. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. He secretly used wisdom path methods to calm down Xiaolin and the giant tortoise. This crying sound was like an immortal killer move. It could affect the emotions of ordinary people. The closer they got to the center of demon suppression regret crying sea, the louder and more concentrated the crying sounds. I regret it. I should not have killed so many people. I regret it. I should not have left to pursue strength. If only I could stay by my parents' side and fulfill my filial piety. I repent. I deceived everyone. I hid immortal goo. I let my most trusted friend take the blame. I obtained the benefits myself. The sorrowful cries made Xiaolin's face turn pale. Fang Yuan, however, became even more excited, because he could already sense the huge immortal formation here. I am almost certain that regret goo is here. But if I take regret goo, will I destroy Paradise Earth's arrangements and trigger his backup plan? Fang Yuan had some doubts. Regret goo was a huge matter. It was used to suppress the giant demon in the sea. It was clearly not part of Paradise Earth's true inheritance. But for Fang Yuan, it was a crucial goo worm that he had to take away. Thus, Fang Yuan decided to take the risk. He relaxed his mind and activated his investigative methods. This demon suppression regret crying formation gradually appeared in his mind. It was becoming clearer and more comprehensive. This time, it was Fang Yuan's turn to have a pale expression. Such an amazing formation. It is as vast as the starry sky. My formation path attainment level is extraordinary, and I also have extremely powerful wisdom path methods, but to comprehend all of the profundities of this formation, I will need decades of time. Cold sweat appeared on Fang Yuan's forehead. His heart suddenly shook. Regret goo. He found regret goo. Even though regret goo was concealed, Fang Yuan had already deduced from all sorts of clues and arrangements that regret goo was hiding in the central part of the sea. How do I get regret goo? If I act rashly and trigger the formation's backlash, it will be very bad. Maybe I can use reverse flow protection seal to fight it head-on? Or should I use the power of the giant demon that is suppressed? Fang Yuan racked his brains, thinking continuously. If he released the giant demon, this small world would be plunged into misery and suffering, but Fang Yuan had no qualms or pity about it. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking, a change occurred. The entire formation was activated. Regret goo flew out and shot towards Fang Yuan. At the same time, an extremely grand force surged out and acted on Fang Yuan. Chapter 1688. Dark clouds covered the sky and torrential rain poured down. Rumble. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, shaking heaven and earth. Central Continent, Maple Leaf City, in the City Lord's manor. Maple Leaf City Lord stood in a corridor outside a house, pacing around. He had a square face and was not imposing but angry. Right now, his brows were tightly furrowed. His mood was like the sky, restless and extremely worried. Suddenly, he stopped and walked to the door, listening attentively. Other than the sound of the storm and thunder, he could hear his wife's miserable groans and the shouts of several midwives. Wife, use more strength, use more strength. Maple Leaf City Lord was already over 50 years old and deeply loved his wife. He was a rank 5 Gu master with the strongest battle strength in the surrounding thousands of li. He had a high status and was a charismatic leader. He was loved by many. But the only flaw was that he did not have a child. 9 months ago, he was overjoyed because his wife was finally pregnant with his flesh and blood. He could be said to have gotten a child at an old age. The biggest regret in his life was made up for. But even though he invited 3 famous midwives, 2 with rank 3 cultivation level and 1 with rank 4 cultivation level, he still encountered unexpected difficulties on the day of his wife's delivery. How can this be? Maple Leaf City Lord wanted to vent his anger but had no way to vent it. He clenched his fists. The battle strength he was so proud of was useless now. Even though he had many healing goo worms, he was not good at helping women give birth. Sigh. He could only restrain his emotions and lower his head. pacing around the corridor in front of the door. What? Suddenly, he heard a baby crying. Next, he heard the midwife laughing inside. She gave birth, it's a boy. Wife, you succeeded. I have a child. Maple Leaf City Lord was stunned before becoming overjoyed. He could not wait to open the door and rush in to take a look. But at this time, a strange fragrance came from inside the house. This fragrance refreshed the mind and was not greasy at all. Next, the fragrance thickened and condensed into colorful flowing lights that floated in the air like streams of water, enveloping the whole house and even the surrounding hundreds of steps. What is this? Maple Leaf City Lord stopped in his tracks, extremely shocked. What shocked him even more was that the colorful lights in the air were increasing in number, and the fragrance was getting stronger and stronger. The thunderstorm in the sky suddenly stopped, and the dark clouds slowly dispersed. Sunlight pierced through the gaps between the dark clouds and shone down like a pillar. There was a magnificent pillar of light that shone precisely on the delivery room of the city lord's wife. After that, the flowing lights and vibrant colors condensed together to actually form a crimson-colored lotus the size of a house. It floated in midair, vivid and lifelike, and didn't disperse for a long time. A natural anomaly. The master of Maple Leaf City was shocked. His wife and the 3 midwives were also stunned on the spot. At the same time, in the sky above the 9 heavens, 3 rank 8 Gu Immortals stood on the clouds, observing Maple Leaf City's City Lord manner. They saw the unusual phenomenon of the birth of the baby. It has finally appeared. Duke Mei, who was standing at the center, heaved a long sigh. He looked old and kind. His eyebrows were especially strange, like 2 delicate dark brown roots, extending from his eyebrows all the way to his chest. This child is extraordinary after all, favored by the fate of the human Tao. His innate fate is already so rich, actually condensing into a red lotus canopy, visible to the naked eye. This is definitely an immortal venerable seed. Our celestial court did not expend 3 wisdom path Gu Immortals to deduce him in vain. Gu Immortal Duke Tong, who was standing on the left, sighed with emotion. He was a middle-aged man with an extremely strong physique. His face and skin were like brass, emitting a cold metallic luster. He stood on the clouds like a towering mountain, like a Vajra pagoda, giving off a peerless aura of not moving even when the world was shaking, of being indifferent to wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Duke Mei nodded. Past immortal venerables and demon venerables have a common characteristic, that is, they possess the luck of the human Tao. It is just that some do not show it initially, they hide their luck and hide it. Only after a certain period of time would it suddenly erupt. This child had such a phenomenon at birth, no wonder heaven and earth could not tolerate it and sent down calamities and tribulations to destroy him. This is rare even in the records of past venerables. If this child is nurtured properly, he will definitely become the most outstanding existence among the venerables. Saying so, Duke Mei's body suddenly shook. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Duke Mei. Duke Tong frowned. You and I have suffered heavy injuries in resisting the calamities and tribulations. Lord Duke Mei. The Gu Immortal on the right also revealed a concerned expression. He had the appearance of a human youth with purple hair and a dragon-shaped aura constantly revolving around his body. Duke Mei looked at the young Gu Immortal. Duke Long, Fate Gu has already revealed that you have an extremely deep fate with this child. When this child becomes a venerable in the future, you will be his Tao guardian. Go, take him as your disciple, guide him, and nurture him. You will help him, and he will help you. The 2 of you are destined to shine brightly in the history of humanity. You will never be forgotten. Yes, I will go now. The young Gu Immortal, Duke Long, nodded. Duke Tong's brows were still tightly furrowed. After returning to Celestial Court, Duke Mei and I will enter the longest hibernation to recuperate. The era of the Celestial Court's 3 dukes will never return. Duke Long, you will lead the Celestial Court and lead the Celestial Court to continue bringing glory to this great world. Duke Long restrained the surging emotions in his heart as he stepped on a cloud and slowly descended. His sleeves fluttered, and with a wave of his hand, chi currents surged, vast and boundless. Dragon roars resounded incessantly, attracting the attention of heaven and earth and shocking everyone. Under this boundless aura, he slowly descended and landed in Maple Leaf City Lord's manor. Including Maple Leaf City Lord, all the guards were already kneeling on the ground, many of them shivering. Maple Leaf City Lord was a knowledgeable person after all. He knew about the existence of Gu Immortals and also knew that his strength could not resist even a finger of a Gu Immortal. He forcefully calmed himself down and greeted, "I am Hong Zhu, greetings to Lord Immortal. I wonder why Lord Immortal has descended to the mortal world?" Duke Long smiled. "Hong Zhu, your son is the child of luck, a peerless genius that appears once in a million years. His aptitude is superb and rarely seen in the world. As long as he is nurtured properly, he will definitely become a great person in the future. But if he lacks guidance, there is the danger of slaughtering living beings and creating chaos in the universe. So I am very happy to see this talent, and for the sake of the common people of humanity, I have specially come to take this child as my disciple. In the future, I will nurture and guide him carefully, making him the leader of the righteous path and a Gu Immortal who seeks for the welfare of the whole of humanity." Hearing this, Maple Leaf City Lord Hong Zhu was pleasantly surprised. He was shocked by Duke Long's words, but he had seen the phenomenon of heaven and earth with his own eyes, so he was somewhat mentally prepared. He was naturally happy that his son had a Gu Immortal master. His future achievements would be limitless and he would absolutely surpass his father. Although he was the lord of a city and had a high status and authority, compared to a Gu Immortal, it was like a drop in the ocean, not worth mentioning. But other than joy, Hong Zhu was also a little disappointed. He had a son at an old age, but before he could even see his son, he was going to be taken in as a disciple by a Lord Immortal. The chances of them meeting each other in the future would be extremely limited. Duke Long took a look at Hong Zhu and immediately knew what he was thinking. He consoled, "Don't worry, I am only here today to explain this matter and not to take your son away. When he is 10 years old, it will be the right time for me to bring him up the mountain and teach him some skills." Hong Zhu heard this and was extremely excited. He quickly thanked him. At this time, the door opened. The city lord's wife had already packed up and was carrying the newborn baby. She walked out of the room with the 3 midwives and quickly knelt on the ground, paying respects to Duke Long. Duke Long's gaze was immediately attracted by the baby. He laughed heartily and took a step forward, arriving in front of the city lord's wife at the next moment. He carefully carried the baby and observed it. This baby did not have the ugly appearance of a newborn baby. He had a head of black hair, red lips, and white teeth, and looked very cute. His eyes were as bright as stars, shining brightly. His skin was fair and tender, and his chubby face was extremely lovable. At this time, the red lotus that was hovering in midair slowly descended and kept shrinking. Under Duke Long's gaze, it finally landed on the baby's forehead and condensed into a 9-petaled red lotus birthmark. A trace of shock flashed in Duke Long's eyes. He thought to himself, "This fate condenses into a birthmark, engraved between the brows. This is a phenomenon that none of the previous venerable ones have. This disciple of mine will probably be very special when he becomes a venerable one in the future." At this thought, the child that was light as a feather in Duke Long's arms felt as heavy as a mountain. A strong sense of mission and responsibility filled Duke Long's heart. "There's no need to kneel, get up." After looking at it for a while, Duke Long solemnly returned the baby to the city lord's wife. He opened his mouth and exhaled. 3 streams of aura flashed. One of them landed on the baby, while the other 2 entered the city lord's wife's body. The baby immediately fell into a deep sleep with a smile on his face. Meanwhile, the city lord's wife felt a boundless power filling their limbs and bones. The city lord's wife exclaimed. The weakness from just giving birth had already disappeared. She was brimming with energy and had returned to her youthful state. Meanwhile, City Lord Hong Zhu was shocked to find that all his old injuries had healed. The primeval essence in his aperture had actually surpassed common sense and had a trace of green luster. His strength that could not increase anymore seemed to have risen by a huge chunk. Hongzhu was not in a hurry to sense the changes in his body. He immediately thanked Duke Long together with his wife. Duke Long waved his hand. "There's no need to thank me, because I still need your help. One's parents and one's master could not replace one another. I like the fact that you two love each other and, more importantly, care deeply for your son. Let him feel the love and warmth of the world. This will be of great help to his growth. 10 years later, I will come again." Saying so, Duke Long slowly floated up into the sky. Along the way, air currents surged and dragon roars resounded in a rhythmic manner, like a formless dragon tide surging. The mortals in the city looked up at the sky, watching as Duke Long flew away until his figure was concealed by the clouds. After a moment of silence, there was a loud explosion and the entire city went into an uproar. For the fastest novel reading without errors, please visit Chapter 1689. The clear blue sky was cloudless. Maple Leaf City was bustling with people. It had been 6 years since the birth of the city lord's son, Hong Ting. In these 6 years, Maple Leaf City had no disasters. The weather was good and the city's scale kept expanding. It had already grown more than 10 times its original size. It was the first human city in the entire plains. Chirp, 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 chirp. A flock of spiritual sparrows flew over from nowhere. Their bodies shone with golden light as they flew over in large groups. They had extraordinary intelligence. When they flew to the sky above the city lord's mansion, they suddenly exploded and turned into specks of golden light that fell down. In the city lord's mansion, Hong Ting was waving the small treasure sword in his hand. He moved quickly among the rockery and danced with the sword. For a moment, Hong Ting's figure was nowhere to be seen. Only a ball of sword light could be seen, shining like silver. Good. Amazing. Young master is really talented. This sword technique has only been taught for 3 months and he has already mastered it. It's really hard to imagine. The surrounding guards praised him from the bottom of their hearts. City Lord Hongzhu stroked his beard and nodded with a smile. He was full of pride for his son. As for the shock, it had already disappeared. In these years, Hong Ting's aptitude and performance had repeatedly refreshed his understanding. It made him understand how shallow his understanding of the word genius was. Because he had been shocked too many times, Hongzhu had already become numb. In the following years, it became a matter of course. Clang. At this moment, there was a crisp sound. The silver sword light suddenly disappeared and Hong Ting's figure appeared again. He held the small treasure sword and cut off a corner of a mountain rock. Immediately, cheers and praises were heard. "Father, I always feel that this sword technique is not enough. There is a lot of room for improvement." Hong Ting's lips were red and his teeth were white. His eyes were like stars. He walked out of the rockery with a smile on his face. Father Hongzhu laughed. "This sword technique of yours is the secret manual of the famous sword cultivator Zhao Sansi. I exchanged for it with a rare treasure. You have only practiced for 3 months and you don't like it?" Hong Ting blinked his eyes. A cute slyness flashed in his eyes. "Father, I just said it out of feeling. To be honest, this sword technique is just so. I have practiced for 3 months and have already grasped the essence." Hongzhu nodded and felt a headache again. Her son's aptitude was too high. He learned everything quickly, and he learned everything to the end. This was a good point, but there was also a bad point. A few years ago, Hong Ting had already hollowed out Hongzhu's foundation. He tried every possible way to find other people's secret manuals to teach Hong Ting, but it still could not stop Hong Ting's black hole-like learning ability. In the long run, what should they do? Right at this moment, a flock of spirit sparrows flew over their heads and exploded into golden specks of light. The specks of light sprinkled down and quickly merged into everyone's minds. Most of them were absorbed by Hong Ting alone. For a moment, everyone's faces were filled with joy. They had all been imparted and mastered all kinds of strange secret manuals. It's another immortal imparting technique. I wonder which immortal did this. We still have to thank the young master. It's all thanks to him. All the guards looked at Hong Ting fervently. Even Hong Zhu's gaze had a trace of complexity. Hong Ting shut his eyes and immersed himself in the rich knowledge that had suddenly appeared. Hong Zhu and the rest were already used to it. Even the people outside the city lord's manor were only slightly surprised before returning to their normal lives, busying themselves with their own matters. Phenomena and immortal traces were fascinating, but when such things happened many times, they became normal. The immortal traces that happened to Hong Ting were no longer a simple concept, they were so numerous that people were numb to it. Ever since he was born and was taken in as a disciple by Duke Long, he would often appear in immortal traces. Duke Long was the leader of Celestial Court. Not mentioning the rank 8 Gu immortals of Celestial Court, just the 10 great ancient sects of Celestial Court were all colossal forces, overlords of their own regions with deep foundations. Duke Long took in a disciple with great fanfare without concealment. Everyone understood his intentions. Thus, be it Central Continent's righteous path, demonic path, or lone immortals, they were all very concerned about Hong Ting's growth. Hong Ting was a luck seed. He would be nurtured by Celestial Court to become a future immortal venerable. This was no secret. Thus, every once in a while, Gu immortals or descendants of Gu immortals would secretly help Hong Ting, forming good karma and becoming familiar with him. Thus, Golden Sparrow imparting techniques were no longer rare. There were also Spirit Crane imparting techniques, Auspicious Clouds delivering fruits, Sacred Wind cleansing marrow, and other immortal traces and phenomena. After a long while, Hong Ting completely absorbed the knowledge in his mind, but he frowned. Although there are 18 types of weapon training techniques in here, each of them is exquisite, there is still no method to awaken the aperture in advance. Father, when can I open my aperture and control Gu worms? These techniques, no matter how high they are only mortal techniques. Only manipulating Gu worms is the proper way. My son, don't be anxious. Have you forgotten what your master instructed me in the letter he sent? Hong Zhu said in a pleasant tone. Hong Ting impatiently waved his hand. Father, I know. Master said that although I can awaken the aperture in advance, I can only do it when I am 12 years old. If the time is not right and the opportunity is not here, I cannot advance it. I am very curious. Master is so powerful, why can't he help me awaken my aperture now? Hong Zhu's expression sank. Son, your master is an upper immortal, you cannot understand what he is thinking, but you have to listen to him. You have to understand that he will absolutely not harm you, just like how our parents love and protect you. His father. I said something wrong, father. Please don't be angry, okay? Hong Ting quickly cupped his fists. He was very filial towards his parents. Time passed, several years passed in the blink of an eye. Duke Long appeared again and officially took Hong Ting as his disciple, personally teaching him as he traveled around the world. When Hong Ting was 12 years old, Duke Long helped him awaken his aperture. He officially stepped on the path of Gu cultivation, and because of his peerless aptitude and solid foundation, his cultivation advanced rapidly. It wasn't just his cultivation base that had improved. His experience had also been enriched along the way. He met many people, from mortals to immortals, from kind people to evil people. His understanding of life and heaven and earth continued to deepen. He was chivalrous, he abhorred evil, he was handsome and confident, he was resourceful and resourceful. Master, I found out that villainous Xue Tu Dao who slaughtered the village, he is on a nearby mountain. On this day, Hong Ting returned from hunting and returned to the cave, excitedly saying to Duke Long. Duke Long nodded and smiled. Sit down, my soup is almost done. This is the bone soup of an ancient desolate beast, it will be very beneficial to your growth. Hong Ting threw the prey in his hand to the ground and gritted his teeth. Master, over a year ago, I wanted to attack Xue Tu Dao and exterminate evil. You said I only had rank 3 cultivation while he was rank 5, I could not fight him, I could not go. Half a year ago, I already had rank 4 cultivation and had 8 killer moves, I had a high chance of taking Xue Tu Dao's life, But you said I did not have 100% chance and should not make a move. 3 months ago, I already had rank 5 cultivation and could deal with Xue Tudao in 2 or 3 moves, but you said it was not time for him to die, it was not time to kill him. Master, if we continue to let such an evil person live, who knows how many innocent lives will be lost. Now, it is time for me to make a move. Duke Long put down the ladle in his hand and stopped stirring the bone soup in the pot, sighing, "Disciple, the opportunity has not come. I don't care about the opportunity, I only know that if I do not make a move now, I will have missed the opportunity." Hong Ting's attitude was very firm. Duke Long shook his head. At this time, Xue Tudao's life is not time. If you forcibly kill him, not only will it be futile, there will also be unexpected twists and turns, resulting in a tragedy. I don't believe it. I only need one move to take his life. Hong Ting raised a finger, his eyes fixed on Duke Long, his gaze burning as if his eyes were burning with fire. Duke Long was silent for a moment. "Then go, young man, try it." "Thank you for your permission, Master." Hong Ting was overjoyed. "Master only hopes that you will not be disappointed when the time comes." "How could I be disappointed?" "Master, please wait for a moment. Disciple will return in 30 minutes with Xue Tudao's head." Hong Ting turned and left. But after the time it took for 1 incense stick to burn, 2 incense sticks to burn, 3 incense sticks to burn, Hong Ting was still nowhere to be seen. Everything was in Duke Long's eyes. He knew the time was ripe. He left the cave, crossed a sea of trees and flew to Hong Ting's side. Hong Ting knelt on the ground, his face filled with anger and regret. He stared blankly at the foot of the mountain. There used to be a small village there. The villagers lived peacefully and peacefully. His eyes were red, filled with veins of blood. When he saw Duke Long, he raised his head. There were clear traces of tears on his face. "Master, I had never expected that there would be a Gu Immortal inheritance here. That Xue Tudao wanted to inherit this inheritance, so he secretly came here. I broke his plan, so he used the power of the inheritance to stop me. I fought with all my strength, but the aftermath of the battle caused the mountain to collapse and actually buried the small village. Master, it was me, I caused the deaths of these villagers at the foot of the mountain." Hong Ting sobbed. Duke Long did not console him. He was silent for a moment before suddenly saying, "Disciple, do you want to take revenge? Do you want to get rid of Xue Tudao? The time has come." "I know, you gave them to your parents." Bull-headed demon Immortal Gu was not surprised. "But you are Duke Long's disciple, a future immortal venerable who will enter the Celestial Court. I don't believe that Celestial Court does not have lifespan Gu. Bring me 300 years, no, 3,000 years of lifespan Gu, and I will let your parents go." This. Hong Ting immediately fell into a dilemma. Finally, after some twists and turns, he finally chased bull-headed demon Immortal Gu away. But his parents were heavily injured, even with immortal methods. They could not be healed. "Father, mother, I have harmed you. If not for me finding lifespan Gu for my parents, they would still have a few more years to live according to their age." Hong Ting wept, kneeling on the ground, feeling extremely helpless. Hong Zhu, however, smiled. "My son, life and death are determined by fate, riches and honor are determined by heaven. Humans have to die eventually, there is longevity in this world, but who can live forever? No one. We are fated to die, there is no need to grieve for us. On the contrary, you should be happy for us. For us to have a son like you, a future immortal venerable, this is such a great honor, our names will definitely go down in history because of you." Madame Hong followed. "My son, listen to your master, be a good person and be righteous." The two elders held each other's hands and stopped breathing. "Father, mother." Hong Ting raised his head and cried, his voice hoarse. Time accumulated brilliance in Hong Ting's eyes. The vicissitudes of life and maturity made him even more charismatic as a man. Green mountains, the afterglow of the setting sun. Under the sunset, he and Lu Shuxian met for the first time. Their eyes met, both of them felt their hearts palpitate, an indescribable atmosphere quickly spread around the two. Love at first sight. Lu Shuxian had a strange expression. She asked, "Who are you?" Hong Ting was not surprised. He smiled and replied, "I am your destined husband. My name is Hong Ting." Lu Shuxian was shocked. "You are the future immortal venerable? Don't be surprised, our meeting here is fate." Love? Hong Ting felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and happiness. He and Lu Shuxian were together. They were in love with each other. It was as if they were born for each other, like a lock and a key. They were a match made in heaven. They traveled all over the world. They chatted and drank under the moon. They had a tacit understanding. They could express their innermost feelings with just a glance. They even transmitted their thoughts to each other. They were a true immortal couple. They had lived together for hundreds and thousands of years. They supported each other on the path of cultivation. They did not quarrel or get angry once. Lu Shuxian accompanied Hong Ting all the way to rank 8, to the peak of rank 8, and finally to the realm of rank 9 sovereign. The calamities and tribulations were unimaginable, but Hong Ting still succeeded in the end. Duke Long was heavily injured because of this. Several celestial court Gu immortals died. Lord Immortal Venerable, your idea is too dangerous. That's right. If there is no fate, there will be no prosperity for our human race. Fate Gu is Celestial Court's supreme treasure. Lord Immortal Venerable actually wants to destroy it? You. Hong Ting looked at the surrounding Gu immortals. At this moment, he felt an indescribable deep loneliness. Time passed, an unknown amount of time had passed. In the river of time, a lonely figure appeared. His hair was disheveled, his face was filled with vicissitudes of life. He was like a wanderer who wandered the world without a home. His face still had the shadow of the past Hong Ting, but his expression had completely changed. Red Lotus Demon Venerable looked at the unceasing river of time, sighing faintly, "It is time to leave behind my inheritance." He slowly descended. When his feet were about to touch the surface of the river of time, he slowly stopped. This first Stone Lotus Island, and also the most important Stone Lotus Island, will use Regret Gu as the core. It will be left to the otherworldly demon, the person who has the greatest hope of destroying fate in the future. Thereupon, a Stone Lotus Island gradually formed. Red Lotus Demon Venerable left behind rank 8 Regret Gu here. He also left behind a large number of Time Path Immortal materials, Immortal Killer moves, a portion of True Meaning that contained his truest memories, and a powerful Immortal Killer move. After completing it, Red Lotus Demon Venerable dragged his extremely tired body and flew away. Time passed quickly, a long time passed. An outsider entered this Stone Lotus Island. He wore coarse hemp clothes, his body was thin, he was bald and had an ordinary face. He was barefooted, there was some mud on his legs and soles. He looked like a farmer who had just returned from working in the fields. But his face was very young, his eyes were shining brightly, filled with compassion and benevolence. Red Lotus True Meaning appeared, condensing into the illusory appearance of Red Lotus Demon Venerable. He smiled at the muddle-footed youngster. An esteemed guest has finally arrived. I am Paradise Earth. After much effort, I finally found this place. This person was Paradise Earth, who had become an immortal venerable. Red Lotus True Meaning asked directly, "What is the purpose of Immortal Venerable's visit?" Paradise Earth smiled. "Senior Red Lotus, why do you ask when you already know the answer?" Red Lotus True Meaning also smiled. "You are right. Fate is only damaged and not completely destroyed. Everything can still be traced. We can observe it from the river of time." After pausing for a moment, Red Lotus True Meaning continued, "I can lend you Regret Gu. As for you wanting to snatch my inheritor, that will depend on your own ability." A solemn expression emerged on Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's face. Even though he is an otherworldly demon, he is not a heartless person. When Red Lotus Demon Venerable set up this true inheritance, he had deduced Fang Yuan's situation, thus he had prepared a large number of Time Path Immortal materials. With Regret Goo and Time Path Immortal materials, Fang Yuan only needed to spend some time to construct Regret Pool. In fact, he could build an Immortal Goo house that was superior to Regret Pool. This way, Fang Yuan could refine Goo on a large scale. On one hand, he could refine more Time Path Immortal Goo. On the other hand, he could raise the ranks of the Immortal Goo around him. The Time Path Immortal materials left behind by Red Lotus Demon Venerable were all of extremely high ranks. The lowest was rank 7, and there were a large number of rank 8 Immortal materials. If the Celestial Court saw this, they might vomit a mouthful of blood. They had tried all sorts of methods to obstruct Fang Yuan and prevent Fang Yuan from purchasing Time Path Immortal materials. They did not hesitate to pay a huge price. This had indeed caused a lot of trouble for Fang Yuan, but now, all of their efforts were in vain. Other than Red Lotus True Meaning, rank 8 Immortal Goo Regret, and a large number of Time Path Immortal materials, there were also Immortal Killer moves. Among them, the greatest gains were the Immortal Killer moves that used Spring Autumn Cicada as the core. What Fang Yuan cared about the most was Spring Autumn Success Killer move. This move had several supplementary Immortal Goo. It allowed Spring Autumn Cicada to have a 100% success rate when activated. Using Spring Autumn Cicada alone had a high chance of failure, and it also had the disadvantage of decreasing one's luck. But Spring Autumn Success Immortal Killer move, although it did not change the disadvantage, it suppressed the failure rate to 0. This way, Spring Autumn Cicada's practicality was greatly increased. Fang Yuan had already made up his mind to prepare this killer move. Almost all of the Immortal Killer moves were only information. Fang Yuan had to prepare them himself. But there was a Time Path Killer move that Red Lotus Demon Venerable had specially used for Fang Yuan. Thus, after over 1,000,000 years, it had once been at rank 9 level, and although its power had greatly decreased, it was still effective. This Time Path Killer move was called Future Self. This move relied on the River of Time and Red Lotus Stone Island to temporarily borrow a Goo Immortal's future state. For example, a Goo Master who was only rank 5 could have rank 6 cultivation level after passing their tribulation in the future. Under the effect of Future Self, he could borrow his future Goo Immortal body to temporarily raise his Goo Immortal cultivation level. This move was so profound and terrifying that even Fang Yuan was tongue-tied. But unfortunately, this move had already weakened to rank 7 level. It was useless against Fang Yuan. In Red Lotus Demon Venerable's deductions, when Fang Yuan found the Stone Island, his cultivation level would be rank 7. With this scale of extreme marshflower mist, it is not a problem to feed Regret Goo. Rank 8 Regret Goo had a huge appetite, and its food was the mist produced by the extreme marshflower. The problem was that this mist had to be kept fresh at all times. Thus, it was not practical to purchase it from outside, and it was very unstable. Next, when the mist thickens to a certain degree, a layer of water will accumulate at the bottom. After that, I will introduce water plants, as well as small creatures like ducks and flying fish. After that, I will continue to expand the scale of the extreme marshflower mist and increase the quantity. When Regret Goo is hungry, the accumulated extreme marshflower mist in the Immortal Aperture will be enough for it to have a full meal. The feeding of rank 8 Immortal goo was a huge project. Including this flower mist extreme marsh, the sovereign Immortal Aperture's development is already at 18%. Currently, the Immortal Aperture's time flow has already slowed down by a lot. The production of resources and the accumulation of white lychee Immortal essence have also fallen. Feng Yuan calculated inwardly. This time, he slowed down the Immortal Aperture's time flow. He did not rely on time path Immortal moves, but directly controlled the year essence pool. It was very convenient. There was no Immortal essence expenditure, and at the same time, some of the drawbacks of time path killer moves were eliminated. Feng Yuan could adjust the Immortal Aperture's time at any time. It was very flexible. Even though Immortal essence needs to be accumulated, I cannot blindly speed up time. Otherwise, the calamities and tribulations will come quickly. Currently, Feng Yuan had already reached rank 8, but his battle strength had not increased by much. Earlier, he was ambushed by the Celestial Court in the River of Time. Almost all of his trump cards were exposed. Thus, it was not wise to undergo tribulation now. Once he placed his Immortal Aperture to undergo tribulation, Feng Yuan would become a fixed target. Because at this time, his Immortal Aperture would be discovered by Providence, and it would be easier for the Celestial Court and other forces to find his location and encircle him. The flow of time has slowed down, but I can still manage my Immortal Aperture, strengthening my Immortal Aperture's foundation and strengthening my Immortal Aperture origin core to produce more white lychee Immortal essence. The better the Immortal Aperture's management, the more Immortal essence could be produced. Long ago, Feng Yuan managed his Immortal Aperture to feed his Immortal goo. Afterwards, he managed his Immortal Aperture to increase its production and earn cultivation resources like Immortal Yuan stones. Now, his main goal was to accumulate white lychee Immortal essence. Simply using Immortal Yuan stones to condense white lychee Immortal essence was too inefficient. 10,000 Immortal Yuan stones needed to condense one bead of white lychee Immortal essence. And Feng Yuan's Immortal Aperture could produce 100 beads of white lychee Immortal essence every year. According to the current flow of time in his Immortal Aperture, it would take more than half a month in the outside world. Time continued to pass as Feng Yuan cultivated. Summer arrived in the 5 regions. Even though there were no traces of Feng Yuan, the entire 5 regions goo Immortal world was in a state of excitement. Be it righteous path, demonic path, or lone immortals, they were all in an uproar. The reason for this situation was the shaking of the 5 regions' earth veins. New earth trenches were constantly appearing. They first appeared in southern border, but now, this situation was occurring frequently in the other 4 regions. Rumble, dust rose, Hong Yi was exhausted. He sat on the ground and looked at the huge trench in front of him. His face was pale, he gasped for breath and did not move. When the earth veins shook, he and the other goo masters had started to run. This was an extremely dangerous escape route. There were quite a few times where Hong Yi's luck was good. Only then did he manage to escape with his life. Eventually, he almost fell in, but at the crucial moment he exerted his strength and jumped up the cliff. He did not fall into the unfathomably deep earth trench. Since when did we have earthquakes here? So dangerous, I almost lost my life here. After a long while, Hong Yi stood up with difficulty while gasping for breath. He looked down at the earth trench. He only saw darkness. The wind was blowing in the earth trench. The dust was still very thick and had not dissipated. During this period of time, it seems that there are earthquakes all over central continent, creating this kind of earth trench. As a mortal, Hong Yi also felt the changes in the world. What is that? From the dust, a wild Immortal goo flew out. An injured wild Immortal goo flew with difficulty. It swayed and fell beside Hong Yi's feet after expending its strength. Hong Yi was dumbfounded. Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle shouted. Her body emitted a dazzling purple light. Next, the entire Celestial Court started to shake. An incomparably huge formless force poured into the huge Immortal formation. The Immortal formation rumbled. It started to grind at Spectral's soul, who was locked up at the center. Spectral's soul resisted with all his might, but he could not stop it. His deepest memories were dug out. Wonderful, I finally obtained the profundity of the pure dream reality seeker physique body, ha. Fairy Myrtle had a pale and haggard expression, but she was very excited. She had been working very hard these days. On one hand, she had to deal with the earth vein tremors and the unexpected situations that occurred all over Central Continent. On the other hand, she had to put in more effort to deal with Spectral Soul. In order to obtain Shadow Sect's Dream Path research results as soon as possible, she put in a lot of effort. She activated the power of the entire Celestial Court Grotto Heaven and used it on the Immortal formation. Hard work paid off. Fairy Myrtle finally obtained a breakthrough. In the blink of an eye, it was midsummer. The sunlight was hot, but it could not compare to the passion in the Goo Immortals' hearts. The tremors of the earth vein did not stop or slow down, they were getting more intense. Immortal materials, wild immortal goo, and all sorts of cultivation resources appeared from time to time. It caused a huge celebration in the Goo Immortal world of the 5 regions. Within the 5 Xiang's Grotto Heaven, Feng Yuan's laughter suddenly resounded. Finally, heaven form is under my complete control. Beside Feng Yuan, the rank 9 killer move in the form of a white crane was extremely obedient. It stood quietly, listening to Feng Yuan's thoughts. To think that heaven form's effect is actually this. With it, my cultivation level might rise rapidly. The problem of calamities and tribulations might also be resolved. Feng Yuan stroked the white crane's wings, his eyes shining with bright light. After he died, thieving heaven demon Venerable personally made arrangements in wholly deceive Grotto Heaven. This caused Providence to make misjudgments about this Grotto Heaven. The might of many calamities and tribulations were greatly reduced, they were easily passed. These Grotto Heavens had been living in seclusion for many years, nurturing Goo Immortals. Each Grotto Heaven had many Goo Immortals. They were all true super forces. However, there were very few rank 8 Goo Immortals. With just the resources of a Grotto Heaven, it was hard to nurture a rank 8 Goo Immortal. Thus, the strong super forces were all rooted in the 5 regions. They had abundant resources. At the same time, they had a huge population, and they competed intensely with each other. All these factors would cause the birth of rank 8 Goo Immortals from time to time. Summer passed and autumn arrived. The earth veins moved even more frequently. It was time for Goo Immortals to harvest. Western Desert. A beautiful female immortal lightly shot an arrow. The arrow tore through the sky, leaving behind a faint pink trail as it hit the ancient desolate beast. This ancient desolate beast was still rampaging in Earth Trench a moment ago, but at the next moment, flowers of all colors burst out of its body as it fell to the ground, unable to get up again. Intense winds mixed with yellow sand blew past. The entire ancient desolate beast's body turned into flower petals that drifted away, vanishing completely. It's actually her. Gong Clan's second daughter, Gong Wuhua. Let's go. Western Desert's Goo Immortals looked at this newly formed earth trench reluctantly, but they quickly retreated. Southern border. Rumble. The collapse of a mountain caused dust to rise for hundreds of li, rumbling endlessly. The earth shook, an earth trench tore forward, swallowing mountains and ridges. It was extremely domineering. Ba Clan's 2 Goo Immortals saw this and were shocked. This is a famous mountain, Clear Sky Mountain. It was destroyed by the earth trench. It is such a pity. Bada's gaze shined with cold light. Hee, what is there to pity about? The old famous mountain is destroyed. New famous mountains will appear. Didn't we find a large number of brand new spirit springs along the way? That's right, the earth veins are rumbling. Not only are wild goo and goo materials being brought out, more and more spirit springs are also being produced. Not just these. Bada looked down expressionlessly, but his expression revealed his yearning. The whole Goo Immortal world is producing experts one after another. Didn't Western Desert have Gong Wuhua recently? Lord Bada, how can that Gong Wu Hua compare to you? How can you underestimate the heroes of the world? But when I advance to rank 8, Gong Wu Hua will indeed not be a threat. Bada said proudly. The Ba clan Gu immortals beside him were overjoyed. Lord, you are finally going to advance to rank 8? I was worried about the consequences earlier, but now that the Southern Alliance has been established, the Alliance leader position is still vacant. Most importantly, a vast amount of cultivation resources are emerging from the ground. It is enough for me to cultivate to rank 8. But after regaining his senses, Spectral Soul used the tactic of sacrificing the pawns to save the king. He continued to resist. But all of this is pointless. We have the advantage of time. The Refinement Path Convention has already started preparations. Fate Immortal Gu is about to be completely repaired. By then, Spectral Soul will be dragged into the path of fate. He will not be able to escape. The future of the Great Era is also in our celestial court. Fairy Myrtle thought of Feng Kim Hong. After obtaining the Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Body's research results, Duke Long taught it to Feng Kim Hong. It was finally a proper teaching. Even though this research result belonged to someone else. Because they needed to use Feng Kim Huang's Immortal Gu, they had to modify an Immortal Killer move to unravel the dream realms around Dragon Palace. While Fairy Myrtle was deducing the killer move with all her might, she also brought Feng Kim Hong with her to deduce it together. Initially, her and Duke Long's goal was to help Feng Kim Hong grow faster. But to think that after the deduction succeeded, Feng Kim Hong came up with a method to modify the Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Body. The new Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Body would not have the previous flaws. It could exist for a long time. Chapter 1697. Immemorial White Heaven. An auspicious cloud carried Feng Yuan as it flew forward. Feng Yuan's mind was half inside the sovereign immortal aperture, while the other half was guarding the outside world. If it were before, Feng Yuan would not be able to split his mind to refine Gu. But recently he had really gained a lot. He did not lack attainment levels or Gu recipes. His only shortcoming was practice. Personally refining Gu allowed him to improve rapidly. His efficiency in refining rank 7 Immortal Gu rose again. His success rate also rose by a large margin, thus the immortal materials consumed were much less than before. Refining Immortal Gu had always been a huge trap, but other than refining Gu, Feng Yuan had also plundered a lot of natural resources in Immemorial White Heaven. He sold a portion of them to Jewel Yellow Skies to buy what he needed. Other than refining Gu, a lot of the remaining resources were used to manage the immortal aperture. Jewel Yellow Skies' business was booming. The Earth Trench's tremors caused the 5 regions Gu immortals to have an urgent demand for transactions. The market's immortal material transactions were booming. Of course, the most popular were still Time Path immortal materials. Celestial Court did not waver in suppressing Feng Yuan. They could purchase any Time Path immortal materials at a high price. They did not show any signs of exhaustion. This showed the terrifying foundation of Celestial Court. If Celestial Court knew that Feng Yuan had already obtained a Red Lotus True Inheritance and had a large number of Time Path immortal materials, who knew what they would think? There are 2 rank 6 Immortal Gu, the rest have already been refined to rank 7. Feng Yuan's body shook. The auspicious cloud's speed doubled as it flew away. A moment later, Feng Yuan saw heaven form again. He saw that heaven form, which was in the shape of a spirit crane, was flying around an ordinary patch of air. I found a grotto heaven. Feng Yuan was overjoyed. As heaven form investigated, the scene inside this grotto heaven was transmitted to Feng Yuan's mind. So this grotto heaven is called Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. It is actually the immortal aperture of a rank 8 information path Gu immortal. Oh? There are a lot of people in this grotto heaven. And it also has a very unique cultivation custom. Fang Yuan couldn't help but reveal a curious expression. The population of profound literature Grotto Heaven was more than the hairy men of Langya Blessed Land. The initial estimate was that there would be many Gu immortals. This Grotto Heaven mainly had information path Dao marks, so the Grotto Heaven's environment was naturally more beneficial to information path resources. Thus, Gu Masters and Gu Immortals cultivated information path and manipulated information path Gu worms. Profound literature paradise had been isolated from the world for many years, but because it had absorbed the immemorial 9 heavens fragments, the heavenly spirits here had always been muddle-headed. However, the original owner of the Grotto Heaven's immortal killer move was still effective. This move was called helping scholars. It seemed that as long as the Grotto Heaven existed, it would always be effective, and its effect was also very unique. Any pure-blooded human, as long as they created and recited an outstanding essay, no matter the subject, they would be able to obtain the perception and rewards of this heavenly cave. When mortals recite poems, they can attract Hope Gu to fly over from 10,000 li away, enlightening their apertures. When Gu masters create brilliant poems, they can obtain Gu worms, and even have their cultivation level rise. Although it is a pity that I cannot annex this Grotto Heaven, I still have many shocking poems in my heart. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He immediately instilled immortal essence into heaven form. It seems that as long as I enter and exit it a few times and allow this influence to affect me, I will be able to comprehend some of the essence of this method. Of course, the fastest way is to attack those inheritance lands and snatch the true inheritances inside, to see if there are any original copies of the Beast Calamity transformation method. Fang Yuan's body was transforming. Other than expanding, his entire body was changing beyond recognition. He was turning into a wild beast. If not for the fact that Heaven Form had investigated clearly that this transformation did not have any repercussions, Fang Yuan would not dare to allow this influence to affect him. Roar! A moment later, Fang Yuan turned into a bull-headed human-bodied monster. His body was huge like a mountain, his bull skin was tough like iron, his bull hair was thick, his bull nose breathed out coarse air. He stood on the ground and supported the sky. The whole of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was shaken. Countless people looked at the sky, looking at Fang Yuan. After being stunned for a moment, they screamed and shouted loudly. A monster! Another monster appeared. This monster is huge. Its aura is completely different from before. Quickly summon our combat beast warrior. Amidst the anxious anticipation of countless people, a beast warrior appeared on the stage. This was a middle-aged man with rank 7 Gu Immortal cultivation level, but his aura was somewhat strange. He had a plain appearance and a solemn expression. He flipped his body and appeared on the city wall. Such a huge monster has only been recorded once in history. Just one look and I can feel the incomparable deterrence. He sighed inwardly, he clenched his fists, battle intent surged in his eyes. But for our homeland, to protect love and justice, I must defeat this monster. Come, my combat beast, transformation. The middle-aged man shouted, his body started to shine. Next, with an eagle cry, a silver-white giant eagle flew over from afar. This was an ancient desolate beast. The silver-white giant eagle's body also started to shine. The middle-aged man jumped up, the silver-white giant eagle swooped down. The two's light became brighter and brighter. Finally, the two met in the sky. Two lumps of light collided and fused together. Boom! The light scattered, an eagle-headed, human-bodied warrior with wings on his back. He was as large as a city wall. The crowd cheered. He appeared, it is our eagle warrior. Go! Eagle warrior, kill this monster in front of us. We support you, you can definitely do it. Under the cheers of the crowd, Eagle Warrior flew into the sky, charging towards Fang Yuan. He shouted in his heart, I will not let you down. Come, let us fight for 300 rounds. Slap. With a crisp sound, the silent Fang Yuan slapped Eagle Warrior down. Boom. The giant Eagle Warrior's body was like a falling meteor, shooting through the air in a perfectly straight line. Then, it fiercely smashed into the ground, immediately creating a deep pit. Smoke and dust billowed. The crowd was speechless. The intense dizziness almost caused Eagle Warrior to faint on the spot. He tried his best to endure it, finally overcoming it with difficulty. Next, he propped his arms up, slowly standing up from the deep crater. What's going on? I was actually slapped down by this monster? After a long while, Eagle Warrior finally reacted. His eyes were filled with fear as he recalled the scene just now. If there was little interaction with the outside world of the 5 regions, it would form a different social structure and perception, having a unique style. Secondly, the battles and cultivation of Gu Masters and Gu Immortals here were also interesting. For example, Fang Yuan's opponent was a fusion of an ancient desolate beast, the silver giant eagle, forming a human beast form. This was clearly a transformation path method. Its advantages were very obvious. Normal Gu Immortals needed to expend Immortal Essence to activate Immortal Gu or Immortal Killer moves to battle. But the Gu Immortals here only needed to fuse with a desolate beast to obtain battle skills. The so-called battle skills were the innate abilities of desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Like the upper extreme heavenly eagle that Fang Yuan once possessed, it could freely enter and exit immortal apertures. This innate ability was called a battle skill here. It did not need to expend immortal essence, but would greatly expend stamina, and even pay some other price, like a part of the body or lifespan. Be it battle skills, immortal Gu, or immortal killer moves, if one were to look at the root, they were all Dao. Desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts had a dense accumulation of Dao marks on their bodies, as well as a specific division of Dao marks. Thus they had innate abilities, which were battle skills. Immortal Gu themselves were fragments of the great Dao. They represented a certain point in the laws of heaven and earth. Not to mention immortal killer moves, they often used a small number of immortal Gu and a large number of mortal Gu. They were the combination of Dao marks and fragments of the great Dao. Then, through a certain mystical process, they would achieve a certain level of power and effect. In fact, the earliest immortal killer moves were developed by Gu Immortals by referring to the Dao marks on desolate beasts, gradually imitating and experimenting with them. The Gu Immortals here, after fusing with desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, can use the innate abilities of desolate beasts. They do not need to painstakingly refine immortal Gu. They can also avoid the risks and costs of cultivating immortal killer moves. This advantage was very obvious. Because immortal Gu were too rare, immortal Gu were unique, every immortal Gu was unique. But there were many desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Even immemorial desolate beasts like the upper extreme heavenly eagle could form groups. Desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts with innate abilities often lacked intelligence and intelligence. They were very stupid. But when they fused with Gu Immortals, the Gu Immortals would obtain their innate abilities, while they would also obtain the Gu Immortals' intelligence. The combination of the two was a stable win-win situation. It ingeniously made up for the shortcomings of both sides. But this method is not flexible enough to cultivate. No matter how he played, there was only one card. Innate abilities are too monotonous. They can be easily countered. There are many shortcomings. The city was filled with people, but no one made a sound. It was a dead city. Fang Yuan stepped forward, slowly walking towards the city. In the next moment, the city seemed to explode. Countless people began to hold their heads and scream, frantically running away like headless flies. Looking down from above, in Fang Yuan's vision, these mortals were like a group of ants piled together, following the city's four gates and began to disperse. Fang Yuan did not pay attention to them, heading straight for the city. But his calf hit the city wall, causing the entire wall to collapse. He walked on the streets of the city. Even if the wide streets were expanded 5 or 6 times, they were still covered by Fang Yuan's feet. So what if it is comparable to the star sea snail? I believe in my fists, and I believe in the big guy even more. That's right. I believe in the strength of my comrades. The first-generation war-beast king fought alone to the end, but we are different. We still have each other. We have comrades. Some shouted, some waved their arms, and the morale kept rising. A gratified smile appeared on the elder's face. He nodded slowly and said, "That's good. Next, I will fuse with the star sea snail shell and teleport all of you over. We will encircle and attack the ox-headed demonic god, catching it off guard. You must remember, the safety of the entire world rests on your shoulders." Understood. The star sea snail shell started to shake. Fang Yuan was walking on a desolate plain. He was still in the form of a bull head and human body. His body was tall like a mountain, clouds were wrapped around his shoulders, and pits were created under his feet. He walked over step by step, his giant feet stepping on the ground and creating loud noises that reverberated in the world. The first-generation war-beast king should be the original owner of this immortal aperture grotto heaven. Fang Yuan was certain in his heart. He destroyed 3 locations and took away the inheritances of the original owner of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. These inheritances were very complete. Even though they had existed for many years, they were not taken by other war-beast warriors. The cultivation method of fusing with a war-beast might be convenient, but it is not the righteous path of Gu cultivation. This path will only get narrower and narrower. Thus, these people did not even discover Beast Calamity Immortal's true inheritance. Who is it? Suddenly, Fang Yuan stopped moving. His gaze was filled with vigilance. At the next moment, starlight surged as war-beast warriors appeared one after another, surrounding him. Monster tight. For the peace and tranquility of the world, even if I have to sacrifice my everything, it is not a pity. Everyone attack together, believe in yourself and your teammates. No matter how strong the monster is, it is not our match. A huge battle erupted. At the same time, somewhere in the depths of Eastern Sea. Master, it's done. There are no more dream realms flowing out. Feng Kim Hong looked at the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace as he said excitedly. Duke Long nodded slightly. These days of hard work were not in vain. The biggest obstacle is gone. Dragon Palace is covered in dream realms. Even though the framework is not messed up, the entire Immortal Gu House should have lost its effectiveness. It is the best time to take it. As Duke Long thought of this, a scene from his memories surfaced in his mind. The red longevity character in the hall was extremely eye-catching. Duke Long sat at the main seat, surrounded by dragon men. Grandfather, grandson wishes you a happy birthday. Chapter 1702. Immemorial White Heaven, Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Oxhead, take this. A golden-haired violent ape roared and charged at Fang Yuan. Oxhead demonic god Fang Yuan stood still and watched the golden-haired violent ape approach him. He only raised his hand slightly when the other party was in front of him. In the next moment, the right hand that was just raised from his knee suddenly appeared in front of his chest. He waved his fist and struck. It was a very ordinary action, but in Fang Yuan's current state, it had terrifying might. Before the golden-haired violent ape could react, it felt an incomparably powerful force that sent it flying. Rumble. After drawing a thick and short arc in the air, the golden-haired violent ape smashed into a mountain peak. Immediately, soil and rocks rolled and a large amount of mountain rocks fell, burying it. What kind of terrifying strength is this? Even the golden-haired violent ape is no match for it. I have never seen this kind of strength paired with this kind of speed, as expected of a big monster comparable to a star sea snail. Other than the buried golden ape, there were still some combat beast warriors lying on the battlefield. When they saw the golden ape's fate, they all felt a chill in their hearts. Everyone, pull yourself together. This is obviously a kind of combat skill. If used too much, it will consume a lot of energy, one of the combat beast warriors, Thunder Lion, roared. Most of the combat beast warriors that were teleported here by the combat beast king had already been defeated by Fang Yuan. However, there were still 5 that maintained a certain amount of battle power. They were the 5 strongest combat beast warriors. The 2 lions were Thunder Lion and Doro Lion. The former had a lion head and a human body and could control the power of thunder and lightning. The latter had a lion body and a human head and had an extremely strong recovery ability. There was a river clam that was as huge as a mountain. It was called Stone Clam. When its 2 huge shells were opened, it could spit out countless meteor-like flying stones. There was a similarly huge rhinoceros that looked like it was made of steel. It was called Steel Rush. Finally, there was a rare pocket-sized frost butterfly that was only the size of an adult's fist. It had human-shaped butterfly wings and could release extremely intense cold air. Stupid bull, you fell into a trap. Unknowingly, the exquisite frost butterfly had arrived on top of Fang Yuan's head. Freezing air gushed out, enveloping Fang Yuan's head and shoulders, and then quickly spreading downwards. Steel Ben let out a howl and charged towards Fang Yuan. For a moment, the earth shook and the mountains shook. Have a taste of my new battle technique. All of a sudden, the stone muscle spun rapidly and burst out with a terrifying speed, catching up to Fang Yuan. The 2 shells opened up and the stone clam firmly wrapped around Fang Yuan's entire lower body. At the next moment, Gang Ben ruthlessly knocked Fang Yuan to the ground. The cold air froze both of Fang Yuan's arms, covering them with a large piece of dark blue ice. The Thunder Lion and Duo Luo Lion attacked Fang Yuan's head from both sides. The 5 of them roared in unison. Their battle intent soared to the peak. Boom! The violent explosion set off an incomparable wave of air. The 5 war-beast warriors were like small wooden planks in a hurricane. Each of them vomited blood and was blown away by the wave of air. Amidst the smoke and dust, a black silhouette as large as a mountain gradually appeared. Fang Yuan stood quietly on the spot. He looked at the 5 war-beast warriors who were struggling on the ground and continued to move forward. Bang, bang, bang. Every step he took caused the surrounding ground to tremble violently, leaving behind a large footprint and deep pit. Damn it! Don't go! Stop it, stop it! The war-beast warriors tried to stand up, but in the end, only the Thunder Lion managed to stand up. It's the Thunder Lion. Do your best, you must stop this monster. The Thunder Lion fearlessly charged towards Fang Yuan again. His eyes were filled with determination. If you want to kill another life, you have to step over my corpse first. Boom. No one saw how Fang Yuan made his move. They only saw the Thunder Lion being sent flying back at an even faster speed. The huge lion's body plowed through the ground, creating a 10-zhang-wide ravine before stopping. The Thunder Lion fainted and no longer moved. Fang Yuan continued to move forward. He knew his limits and spared these people's lives. Different from when he first invaded this place, after receiving so many inheritances consecutively, his mentality had already changed. From his point of view, everything in this beast calamity grotto heaven would be his property. Of course, this included the war-beast warriors. There's still one last inheritance ground left. As long as I receive this inheritance, I will be able to combine all the contents of the inheritance together and obtain the complete contents. Soon, Fang Yuan arrived in front of the star sea snail. The star sea snail was an immemorial desolate beast, but in front of Fang Yuan, it was just a corpse of a star sea snail. Previously, the beast Calamity Immortal was severely injured when he fought against the star sea snail. This was a fatal injury that was difficult to heal. On his deathbed, he left behind his inheritance and made this star sea snail the final inheritance ground. Ox-headed demonic god, I have been waiting for you for a long time. This generation's warbeast king stood at the top of the star sea snail and looked at Fang Yuan. He was already very old, and compared to Fang Yuan, he was like an ant. But in the ant's eyes, there was a fire burning. Starlight suddenly flashed and enveloped the elder from the star sea snail. A few breaths later, the starlight shone brightly and was so dazzling that one could not even open one's eyes. After the starlight dissipated, a heavily armored giant stood in front of Fang Yuan. He was only slightly shorter than Fang Yuan. So this method is not only limited to living beings, it can even be used on immemorial desolate beast corpses. Fang Yuan was shocked. No matter what, he immediately understood. This transformation path method was based on Dao marks and not the difference between life and death. Although the star sea snail was dead, its shell still had a large number of star path Dao marks. This was something that the elder could make use of. This should be the greatest trump card of this grotto heaven. Unfortunately, even a living star sea snail would have to suffer a grievance in front of me. Let alone a corpse that has been dead for a long time and lost a lot of star path Dao marks. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart as he charged towards the star-armored giant. Chapter 1703. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation. Fang Yuan muttered to himself. He sat on the auspicious cloud. Immemorial white heaven was empty and boundless. After leaving Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, he had been actively digesting his gains from this operation. Beast Calamity Immortal's supreme method was the Immortal Killer Move Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation. After using this move, he could gain a vast number of transformation path Dao marks. At the same time, he could turn the Dao marks of other paths on the target's body into transformation path Dao marks. This move expended a lot of immortal essence. It also required rich emotions. These emotions had to be positive and bright. From this point, Fang Yuan finally understood the nature of the combat beast warriors in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan did not lack immortal essence. Over this period of time, even though the scale of advancing immortal goo was huge, Fang Yuan's gains were also huge. Especially towards the later stages of goo refinement, Fang Yuan's progress was huge. The expenditure of goo refinement was constantly decreasing. Thus, Fang Yuan had a lot of rank 8 immortal essence left. He could fight 2 regular battles of rank 8 goo immortals. Fang Yuan also had rich emotions. Positive and bright emotions. Fang Yuan could easily achieve them through wisdom path methods. His wisdom path attainment was also quite high. What Fang Yuan lacked were immortal goo. This move consisted of 4 immortal goo, among which the core was rank 8 immortal goo, adaptation. Undeniably, this was a transformation path immortal goo. It was also Beast Calamity Immortal's vital goo. The other 3 immortal goo were all rank 7. Even if the heavenly spirit does not contribute these immortal goo, I can snatch them. Great Thief Ghost Hand has already been modified by me. It is more reliable. Now, I only need heaven form to investigate and find the hiding places of these immortal goo. I can use theft path methods to obtain them. However, it will be slightly troublesome to obtain the entire Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. For Fang Yuan, Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven itself had huge value. But the heavenly spirit had the ability to destroy Grotto Heaven. If he used force, he would lose more than he gained. In fact, from this immortal killer move Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation, the goo immortals in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven might have another trump card. Desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts could use myriad beings' assimilation transformation. The star sea snail's body could do the same. These goo immortals did not have myriad beings' assimilation transformation. The reason was that Beast Calamity Immortal used this move on the whole of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. That was to say, the whole of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven could use myriad beings' assimilation transformation to fuse with the goo immortals. This could create a temporary rank 8 battle strength. Of course, it was not that Fang Yuan did not have the confidence to defeat this rank 8, but Fang Yuan would still suffer losses in the end. Even if he won, the Beast Calamity Immortal aperture that had gone through myriad beings' assimilation transformation would suffer heavy losses. Therefore, I need to calculate how to restrain them from using the all things assimilation transformation to implicate the entire Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. At the same time, I will use Familiar Face to attack again. The Beast Calamity Heavenly Spirit had said that everyone only had one chance to inherit, but what about its investigative abilities? Could he identify Fang Yuan's true identity? According to Fang Yuan's deductions, the possibility of this was very small. However, just as Fang Yuan retreated and tried to deduce a way to restrain it, he unexpectedly obtained a piece of information. This information was very important. Dragon Palace has appeared? And even the Celestial Court's Duke Long could not take it down? Oh, is it because Eastern Sea's 4 rank 8 goo immortals work together to obstruct it? Interesting. Right now, the rank 8 immortal goo house Dragon Palace is flying in the sky of Eastern Sea without concealing its aura. It has already caused a huge commotion. Countless forces and goo immortal experts are paying close attention to it. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He knew about the existence of Dragon Palace. There were clues regarding Dragon Palace in Shadow Sect's true inheritance. But this clue was only superficial. It did not contain any crucial information. The most valuable information was, Dragon Palace had a rule that its inheritor had to be a dragon man. Even though Fang Yuan had coveted this rank 8 immortal goo house, he did not have the time or opportunity to do so. Even though he had Bai Ningbing as the key, it would be very difficult to find Dragon Palace. He would need to spend a lot of time and effort. According to the previous situation, even though the rank 8 immortal goo house was strong, if Fang Yuan took the risk to search for it and failed, he would be killed by the Celestial Court's attacks. The benefits were huge, but the risk was even higher. Thus, Fang Yuan had not made a move yet. So the Celestial Court has been searching for Dragon Palace secretly. They almost succeeded. Realizing this, Fang Yuan could not help but praise the 4 Eastern Sea rank 8s. Good job. Without thinking for too long, Fang Yuan left Immemorial White Heaven and headed towards Eastern Sea. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was here. It would not be easily discovered. He could take some time. Dragon Palace was an urgent matter. It could not be taken away by the Celestial Court. This was a rank 8 immortal goo house with a mysterious dream path immortal goo. Several days later, Eastern Sea. Boom. Amidst the intense explosion, goo immortal Shi Miao coughed out large mouthfuls of blood as he retreated pathetically. Duke Long roared as he turned into a ray of light, charging towards the immortal goo house Dragon Palace ahead of him. Seeing that the distance between them was shrinking, at the crucial moment, Granny Rong appeared in front of Duke Long. Her body was covered in purple qi. She was heavily injured, her body was weak and her face was pale as paper. Duke Long had a ferocious aura, but seeing the purple poisonous qi around Granny Rong, his pupils shrunk as he turned around and circled around it. Granny Rong was a poison path goo immortal. This purple poisonous qi was her signature method. Even Duke Long did not want to be touched by it. Granny Rong's condition was not good. These few days of intense battles had caused her great losses, especially when one of her core immortal goo was destroyed. Her speed fell sharply and she was in a passive state. She had relied on her tenacious willpower and the help of the other 3 goo immortals to persist until now. Duke Long circled around Granny Rong. It was the wisest tactic. Granny Rong could only look at Duke Long with a bitter expression. There was no way she could catch up to him. Among the 4 rank 8s, the other 2 were several li away. Boom. Duke Long flew above Dragon Palace and attacked fiercely, sending this rank 8 Immortal Goo House down with a heavy blow. The Immortal Goo House fell into the seawater, creating huge waves. Dragon Palace was very intelligent. It did not fly into the sky, instead diving deeper into the seawater. Duke Long was about to chase, but his body suddenly froze as he attacked towards his left. There was nothing on his left, but his attack suddenly stopped. It was blocked by a Goo Immortal. The Goo Immortal revealed himself and smiled at Duke Long. As expected of Senior Duke Long, you can see through my disguise. Duke Long frowned and smiled coldly. Song Qiyuan, you are the first supreme elder of Song clan. You have rank 8 cultivation level. You actually sneak attacked? It was Song Qiyuan. It seems that Eastern Sea's righteous path has finally made their move. Who else is there? Come out. Duke Long looked at the seawater below him. Dragon Palace was gradually vanishing, but he did not chase. He hovered in the sky with intense battle intent. At the next moment, 2 more Goo Immortals appeared. One was a middle-aged man in a green robe. He was Qing Yu clan's first supreme elder, Qing Yuan. The other was a young girl with bright eyes. A miniature rainbow cloud was coiling around her. She was Hua clan's first supreme elder, Hua Kai Yun. Lord Duke Long. Hua Kai Yun was about to speak. Too much nonsense. Duke Long shouted, taking the initiative to attack. Bam bam bam. After several immortal killer moves, the 3 righteous path rank 8s were at a disadvantage. Duke Long is truly amazing. He can easily suppress Eastern Sea's righteous path rank 8s even when fighting against 3 of them. Fang Yuan had transformed into a sea snake and was swimming in the sea, his heart shaking. Righteous path rank 8s and lone cultivator rank 8s were usually stronger, because they had more complete immortal killer moves and abundant cultivation resources. If these 3 righteous path rank 8s worked together, they could definitely defeat Granny Rong, Yang Zihe, Zhang Yin, and Shimiao. But they were still not Duke Long's match. Duke Long was too ferocious. Even now, he was only using transformation path methods. He had not used his most proficient chi path killer moves. From this aspect, Zishan Makoto was able to force Duke Long to use his chi path killer move. It showed how strong he was. It is not that Zishan Makoto is too weak, but Duke Long is stronger. Fang Yuan followed Dragon Palace from afar, gradually leaving the battlefield. Since Song Qiyuan and Qing Yuan appeared, it meant that Eastern Sea's righteous path had already finished their discussion. Among the 5 regions, Eastern Sea had the most resources and the highest number of rank 8 Goo Immortals. Only 3 righteous path rank 8s have appeared now. There must be more people. Fang Yuan decided to bide his time. Sure enough, as he expected, 2 more righteous path rank 8s appeared and blocked Dragon Palace. Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, and the rest also followed, shouting and fighting fiercely as they faced the 2 righteous path rank 8s. The battle at the bottom of the sea also erupted. Chapter 1704. Swoosh. Accompanied by a sharp sonic boom, the Dragon Palace turned into an orange-gold ray of light and streaked across the sky at lightning speed. Where are you going? Die for me. You want to stop me? No way. Next, several rank 8 Goo Immortals chased after Dragon Palace, using all of their abilities. An intense battle followed Dragon Palace's path, sweeping through everything. Everywhere they went, mountains crumbled and seas split, heaven and earth changed colors, countless lives were lost. Rank 6 and 7 Goo Immortals could not avoid them. Only rank 8 Goo Immortals were qualified to participate in this battle. It revolved around Duke Long, Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, Song Qiyuan, and other rank 8s. No rank 7 Goo Immortals could interfere. Unless it was Feng Jioge or Fang Yuan. But now, be it Fang Yuan or Feng Jioge, they had already advanced to rank 8. Most of Eastern Sea's rank 8 Goo Immortals have already joined the battle, only a few are still missing. Fang Yuan was far at the back, observing patiently, waiting for a good opportunity. More than 10 days had passed since he went to Eastern Sea. These last days, the battles between rank 8 Goo Immortals were very exciting. They fought back and forth. New rank 8s joined from time to time, while rank 8s retreated temporarily. They formed alliances at times and fought against each other at other times. As long as one of them got close to Dragon Palace, they would be attacked by everyone else. Fang Yuan could not find a chance to attack. But he was very patient, he was not anxious at all. Staying behind and observing these rank 8 Gu immortals is also a huge source of wealth. This is a very precious opportunity. Duke Long is powerful, he is truly terrifying. These last days, he is undeniably the strongest expert. It is just that he is restricted by that mysterious dream path Immortal Gu in Dragon Palace, as well as the joint attacks of the others, as well as Feng Jinhuang's safety. He has not truly succeeded. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a dark light. Not just the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace, Feng Kim Hong, who was beside Duke Long, was also his target. This girl had a dream path Immortal Gu. She was also Duke Long's disciple. Looking at how Duke Long protected her, it showed how important Feng Kim Hong was. But even though Fang Yuan had such plans, he had no chance to attack Feng Kim Hong. Chance, it will definitely appear. The Eastern Sea's righteous path has clearly come to an agreement. If someone withdraws, someone else will participate. They'll take turns to maintain their combat power while maintaining control of the situation. This is to prevent Central Continent and Celestial Court from helping. Duke Long has been fighting alone, but he has the highest battle strength. If he has Heavenly Court support, he will definitely be able to break this stalemate. Even if the Heavenly Court doesn't send anyone, Granny Rong, Zhang Yin, these 4 itinerant cultivators and fiend immortals won't be able to hold on much longer. Among these 3, the righteous path is the most stable. The other 2 can topple the current balance. Once the balance is broken, there will be chaos. And during the chaos, I will have a chance to make a move. Fang Yuan could see the situation clearly, he was very clear about it. But right at this time, an explosion occurred in front of them. Song Qiyuan was hit, he spat out a mouthful of blood, suffering light injuries. Zhang Yin, who was ahead, turned around and chuckled, "I have already used fatal dark lightning. If you are not afraid of death, chase me." Song Qiyuan's defense was comprehensive, but after being hit by this move, he was injured. His defensive methods were instantly torn apart. The killer move, Dark Water Lightning, was not to be underestimated. Give me information, I want to see the current situation in the world. Longevity Heaven's information was very comprehensive. Not only did it have the complete records of the collapse of 88-point Xianyang Tower, it also had the appearance of Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, Central Continent Celestial Court's preparations for the Refinement Path Convention. 88-point Xianyang Tower collapsed. Bing Sai Chuan sighed. It was Fang Yuan who did it. This demon was reborn from Spring-Autumn Cicada, he is already rank 8 now. 5 Elements Grandmaster gritted his teeth. Bing Sai Chuan suddenly laughed. Fang Yuan, what a demon, he destroyed 88-point Xianyang Tower, well done. 5 Elements Grandmaster was stunned. What? Bull Demon looked at Flower Lady. Flower Lady looked at Bull Demon. The 3 immortals had stunned expressions. Next, Bing Sai Chuan continued. Fate Gu is about to be repaired. It seems that this Refinement Path Convention will be the final one. Time waits for no one, we need to contact Fang Yuan and cooperate with him. 5 Elements Grandmaster, Bull Demon, and Flower Lady's expressions changed. Was this Bing Sai Chuan really West Desolation Immortal? Was he a fake West Desolation Immortal? Longevity Heaven wants to cooperate with me? Fang Yuan received this information and was shocked. Land Spirit of Langia had the method to contact him. Bing Sai Chuan used Land Spirit of Langia to find Fang Yuan and said directly, I am West Desolation Immortal, the current leader of Longevity Heaven. Fang Yuan, You are an otherworldly demon, but you have not obtained Red Lotus true inheritance, right? If Celestial Court repairs Fate Goo, it will not benefit you. Similarly, my Longevity Heaven does not want to see Celestial Court succeed. If Fate Goo is repaired, it will be a huge help to Celestial Court. It will go against the luck path, true meaning that I, Immortal Venerable Giant's son, left behind. Let us put aside our past enmity and resist this strong enemy together. Fang Yuan was silent for a while before asking, "Who are you?" Bing Sai Chuan. Soon, Fang Yuan learned of the other party's identity. This identity should be real. Fang Yuan could not help but sigh at Longevity Heaven's foundation. Even a legendary rank 8 like Bing Sai Chuan could hide it until now. And in Longevity Heaven, among the 4 Desolation Immortals, East Desolation Immortal had the highest status. The great Bing Sai Chuan was only second? Who was East Desolation Immortal? Longevity Heaven's sudden change in attitude caught Fang Yuan off guard. But thinking about it, against a terrifying existence like Celestial Court, it was entirely possible for Longevity Heaven and Fang Yuan to work together. After all, Fang Yuan was a rank 8 Gu Immortal, the leader of Shadow Sect. He had obtained Dream Path research results. He was a famous person in the world. Some time ago, Celestial Court had invaded Northern Plains and Langya Blessed Land. They had clashed with Longevity Heaven several times. Wasn't there a saying, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend"? If they could work together, Fang Yuan naturally wanted to work with Longevity Heaven. After all, Celestial Court was his main enemy. But the problem was, how could they trust each other? To gain Fang Yuan's trust, Longevity Heaven purposely made their inventory public, trading immortal materials and even immortal goo with Fang Yuan. From the looks of it, they were really sincere. Since we want to work together, why don't Lord Bing Sai Chuan work together with me to seize Dragon Palace? Fang Yuan had a thought as he suggested. Chapter 1706. Ever since rebirth, Fang Yuan's strength had been rising rapidly. His speed was shocking. Especially during this period of time, his cultivation level rose to rank 8, his immortal goo were extremely abundant, they were rare in the world. However, his current strength was not enough to take Dragon Palace. The ones fighting for the rank 8 immortal goo house Dragon Palace were Duke Long, who had pseudo-immortal venerable strength, as well as many Eastern Sea rank 8 goo immortals. They could be said to be the strongest goo immortal experts in Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan had risen up too recently, in front of the peak experts of a region, in front of Duke Long. Fang Yuan could not snatch the immortal goo house, especially when this immortal goo house had the ability to retaliate. But Fang Yuan knew that he could not stand by and watch. If the Celestial Court obtained Dragon Palace, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Especially that mysterious Dream Path immortal goo. It was not simple. It was likely created by the luck of heaven and earth. It was the catalyst for the Dream Path era that the Heavenly Tao gave to Eastern Sea. At this time, if the power of Longevity Heaven was drawn in, the situation would become even more chaotic. But only with more chaos could Fang Yuan take advantage of the situation. Fang Yuan had advanced to rank 8 now, but against any rank 8 goo immortal in Eastern Sea, he did not dare to be careless. Rank 8 goo immortals had deep foundations. They could be hit by their killer moves if they were careless. As for Duke Long, Fang Yuan knew that his battle strength could not compare to him. After all, Fang Yuan had personally witnessed how Duke Long defeated Zishan Makoto. In order to protect Feng Kim Hong, Duke Long did not use his full strength. I have never seen him use chi path methods. Even so, with just his transformation path methods, he is still the strongest expert here. He is constantly being attacked by the combined forces of others. Bai Ningbing and the rest are still cultivating on Red Lotus Island. Even with future self, they have peak rank 7 battle strength. It is a pity that I lost the incomplete immortal goo house. If I had it, after this period of development, it would definitely have rank 8 battle strength. It would be of great help to me. If I can steal adaptation immortal goo from Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, I can use Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation. It will also temporarily increase my battle strength. Unfortunately, The timing is too late, heaven form is still being investigated. Fang Yuan felt regretful. However, this was the reality. Not everything could go smoothly and be just right. Dragon Palace did not show any signs of fatigue. Eastern Sea's rank 8 Gu Immortals were not all out yet. Duke Long was clearly waiting for reinforcements from the Celestial Court. Thus, the final contest for the Immortal Gu House would take some time. Naturally, Fang Yuan's attitude toward longevity heaven had changed drastically. However, even if they harbored ill intentions towards him, luring them into this battle would do more good than harm to Fang Yuan. This would help him obtain Dragon Palace, deal a blow to the Celestial Court, and even probe longevity heaven. It was killing many birds with one stone. But a few days later, Fang Yuan did not wait for Bing Sichuan. He only received a crucial piece of information. Celestial Court found a stone lotus island in the River of Time. It was now under their control. Bing Sichuan suggested to Fang Yuan, "You have spring-autumn cicada. You are the legitimate inheritor of Red Lotus true inheritance. If the Celestial Court takes away your fortuitous encounter, it would be detrimental to you, but it would also be a huge boost to them." Red Lotus Demon Venerable damaged Fate Gu. It is likely that his true inheritance contains a shortcut that can help us destroy Fate. Bing Sichuan's words were not wrong. He did not know that Fang Yuan had already obtained a Red Lotus true inheritance. Fang Yuan did not obtain any shortcut, but what if another Red Lotus true inheritance had it? That was hard to say. Of course, this could also be fake information from Bing Sichuan. It was a trap for Fang Yuan. Right now, Fang Yuan had two choices. One was to continue paying attention to Dragon Palace. The other was to go to the River of Time and fight for Red Lotus true inheritance with the Celestial Court. The former was chaotic and filled with danger. The latter was the same, it was risky. Fang Yuan acutely sensed that this was a crucial choice. He could not help but think, in this situation what should he choose? Southern border. Moral paradise. Two rank 8 Gu Immortals ascended the mountain side by side. Their auras were concealed, they were like mortals. The one on the left wore a gray hemp robe. It was very simple. He had a strong physique like a bear. He wore a conical hat. It was wide and large. It covered his face. Only his chin was exposed. He was famous in Southern Border's Gu Immortal world, the current generation inheritor of Paradise Earth, Lu Wei-yin. The one on the right was a woman. Her skin was white as snow. Her hair extended to her waist. Her eyes were like deep pools. Her brows were filled with sorrow. She wore a purple silk dress. She was beautiful and mysterious. It was the leader of the Celestial Court, the person in charge of Star Constellation chessboard. She was probably the #1 wisdom path great expert in the world, Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle actually appeared in Southern Border silently. She even interacted with Lu Wei-yin. Why? Along the way, Lu Wei-yin and Fairy Myrtle conversed. Even though they did not speak much, the atmosphere was harmonious. After a turn on the mountain path, a red pavilion appeared in the lush greenery. Lu Wei-yin pointed at the red pavilion and said, "Lady Ziwei, we have climbed the mountain all the way here. Why don't we rest in the pavilion before setting off?" Good suggestion. Fairy Myrtle smiled, moving forward happily. The two entered the red pavilion. There were stone stools in the pavilion, but Fairy Myrtle did not sit on them. She stood at the side of the pavilion, looking at the vast mountains and rivers. This pavilion was built at the edge of the mountain. It had a good view. Fairy Myrtle looked over at this moment. She saw that Virtue Paradise was filled with green mountains and clear waters. There were tree houses and villages at the foot and waist of the mountains. There was smoke coming from chimneys. Chickens were crowing and dogs were barking. It was a peaceful atmosphere. And in the sky, there were many small mountains floating. These mountains were made from floating soil. They could float in the sky naturally. They had their own unique characteristics and environments. Some were intertwined with vines that hung down like hair. Fang Yuan had been concealing his tracks, even when the earth veins moved and countless immortal goo and immortal materials appeared, he did not show himself. Because of all these reasons, the Celestial Court did not send more troops into the River of Time. Of course, there might be other forces lying in ambush. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. No matter what, as long as the battle continued, the Celestial Court's trump cards would be revealed one by one. With a loud roar, Fang Yuan used Familiar Face and turned into the immemorial Year Monkey again. The Year Monkey's body was like a mountain as it charged towards the nearest 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform. Feng Jioge was guarding it. Such a brave demon, let me fight you. Xingyi Wang moved Shark Flow lever at an astonishing speed as he intercepted. Fang Yuan moved on the water as he pointed with his finger. Immortal Killer Move Spring Scissors flew out. Spring Scissors was green and agile, it was as large as an elephant, but it shrunk in front of Shark Flow lever. Xingyi Wang was slightly shocked. He was already familiar with Spring Scissors, but it had such a transformation. The shrunken Spring Scissors charged down, but when it got close to the giant sharks in front of Shark Flow lever, it grew bigger again. With a soft sound, the scissors closed cleanly, cutting off the head of a giant shark. With another soft sound, another giant shark lost its head. Xingyi Wang was shocked. He quickly stopped Shark Flow lever. He could not care about obstructing Fang Yuan anymore. He was thinking about how to block Spring Scissors. Fang Yuan blocked Xingyi Wang with one move. He moved like the wind and arrived in front of 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform. Inside the Immortal Goo House, Feng Jioge had an indifferent expression as he controlled it calmly. 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform burst out with a bright light, blocking Fang Yuan's attack. He felt like he had crashed into a metal board. His momentum was completely nullified. Fang Yuan turned into an immemorial Year Monkey. He snickered as he punched with his fist. The fist landed on 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform, causing the pavilion to shake. Debris flew everywhere as it was pushed back. This Fang Yuan's strength has increased by leaps and bounds again. That's right, at least he modified Spring Scissors and Winter Coat. The former changes in size, it is hard to defend against, while the latter fused with his immemorial Year Beast transformation. His monkey skin is like ice, his fur is like frost, his defense is incredibly thick. 30 Xuanzi sat in present and past pavilion. They discussed with shock on their faces. Ever since Fang Yuan escaped pathetically and exposed all of his trump cards, Celestial Court had deduced all of his killer moves. To think that in this battle, all of their deductions were outdated, Fang Yuan's modification far surpassed Celestial Court's estimation. Celestial Court was caught unprepared. Not just that, Fang Yuan had also made many deductions about the 4 Immortal Goo houses. The fact that he had easily dealt with the Shark Flow lever and forced the 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform to retreat was proof of this. Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment was high, and most importantly, he had Wisdom Goo's secret help. Celestial Court's side had not deduced this. Fang Yuan, who had the light of wisdom, used his information to deduce the background of Celestial Court's 4-time path Immortal Goo houses. He made great progress. In the previous battle, Fang Yuan exposed his trump cards, but at the same time, Celestial Court's trump cards were also exposed. Fang Yuan understood all of them. It was not easy for Goo Immortals to create immortal killer moves. Modifying them was even harder. And what were Immortal Goo houses? Immortal Goo houses were the combination of countless immortal killer moves. Thus, modifying Immortal Goo houses was even harder. Fang Yuan could modify immortal killer moves because he had Wisdom Goo. Celestial Court's modification of Immortal Goo houses did not have Wisdom Goo. It was even harder. Thus, these 4 Immortal Goo houses did not have many changes. They maintained their current state. Fang Yuan had gained a lot from his previous defeat. He now had a way to deal with these Immortal Goo houses. This was also one of the reasons why he gave up on Dragon Palace and chose to attack the River of Time. Northern corner is destroyed. We cannot retrieve the Goo worms. 3 layers of Autumn Light Shield have been broken. Only 1 layer is left. Immortal Goo Autumn Light has cracks on its surface. Several Goo Immortals in 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform reported. They had anxious expressions. Feng Jioge was sitting at the main seat, but his expression was calm. He did not show any signs of taking action personally, because he knew that his sound path cultivation was useless in the river of time. Only by relying on time path immortal gu houses could he resist Feng Yuan. Feng Jioge thought, Feng Yuan can suppress 2 immortal gu houses, but Celestial Court still has 2 more. This battle has just begun. Feng Yuan's barrage of attacks caused him to pant heavily. Even though 3 autumn yellow crane platforms' exterior was damaged, its base was undamaged. It only lost a large number of mortal gu. Moreover, the rank 7 gu immortals inside the immortal gu house were trying their best to repair it. After the initial burst of energy, 3 autumn yellow crane platform got through the early stages. Feng Yuan's fierce attacks weakened rapidly. Xingyi Wang, who was on shark flow lever, had already dealt with spring scissors killer move. He rushed over again. At the same time, Present and Past Pavilion and Eternal Yacht formed a net from the left and right. Feng Yuan, I want to see how you deal with the alliance of 4 immortal gu houses. Xingyi Wang shouted. Feng Yuan saw that he was surrounded. His eyes shined with bright light as he suddenly laughed. Bing Sichuan, are you still not going to make a move? Before he finished speaking, Bing Sichuan's figure appeared behind Present and Past Pavilion. Who is it? The 3 Xuanzi were shocked. Because Present and Past Pavilion was most proficient in investigative methods, they still found Feng Yuan but not Bing Sichuan. Bing Sichuan shouted lightly as he pushed with both palms. Cold winds blew as frost energy surged, enveloping Present and Past Pavilion. At the next moment, the entire Present and Past Pavilion was sealed in a huge piece of profound ice. The 3 Xuanzi did not move in the ice. Their expressions were frozen with fear. They looked extremely lifelike. On the deck of Eternal Yacht, the calm rank 8 gu immortal Qin Ye's expression finally changed. This immortal killer move is instant freeze. You are the time path great expert of Giant Sun Immortals era, Bing Sichuan. Bing Sichuan cultivated time path. He was most proficient in stopping time. His time path killer moves could imitate the power of ice path. He was a rank 8 legend. His battle strength was at the peak of rank 1, on par with Li Huang. But now that Li Huang was sent away, he was replaced by the newly advanced rank 8 Feng Jioge. And most importantly, this was the river of time. Even if Li Huang was here, he would not be Bing Sichuan's match in a 1-on-1 battle without using a time path immortal gu house. Bing Sichuan had been preparing for a long time. His first move was earth-shattering. He attacked the weakest enemy, sealing a time path immortal gu house and eliminating the battle. Good moves. Feng Yuan could not help but praise. Bing Sichuan looked at Qin Yi. I am Bing Sichuan of Longevity Heaven. To think that someone in this era can recognize me. He said this with a smile on his face, but he did not hold back as he attacked the rank 8 gu immortal Qin Yi on Eternal Yacht. With Bing Sichuan's help, Feng Yuan suppressed the remaining 3 immortal gu houses of Celestial Court. At the next moment, the 5th time path immortal gu house appeared. This was a gatehouse. It had a simple structure but was beautiful. The pillars were red in color. It was very festive. The plaque on the door had 2 shining golden words, New Year's End. Chapter 1708. Year-End Gatehouse's appearance in the River of Time shocked not Feng Yuan's side, but Celestial Court. This was because Celestial Court only had 4 time path immortal gu houses here. This 5th time path immortal gu house, Year-End Gatehouse, came from Northern Plains. It was owned by one of the Huangjin tribes. When did an immortal gu house sneak in? Oh no, what is it trying to do to the river's suppression lotus ceiling formation? Quickly stop it. Celestial Court side shouted. Even the rank 8 gu immortals had shocked expressions. Bing Sichuan laughed loudly. Frost energy burst out from his body as he slammed Eternal Yacht to the bottom of the river. Feng Yuan shouted loudly, using all his strength to attack 3 autumn yellow crane platform. His fists danced like a torrential storm, forcing the latter to retreat again and again. present and past pavilion was already frozen. It had sunk into the river of time, vanishing without a trace. Xingyi Wang, who was on shark flow lever, had an ashen expression. He tried to go back to stop Year-End Gatehouse, but it was too far away. Under the gazes of the Immortals, Year-End Gatehouse approached the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. The gate started to shine with a pure white light. Next, a voice could be heard from inside. "Watch closely, this is my 5 elements profound light." Buzz. With an ear-piercing buzzing sound, a 5-colored light shot out of the gatehouse, hitting the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. The 5-colored light was like 5 streams of light that fused with each other. Wherever it went, the river suppression lotus ceiling formation dissolved layer by layer. A huge hole was formed in the blink of an eye. Quick, quick, repair the formation. What method is this? The river suppression lotus ceiling formation has no resistance at all. The rank 7 Gu Immortals controlling the super formation were shocked and furious. Feng Jioga's pupils shrunk. He recognized it. The one who attacked should be a Northern Plains rank 8 lone immortal, 5 elements grandmaster. This person cultivates formation path. He is skilled in imitating metal, wood, water, fire, earth, the 5 paths. He is a formation path great grandmaster. He was actually recruited by Longevity Heaven. After 5 elements grandmaster used this move, he gasped for breath, and his momentum suddenly fell to the bottom. His 5 elemental mystic light was best at breaking immortal arrays. He had prepared this move for a long time, and when it was unleashed, the results were shocking. A small part of the entire river suppression lotus ceiling array was destroyed, and it was on the verge of collapse. Of course, it was also because Feng Yuan had given Longevity Heaven crucial information. Feng Yuan had a deeper understanding of the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. After all, he had been locked inside and had personally broken the formation to break out. With this information, the 5 elements grandmaster was able to modify the 5 elements cave light, which happened to be able to restrain the river suppression lotus ceiling array. Once the formation was broken, the stone lotus island was immediately exposed to the immortals. Feng Yuan laughed heartily and leaped up. Boom! He used all his strength and stomped the 3 autumn yellow crane platform into the river, causing a huge wave. After that, he shot into the formation like a cannonball towards the stone lotus island. The Gu Immortals inside the river suppression lotus ceiling array were in chaos. They were covered in sweat as they tried to maintain the formation and prevent it from breaking apart. Once this super formation breaks apart, the person controlling it would suffer a huge backlash. These Gu Immortals were maintaining the formation. They were also saving themselves. The formation was busy trying to save itself. It could only look at Feng Yuan, who had come in. Not just them, even the immortal killer moves that they activated, even the surrounding tens of thousands of li of sky and sea were under immense pressure. Many killer moves broke apart. The rank 8 Gu Immortals and Dragon Palace fell into the water like dumplings in a pot. All living beings turned silent, heaven and earth became silent. Only Duke Long was left. He stood proudly in the sky, using his indifferent dragon eyes to look at the pathetic figures of the immortals. At this point in the fight for Dragon Palace, he finally displayed his true strength. Pseudo-immortal venerable battle strength suppressed his opponents. He had the upper hand. Kill. Duke Long, I will kill you. I don't believe you can defeat all of us. A few breaths of time later, huge waves rose in the sea. The rank 8 Gu Immortals who were humiliated by Duke Long had ruthless expressions. They attacked Duke Long together. Duke Long snorted coldly. A dragon tail grew out from his back. His body was covered in dragon scales. The dragon horns on his head were as sharp as swords. He roared. It was the immortal killer move Dragon Roaring Wave. Next, his figure flickered around his opponents. His dragon fists smashed their faces one by one. His dragon claws tore through their defenses, causing a storm of blood. Eastern Sea's rank 8 Gu Immortals were not his match. They were furious and shocked. their immortal killer moves were constantly interrupted. Even if they succeeded, they could not do anything to Duke Long. After fighting for so long, other than protecting Feng Kim Hong, Duke Long had also been collecting information. He had already grasped most of the details of Eastern Sea's rank 8 Gu Immortals. Old scoundrel, you are going too far. Take my killer move. Restrain him, I have even more powerful methods. Eastern Sea's rank 8s were furious. They were about to use even more powerful methods. Immortal killer move, Qi engulfing mountains and rivers. Puff puff puff. At the next moment, Eastern Sea's rank 8s were pushed into the depths of the sea again. Feng Jioge and Xing Yi Wang quickly stopped them, while Five Elements Grandmaster controlled the immortal formation to trap Qin Ye's eternal yacht. In the intense battle, the river suppression lotus ceiling formation shook more and more intensely, enduring Feng Yuan and Bing Sichuan's attacks. More and more cracks appeared. However, on Celestial Court's side, 3 Autumn Yellow Crane Platform and Shark Flow Lever, which were taken away by Feng Yuan, entered the battle again. Feng Yuan and Longevity Heaven's side gradually fell into a disadvantage. Feng Yuan, you still don't trust me now? The situation was disadvantageous, Bing Sichuan shouted anxiously. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He snorted coldly as he approached Bing Sichuan. Bing Sichuan's arms shook as a spherical light membrane covered himself and Feng Yuan. This was his immortal killer move. It was used for defense. Anything that landed on the light membrane, be it living beings or killer moves, would be frozen in time. Break it! Feng Jioge and Xing Yi Wang shouted at the same time. 3 Autumn Yellow Crane Platform and Shark Flow Lever also unleashed killer moves, attacking Bing Sichuan's light membrane. But any killer move that landed on the light membrane would be frozen in time. They would stop. At once, the entire light membrane seemed to be covered in a layer of colorful fireworks. It was extremely beautiful. Bing Sichuan gritted his teeth. His body shook as he held on to the light membrane. Even though he had peak rank 8 battle strength, inside this formation, time path was suppressed. He was facing the attacks of 2 immortal Gu houses and 2 rank 8 Gu immortals. It was very taxing. Feng Yuan saw this chance. He dispelled his immemorial year monkey transformation and activated Yama Emperor. At this point, he finally had the chance to change his battle style. Feng Jioge and Xing Yi Wang had too much battle experience. They did not give Feng Yuan any chance to transform. He was constantly interrupted. After Feng Yuan transformed into Yama Emperor, he immediately activated his killer move. His aura rose rapidly from weak to strong, and from strong to a terrifying level. Feng Jioge and Xing Yi Wang had solemn expressions. They were very vigilant. At this point in the battle, Feng Yuan finally had the time to use his trump card. Immortal killer move, Luo Pasil. Pay attention. Bing Sichuan gritted his teeth. He dispelled his defensive killer move and charged at the front. Without any obstruction, the attacks that had stopped earlier surged towards Bing Sichuan and Feng Yuan like a tidal wave. Bing Sichuan stood at the front. He forcefully opened a path for Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan held Luo Pasil as he charged towards Xing Yi Wang while enduring the aftermath. Xing Yi Wang retreated. Feng Jioge went to the right and attacked Feng Yuan from the side. Feng Yuan smiled coldly as he flew up. Luo Pasil flew out and landed on the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. The formation's activation stopped. Several rank 7 Gu immortals inside died on the spot. Bing Sichuan felt the pressure on him lessening. Swish, swish, swish. Large amounts of water from the river of time flowed into the formation through the opening. Then, with a series of crisp cracking sounds, the river suppression lotus ceiling formation fell apart piece by piece. 5 Elements Grandmaster was extremely shocked. Feng Yuan's Luo Pasil actually attacked the core of the formation and destroyed the core immortal Gu. How did he deduce that? Boom. Feng Jioge attacked Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's attention was on breaking the formation. He could only take Feng Jioge's attack head-on. Even in Yama Emperor's state, Fang Yuan coughed out 3 mouthfuls of blood, a large number of soul path goo worms died and several immortal goo were injured. Without the formation's help, the battlefield changed, Fang Yuan and Bing Sai Chuan gained the upper hand again. After all, this was Central Continent's territory. The convention was also organized by a Central Continent force. Shouldn't they take care of their own people? And this slight unfairness was not overboard at all. Because in the registration test, as long as a Goo Master had refinement path attainment, they could pass it. The refinement path convention has begun. In Celestial Court, Duke Long used his investigative killer move to observe the registration scenes in Central Continent. At this moment, his face was still pale. His injuries from fighting for the Dragon Palace had not healed much. This refinement path convention is the most crucial. Red Lotus, do you know, after this refinement path convention, Fate Goo will be completely restored. Duke Long's gaze suddenly turned perplexed. Scenes of the past quietly appeared in his mind. Spring-Autumn Cicada? You actually designed such an unfilial immortal Goo, Hong Ting. What are you trying to do? After learning of the secret, Duke Long immediately went to find Red Lotus Immortal Venerable Hong Ting. Hong Ting clenched his fists, saying to Duke Long, "Master, I have already said it, I want to revive them, I want everything to start over again." Duke Long pointed at Hong Ting, his body shivering from anger. Hong Ting lowered his head. "Master, scold me if you want, hit me if you want, but I will not give up." Duke Long stared at Hong Ting angrily, but did not scold him. Instead, after a long silence, he suddenly heaved a long sigh. "Hong Ting, my disciple, you are too naive. Even if you are an immortal venerable, what can you do to fate? Go ahead and try, I will not stop you. You will definitely fail, but I hope that if you fail enough, you will wake up." Many days later, Master, Hong Ting had injuries all over his body, but his expression was very excited as he arrived in front of Duke Long. "I finally found my only hope. I am about to succeed. I will definitely succeed in changing fate." "How can this be?" Duke Long did not believe it at all. "I am relying on this, Love Goo. This is the inspiration I got from the Legends of Rinzhu. The book says, love is also a part of fate. Since that is the case, love can also change fate." Hong Ting became more excited as he spoke. Duke Long was extremely shocked and furious. "Outrageous, outrageous. Hong Ting, don't forget your identity. You are an immortal venerable of the righteous path, but you want to change history. Do you know what kind of unimaginable consequences your unscrupulous actions will cause?" "Oh, Master." Hong Ting suddenly raised his head, his gaze shining as he looked at Duke Long. "Do you still not understand?" "Understand what?" "Times have changed. People's hearts have also changed. Our generation does not need restraints." Before Hong Ting finished, he was rudely interrupted by Duke Long. "Enough. You actually said Fate Goo is a kind of restraint?" "Hong Ting, enough is enough. If you continue like this, you will fall into the demonic path." "Master. Master does not want to punish you in the name of righteousness." Taking a deep breath, Duke Long's gaze became clear again. The memories in his mind had already been collected, but Duke Long still felt a sense of self-blame. "Oh, Red Lotus, you still don't understand." Duke Long muttered, "No matter how times change, Fate Goo will always be the protective umbrella of our human race. You disregarded the big picture of humanity for your own selfish desires. It was my mistake in teaching you. You are my disciple. As your master, I will make up for your mistake. I do not have much time left. But it does not matter, it is enough to repair Fate Gu completely. I will not allow anyone to destroy this refinement path convention. Boom. At the same time, a shocking explosion occurred in Scorpion Needle sect. Countless Gu masters who were participating in the refinement path convention died instantly. As a Gu immortal, Fang Yuan actually attacked mortals without any restraints. He was bullying the weak. He was truly too shameless. He had no bottom line. Most demonic path Gu immortals would not do this. This was the tacit understanding between Gu immortals, but Fang Yuan directly broke it. Fang Yuan is the greatest calamity to all living beings. Fairy Myrtle was furious, but also felt pity for those innocent lives. The longer he lives in this world, the more living beings will be harmed and harmed by him. Duke Long, however, was truly calm. His heart was like an ancient well without any ripples. All right, Fang Yuan's appearance, isn't this something we already expected? Let's follow the plan. This time, even if we have to pay a huge price, we need to repair Fate Gu. Duke Long's tone was firm. Celestial Court's Gu immortals listened to his orders. They felt nothing in this world could shake Duke Long's resolve. Fang Yuan was indeed a problem. Celestial Court could not ignore him, thus they had a plan to deal with him. Several days later, the people who were shocked by Fang Yuan's attacks obtained concrete information and evidence. Everything pointed to Fang Yuan. He was the culprit. The crowd was in a frenzy. Fang Yuan has already become a Gu immortal? There are really immortals in this world. Fang Yuan, you killed my father. I will definitely take revenge for this blood debt. Even if I am rank 5, if I am not a Gu immortal, I will still be an ant. Fang Yuan is clearly trying to ruin the refinement path convention. For the sake of my life, I will not go. Go. Why not go? If we do not go, won't we fall into Fang Yuan's trap? That's right, even though I am a mortal Gu master and am not Gu immortal Fang Yuan's match. But to take revenge for my wife's death, even if I have to sacrifice my life, I cannot let this demon Fang Yuan get what he wants. Some were fearful, some sighed, some retreated, while some were firm in their confidence. Time passed, days passed. The refinement path convention continued. Fang Yuan was alone. Central Continent was filled with registration locations for the refinement path convention. Even though he had fixed immortal travel, he could not exterminate all of these Gu masters, because many places were secretly guarded by Central Continent Gu immortals. Especially after Fang Yuan's attack, Celestial Court immediately made a move. They sent out missions. Countless Gu masters received the relevant missions and moved around, testing people's participation qualifications and giving out tokens. This way, Central Continent's forces split up. No one went to one location to register. Fang Yuan's killing efficiency fell greatly. Even though Fang Yuan was working hard and over 10,000 Gu masters died at his hands, he could not stop the refinement path convention from starting. The registration phase was over. The competition had already started for many days. Fang Yuan suddenly appeared at a certain place in Central Continent. He was about to attack when his brows suddenly rose. Fang Yuan, where are you going? Hand over your life. A Central Continent rank 8 Gu immortal charged at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan looked at the other party. He had no desire to fight. He activated his killer move again and retreated. These last few days, Central Continent's Gu immortals are getting faster and faster. Is it because I used fixed immortal travel too many times? They deduced it? But even so, they seem to be able to predict where I will appear. What investigative method is this? Time path? At the next moment, Fang Yuan's surroundings changed. He was hundreds of thousands of li away from his previous location. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. He acutely sensed that 3 rank 8 Gu immortals were approaching him from 3 directions. Fang Yuan, where do you think you are going? Celestial Court has prepared more than 10 investigative killer moves for you. You cannot escape. Especially one of them, it was created by primordial origin Immortal Venerable. It is called People's Accusation. Haha, demon, you did not expect this, right? The more people you kill, the more people will hate you. The hatred of these mortal Gu masters will continue to mark your location. The 3 rank 8s charged towards Fang Yuan. Immortal Battlefield Killer Move, Rumor Cage. Suddenly, a 4th rank 8 Gu immortal appeared above Fang Yuan. An Immortal Battlefield Killer Move enveloped Fang Yuan. We caught Fang Yuan. Lord Zhou Xianxia's Rumor Cage is indeed the fastest battlefield killer move to activate. Even Fang Yuan could not react in time. The 4 Gu immortals were overjoyed. Lord Duke Long, Fang Yuan has been trapped by us. Within Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle had an excited expression. Duke Long replied plainly. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined. Lord Duke Long, this is a rare opportunity. I suggest you take action personally and eliminate Fang Yuan without fail. Duke Long shook his head. Fang Yuan is just a clown. Repairing Fate Gu is the important matter at hand. It is not time for me to take action yet. Lord Duke Long. Fairy Myrtle was about to persuade him again when her expression suddenly changed. At this moment, all parts of Central Continent, especially the Refinement Path competition, were attacked by Gu immortals. In fact, not only Refinement Path venues, even some famous resource points in Central Continent were attacked by Gu immortals. Information Path and Human Path. Celestial Court truly has deep foundations. Just by restraining themselves a little, they are already making things difficult for me. Fang Yuan looked at Zhou Xianxia as he sighed internally. The enemy in front of him did not have any flaws. He was extremely vigilant against Fang Yuan. He was extremely skilled in investigation. He was extremely sensitive to even the slightest movement. This caused many of Fang Yuan's tactical plans to fail. Even though Fang Yuan had advanced to rank 8 for a short period of time, he relied on Reverse Flow Protection Seal, Luo Seal, and other profound methods to stabilize his battle strength at rank 8 upper stage. Previously, in the 5 regional walls, in the 5 regional mountain range, or in the River of Time, Fang Yuan made use of geographical advantages or borrowed the strength of others to greatly reduce the difference in battle strength between him and the enemy. But now that he was deep in Central Continent and fought against a rank 8 expert, he was countered. In terms of Information Path, his attainment was too shallow. There was no need to mention Human Path. Forget it, let's stop probing here. It is time to make use of geographical advantages. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a strange smile. At the next moment he activated his ambush method. Rumble. A great formation suddenly rose outside the Central Continent. Rumor Cage was like an egg. It was crushed by the terrifying power of the formation. Why is there a formation? The 4 Central Continent immortals were furious. Take a guess. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, turning into the immemorial year monkey. He jumped and arrived in front of Zhou Xianxia, his fist slamming down like a meteor. Rumor Cage broke. The backlash caused Zhou Xianxia to spit out blood. Time path methods were activated to slow the surrounding time. Zhou Xianxia could not dodge in time. He was hit by Fang Yuan's fist. With a loud sound, he crashed to the ground. Quick, save Lord Zhou Xianxia. Attack together. The other 3 Gu Immortals quickly pounced towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan snickered as the formation activated again, stalling the 3 rank 8s for a breath of time. Using this chance, Fang Yuan's huge body landed in front of Zhou Xianxia, who was like a toy. Immortal killer move, Spring Scissors. A huge pair of scissors was held by the giant ape Fang Yuan. The blades, which were dozens of feet long, were first deeply inserted into the ground on both sides. Next, the huge scissors gathered together. In front of the sharp scissors, the thick ground was as fragile as tofu. With a soft sound, the huge scissors finally gathered. The 2 halves of the scissors fused together. Blood splattered. Zhou Xianxia's head drew an arc in the air before falling to the ground with a loud sound. Chapter 1715. Prisoner Valley's southern flower vines were stolen by a mysterious Gu Immortal. More than half of them were lost. The Immortal formation at the Red River Beach was destroyed. The red fire rocks inside were all plundered by 3 Gu Immortals. Someone wanted to steal the primordial sand in the middle section of Falling Heavenly River, but was repelled by an immortal killer move left behind by Heaven's Envy Manor. Fairy Myrtle sat in the Celestial Court, looking at the situation of Central Continent. As the news came in, her brows furrowed even tighter. She was furious. The huge Central Continent was rich in resources and people. The 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent led by the leaders of the Celestial Court had gone through countless years and countless days and nights of hard work to create this place. But now, it was being robbed by thieves from all over. The place was in a foul state. Meanwhile, Duke Long was still sitting at the main seat, listening to Fairy Myrtle's reports with a calm expression. No matter, so what if we lost some resources? It's just a minor ailment. Duke Long said as he closed his eyes and rested his chin on his hand, pretending to sleep. Fairy Myrtle breathed in deeply, telling herself to calm down, but at the next moment, her eyes opened wide as she shouted in anger, Fang Yuan has escaped. Our 3 Central Continent rank 8s are all injured. Senior Zhou Xianxia was killed by Fang Yuan. A sharp light flashed in Duke Long's eyes. He stopped pretending to sleep and sat up, muttering. Zhou Xianxia and the others were specially arranged to deal with Fang Yuan. Among them, Zhou Xianxia was the strongest, but he was actually killed by Fang Yuan. But the others were only injured and retreated. There must be a reason behind this. Where is the detailed battle report? Fairy Myrtle immediately handed an information path Gu worm to Duke Long. The battle report was very detailed, because other than Zhou Xianxia, the other 3 Central Continent rank 8s were still alive. After reading the battle report, the hall fell silent. After a while, Fairy Myrtle spoke. I thought that Fang Yuan used Luo Pasil to kill Senior Zhou Xianxia. I didn't expect him to use Spring Scissors' killer move. According to this battle report, Spring Scissors has been modified again. Most importantly, when Fang Yuan transformed into the immemorial Year Monkey, his battle strength had already reached the peak of rank 8. Fairy Myrtle let out a deep sigh. She had known for a long time that Fang Yuan was a threat. If he was allowed to grow freely, he would definitely become a great threat. Fairy Myrtle had expected this, but she did not expect this day to come so soon. How long has it been since Fang Yuan became a Gu Immortal? In the blink of an eye, he became a rank 8. In the blink of an eye, he actually had peak rank 8 battle strength. Even I only have rank 8 upper stage battle strength. At once, Fairy Myrtle felt disheartened. Duke Long took a look at Fairy Myrtle. His tone was still deep and slow. Ziwei, don't look down on yourself. Fang Yuan rose up rapidly. Other than his own talent, he also had the help of various forces. He has Spring Autumn Cicada. He is Red Lotus Demon Venerable's target. He also obtained Spectral Soul's true inheritance and inherited the position of Shadow Sect leader. He even has Ghostly Concealment, that is a thieving heaven true inheritance. Don't forget, with the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower, how many benefits did Fang Yuan obtain from Giant Sun Immortal? We have placed enough importance on Fang Yuan. There is nothing wrong with your actions against him. It is just that we have failed repeatedly. Other than Fang Yuan, there are also the influences behind him. We are not just trying to get rid of Fang Yuan, we are also fighting against the forces around him. There were thousands of Gu masters in the square, each of them occupied an area and refined Gu. The whole square was covered in a thick layer of light. The rank 7 Gu Immortal Wu Fa was personally guarding it, protecting everything. Half of the time had already passed. Those who were not Gu masters had already failed. Some had black faces, some were in a worse state, their hands were destroyed, their chests were corroded, bloody holes were formed. Gu refinement was a very dangerous process. If one was not careful, they would meet with a disaster. Another Gu master met with an accident while refining Gu. He fainted on the ground. The formation under the tiles of the square activated, teleporting this Gu master out of the square. Several healing Gu masters quickly gathered and treated him. It turned out that this person had made a mistake when handling the Gu materials. The poison in the Gu materials invaded his body, causing him to faint. Soon, he was treated properly and woke up. His life was spared. Even though you woke up, your limbs are sore and your mind is muddled, you cannot participate in the competition. The healing Gu master felt pity for him. This person was not weak. Many people thought highly of him. This person laughed. So what if I fail? According to the words of the superior immortals, even if I fail in the refinement path convention, it is beneficial to Central Continent. It is beneficial to the righteous path. Those demonic immortals tried all ways to destroy our refinement path convention. They killed so many innocent lives. Even though we are mortals, we cannot give up on resisting. Participating in the refinement path convention and allowing it to continue, that is the best revenge for them. Even though his tone was weak and powerless, his words were firm and intense, like swords colliding. Good man. The healing Gu master beside him gave him a thumbs up. I think so too. Those murderers are unworthy of being immortals. They have no compassion or benevolence. We need to resist to the end. We cannot let them get what they want. Right at this time, there was a change in the square. Two young Gu masters stood up at the same time, holding Gu worms in their hands. One of them was Hong Yi. He shouted, "I succeeded." Good, both of you succeeded at the same time. You are at the top of this round. According to what I said earlier, both of you can get a small prize that I left behind. Gu Immortal Wu Fa's voice came from the square. Everyone was envious. The two young Gu masters looked at each other. They were not far from each other. One was at the center of the square while the other was at the northeast corner. You two, report your names. Wu Fei said again. He did not show himself, but he had already observed these two winners. The more he looked at them, the more he liked them. These two young Gu masters were handsome and had high cultivation level. I am Hong Yi. Hong Yi replied. I am Yi Fan. The other young man also spoke. Even though the Grotto Heaven's original owner, Beast Calamity Immortal, died after passing the first Grand Tribulation, the Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven that he left behind survived many more calamities and tribulations. It was not far from the second Grand Tribulation. That was to say, ignoring the other Dao marks in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, there were over 100,000 transformation path Dao marks. Fang Yuan himself had close to 100,000 transformation path Dao marks. Originally, he only had 50,000, but in the River of Time, he killed many rank 7 Celestial Court. After devouring a large number of immortal apertures, he obtained the Dao marks of many paths. Thus, after Fang Yuan annexed Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, he had over 200,000 transformation path Dao marks. This was a terrifying number. Rank 8 Gu immortals who cultivated transformation path had to go through at least 2 grand tribulations to obtain so many transformation path Dao marks. Bo Qing was a rank 8 Gu immortal who had gone through 2 grand tribulations, so was Duke Long. And when Feng Yuan transformed into the immemorial year monkey, these transformation path Dao marks would turn into time path Dao marks. Don't forget, after Feng Yuan devoured Xiacha's grotto heaven, he had over 70,000 time path Dao marks. In the River of Time, after killing the 3 Xuanzi and annexing their immortal apertures, he had over 100,000 time path Dao marks. 200,000 plus 100,000. When Feng Yuan transformed into the immemorial year monkey, he had over 300,000 time path Dao marks. What did that mean? Rank 8 Gu immortals who cultivated time path would have to go through the 3rd grand tribulation if they did not have any fortuitous encounters. And after going through the 3rd grand tribulation, they would become a rank 9 venerable. Of course, a rank 9 Gu venerable's Dao marks were not just 300,000, this was only the starting point of a venerable. Even so, Feng Yuan had already reached pseudo-immortal venerable level with just time path Dao marks. Together with rank 8 time path immortal Gu and many powerful rank 8 time path killer moves, his battle strength naturally rose to the peak of rank 8. Earlier, when Feng Yuan fought against Li Huang, he used Luo Pasil but could not break through Li Huang's verdant sun flame cloak. But now, when Feng Yuan transformed into the immemorial year monkey, he was looking forward to the clash between Spring Scissors and verdant sun flame cloak. But against Duke Long, it will be difficult. Feng Yuan had a deep gaze. There were many factors that affected battle strength. Dao marks were one, immortal Gu were another, the immortal aperture's foundation was another, and methods were another. Feng Yuan did not lack Dao marks. He had 3 time path immortal Gu, which was passable. But his immortal killer moves were lacking, even though Spring Scissors and other methods had been modified many times and became stronger, the foundation was not changed. Back and forth, it was just these few moves. As for Duke Long, Feng Yuan had seen his battle with Zishan Makoto. He knew that be it transformation path or chi path Dao marks, he had at least 300,000. Duke Long definitely had more rank 8 immortal Gu than Feng Yuan's 3 time path immortal Gu. Duke Long's immortal killer moves were plentiful and endless, especially killer moves like triple chi retraction. They were earth-shattering killer moves that were extremely difficult to defend against. All these factors created Duke Long's pseudo-immortal venerable battle strength. Pseudo-immortal venerable. It was not so easy to reach the level of venerable. Precisely because of this, Duke Long was able to snatch Dragon Palace in front of almost all the Eastern Sea rank 8s. This was enough to show how powerful he was. Chapter 1718. Central Continent, Earth Chi Stone Forest. Puff, 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 waves of surging earth energy gushed out from the cave in the stone forest. There were stone pillars of varying sizes. The small ones were like bamboo shoots, while the large ones were like ancient trees reaching into the sky. Western Desert Earth Path Gu Immortal Shurgan Dang sized up the Earth Chi Stone Forest with a complex expression. This Earth Chi Stone Forest produced a vast amount of Earth Path cultivation resources. Among them was round Kuan stone, which Shurgan Dang desperately needed. Unfortunately, this round Kuan stone had never been sold in large quantities in jewel yellow skies. Because this place was controlled by one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, they needed round Kuan stones internally. In jewel yellow skies, I did not hesitate to raise the price, but the goo immortals here did not relent. They even made fun of me. Hee hee, now that I have destroyed this place and taken away all the round Kuan stones, I have taken revenge for that day. Shurgan Dang breathed in deeply, his aura burst out and rushed to the sky. Immortal killer move, heavenly descent 3 mountains. Boom, boom, boom. 3 mountains crashed down from the sky, destroying the stone forest formation. Most of the stone forest was crushed into pieces by the mountains. Shurgan Dang did not feel any heartache. He breathed heavily as he rushed to the scene with a pale expression, sweeping all the round Kuan stones and other immortal materials into his immortal aperture. Central Continent, Spirit Marsh Spring. Which scoundrel dares to covet this place? I have already found you, why aren't you showing yourself? The one guarding this place was Ancient Soul Sex Rank 7 Goo Immortal Expert, Yang Feng. He had a broad back and a thin waist, his whole body was emitting a valiant aura. He had short white hair, a pair of golden eyes flickered with a sharp light, he wore a martial outfit with a blue-silver belt around his waist, his calves and arms were covered in bright silver armor. Spirit Marsh Spring was not an ordinary resource, it was very unique. Ancient Soul Sect specially sent Yang Feng to guard it, not wanting to lose it. Under Yang Feng's shout, a Goo Immortal slowly walked out. He was an old man with a hunched back, holding onto a walking stick as he hobbled over. Yang Feng snorted coldly, "Old man, you are already so old, you should cherish the few days you have left. You're still so stubborn that you came here to court death?" The elderly Goo Immortal chuckled, "I have no choice, I want to ask for some Spirit Lake spring water." Yang Feng sneered, "Even the great elders of the Ancient Soul Sect don't have enough spring water for their own use, how can I give it to you?" The elderly Goo Immortal sighed deeply, "In that case, I will have to snatch it myself." Yang Feng raised his head and laughed loudly, "Old man, you've got guts, daring to attack me. What's your name? State your name." The elderly Goo Immortal smiled, saying with deep meaning, "I have already forgotten my name. However, most people call me Forgotten Daoist." "You're the Forgotten Daoist?" Yang Feng's body shook and his eyes flashed with surprise. Then, his expression froze. "Wait, what did you say your name was?" The elderly Goo Immortal was silent. He stood on the spot and smiled at Yang Feng. Yang Feng had a dazed expression, he looked at the old Goo Immortal and frowned deeply. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" A moment later, the Forgotten Daoist took away the Spirit Lake spring water. Yang Feng looked at his departing figure and reacted, "Who are you? You're sneaking around, stop right there." The Forgotten Daoist vanished. Yang Feng looked at the dried-up Spirit Lake, he was shocked and furious, he was filled with doubts. Damn it, who stole the Spirit Lake spring water? I was on guard, how did the other party do it? No, I need to report this to the sect. When he first took over, southern border was in chaos. They pressured Wu clan and lost a large amount of territory. Wu Yong relied on his own strength and clear jade-dripping wind tiny bamboo building to turn the situation around. After the Battle of the Dream Realm, Wu Yong took a risk and cooperated with Celestial Court, taking back the deities of Southern Frontier's immortal goo and returning them all. This gave him great prestige. He wanted to get rid of Fang Yuan in 5 Elements Mountain Range, but was slightly thwarted. But after that, even though Lu Wei-yin had the title of Paradise Earth's inheritor, he could not win against him. In the end, he became the alliance leader of the Southern Alliance. Right now, Celestial Court was at the most crucial moment in repairing Fate Goo. Wu Yong led the Southern Alliance elites and attacked, ignoring Fairy Myrtle's threats. Because he knew clearly what the big picture was. He could not let Celestial Court have the complete Fate Immortal Goo again. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Unlimited wind continued to blow and grinded the formation. The defending Celestial Court Gu Immortals tried many methods but had little effect. This move was very powerful. It was Wu Yong's trump card, but this was the first time it was used in public. Not just Celestial Court's side, even the deities of Southern Frontier were moved when they saw this wind. Their joyful expressions hid wariness and fear. Soon, a gap was opened in the formation. Wu Yong waved his hand. "Everyone, it is time to use your lives. Follow me in." The deities of Southern Frontier entered one after another. The defending Celestial Court Gu Immortals became nervous. "They are in. Quick, activate the second layer formation." The Southern Border Immortals only felt the scene before them change drastically. The blue light suddenly rose up, transforming into countless pink petals that spun rapidly, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. There were hundreds of millions of them, enveloping the Southern Border Immortals. A rank 7 Gu Immortal stood up. He had a beard like a halberd. He had a powerful aura. He was a pillar of Tai clan. His name was Tai Gongu. He had peak rank 7 battle strength. Facing the formation's attack, he was fearless. He shouted as golden light flickered around him. Countless golden halberds condensed. "Go!" Countless halberds rained down like a storm, crashing into the torrent of flying flowers. As they clashed, the flying flowers and golden halberds exploded into pink and golden fragments. The formation's attack had rank 8 power, but Tai Gongu was able to hold on. He did not fall into a disadvantage. Formation Path Great Expert, rank 8 Gu Immortal Chi Chu Yu stood beside him, deducing the formation's flaws. In this attack, Chi Chu Yu would play a huge role. After a few breaths of time, the golden halberds were suppressed by the boundless flower rain, as rank 7 Gu Immortal Shang Ke stepped forward. Di Zongxing was not ordinary. It was created from the resentment and hatred of countless living beings in Central Continent's earth veins. It was originally sealed and struggled constantly. If it succeeded, it could cause a large-scale earthquake. Old Man Bei Feng guarded this place. One of the reasons was to prevent the evil dragon from causing earthquakes in Central Continent and destroying living beings. But now, Feng Yuan and the other 4 regions Gu Immortals were wreaking havoc in Central Continent. Countless living beings were killed. They accumulated a vast amount of resentment, hatred, fear, and other emotions. Di Zongxing absorbed these emotions. His strength began to rise rapidly. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortals attacking the formation had attracted its attention. The crafty Di Zongxing had been restraining himself and accumulating strength. He suddenly exerted strength now, catching Old Man Bei Feng off guard. After Old Man Bei Feng reacted, he quickly used the main force of the formation to suppress Di Zongxing. After Duke Long used this formation, its power had weakened by 30%. And now, my strength has risen by at least 50%. Old Man Bei Feng, if you escape now, you can still live. Otherwise, after I destroy this formation, I will tear you to pieces. Di Zongxing shouted. His voice rumbled like thunder, resounding in the huge earth trench. Don't even think about it. Old Man Bei Feng's expression was grim. His fighting spirit did not waver. I found a flaw. In another formation space, Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu Immortal Qing Yuan opened his eyes wide. His aura erupted like a volcano. Immortal killer move, suppressing mountain egg. A gigantic mountain appeared out of thin air, and with the sound of wind and thunder, it smashed into the gap in the formation. Hidden Dragon Cave's super formation had already reached its limit when dealing with the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals and Di Zongxing. Now that it was attacked by Qing Yuan, it snapped like a taut bow. The formation collapsed. Old Man Bei Feng suffered a backlash. He coughed out blood. His face was pale as paper. He was on the verge of death. Crack, crack. With a series of sounds like glass shattering, most of the immortal formation was destroyed. Only a small portion at the center was left. It was pitifully defending itself. The Eastern Sea Immortals' vision changed. They were released. I can sense that the rank 8 Immortal Gu House is at the center of the Immortal formation. Shen Songsheng's eyes shined brightly. Charge in! Song Qiyuan laughed loudly, taking the lead. Qin Yuan stayed behind. He was hurrying to heal himself. This time, he had broken through the array and his injuries were not light. Because he was not a formation path Gu Immortal, he did not use formation path methods to solve the problem. It was like smashing a door with his fists. The manor on the right had an exquisite structure. It had white jade tiles and cold energy. It flew over with the roar of a dragon soul. It was Ancient Soul Sect's Immortal Gu House, Frost Dragon Manor. Bai Ningbing and the rest activated the killer moves of the Immortal Gu House, but these killer moves were not powerful. Yuyang Palace and Frost Dragon Manor directly broke them. They reached Bai Ningbing and the rest. Bai Ningbing and the rest knew that their Immortal Gu houses were weak. They had no choice but to retreat. We cannot retreat. A Western Desert rank 8 Gu Immortal shouted. If they retreated, the gap in the defensive line that they had created would be repaired. They would lose the opportunity. Retreat. Fang Yuan's order was direct. This Immortal Gu House was not Frost Dragon Manor and Yuyang Palace's match. Fang Yuan had to preserve it. It would be a huge pity if it was destroyed at the start of the battle. However, that was not the truth. Fang Yuan could not retreat just because he wanted to. At the crucial moment, intense winds attacked, causing Bai Ningbing and the rest to stagnate. The one who attacked was a 7-story building. Curtains were fluttering in the air. Rank 7 Immortal Gu House, Wind Sweeping Building. This building was one of the 2 signature Immortal Gu houses of Wind Cloud Manor. It was on the same level as Passing Cloud Building. Wind Sweeping Building and Passing Cloud Building could be combined to form the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Wind Cloud Manor. It was extremely powerful and terrifying. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Wind Cloud Manor had once been at the top of the ranking of Immortal Gu houses for a period of time. With Wind Sweeping Building's obstruction, Yuyang Palace moved even faster. It crashed into Fang Yuan's Immortal Gu House like a meteor. Next, Frost Dragon Manor's killer move also hit. In an instant, Fang Yuan's Immortal Gu House's roof tiles were blown away, the pillars toppled and a huge hole appeared. A vast number of Mortal Gu were destroyed, several Immortal Gu were also lost. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He suddenly appeared. Yama Emperor killer move. Chapter 1722. Boom. With a loud sound, heaven and earth changed. Wu Yong took the lead, leading the Southern Alliance Immortals to break the 5th formation and arrive at the 6th formation. In the 6th formation, it was pitch black with no end in sight. The deities of Southern Frontier were like ants in it. This is a space path formation. A Luo clan Gu Immortals suddenly spoke. He wore Southern Border's traditional clothing, his face was pale and his expression cold. He was a general of Luo clan, famous in Southern Border. He had peak rank 7 battle strength. His name was Luo Ran. He cultivated space path and had great attainment. That's right, this is a space path formation. Chi Chuyu nodded. Let me deduce it first. The Immortals had no objections. After entering the formation, it was not wise to act rashly. The most reliable method was to let the formation path Gu Immortals deduce the profundities of the formation and target its flaws. They would be able to achieve great results with half the effort. After deducing for a while, Chi Chuyu said plainly, I have already deduced most of this formation. It is the spaceless formation. Luo Ran heard this and frowned. Even though I am not a formation path Gu cultivator, I have heard of the spaceless formation long ago. It is one of the most classic immortal formations of space path. It was created in the remote antiquity era. No one knew who the creator was. This formation only has one ability. It is to expand the distance and lengthen the route. After entering the formation, one step can be 100 steps. Chi Chuyu smiled. Luo Ran is very knowledgeable. This is the spaceless formation. But this formation has already been modified. There is a layer of formation transformation hidden inside. Someone asked, "What transformation?" Chi Chuyu shook his head. "I cannot deduce it now, I can only sense it. But we can set off first. I can deduce it while we travel. According to the current situation, we can move forward freely. There is nothing wrong with it. The spaceless formation itself has no offensive power. It is only used to trap enemies and increase the distance between us, stalling for time. Give me some time, I will be able to deduce this layer of transformation and find the formation's flaws. If the celestial court attacks ahead of time, as long as we defend ourselves and let me see what kind of changes there are, it will be more helpful to my calculations." Chi Chuyu's suggestion was very good. The immortals immediately set off and chose to fly forward. The void space formation had no light. It was a patch of black and deep. The Southern Alliance immortals protected Chi Chuyu at the center while Wu Yong walked at the front. "Look, there seems to be something ahead." Yao Clan Gu immortal Yao Tianze suddenly spoke. The immortals slowed down and walked closer to take a closer look. A huge greenish-white radish, as big as a house, floated motionlessly in the air. "What is this?" "It seems to be a primordial immortal herb," Yao Tianze asked. The others all frowned. The thing in front of them was not something that could be seen normally. Wu Yong remained silent. A light flashed through his mind, as if he had seen the records of this immortal plant somewhere before, but he couldn't recall it in his hurry. "If I am not wrong, this should be a profound ice light radish. It is an immortal plant from the immemorial antiquity era. It is already extinct. To think that the celestial court still held back." Qiao Zhikai said. He was Qiao clan's first supreme elder. Even though he only had rank 7 cultivation level, he cultivated with path. Wu Yong's eyes shined. "That's right, this is a profound ice light radish. Everyone be careful, don't get close. Once we get close, this radish can shoot out countless ice rays that can pierce every inch of our skin and organs, freezing them to death instantly." Qiao Zhikai continued to explain, "Yes. Chapter 1723. Celestial Court. The sky that was originally filled with white light was shining with 7-colored aurora lights. A huge immortal goo house was floating in the sky. What an amazing immortal goo house! It was a round altar with 3 floors. It was grand and grand. There were many pillars on the altar. The white jade railings were shining with aurora lights. It was the rank 8 luck path immortal goo house. Calamity Luck Altar. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal personally created it. It was one of the 3 immortal goo houses he controlled. Calamity Luck Altar was originally the foundation to suppress Longevity Heaven, but this time, when Longevity Heaven attacked Celestial Court, it was mobilized. Such a move showed Longevity Heaven's confidence in obtaining it. This made the Celestial Court's goo immortals somewhat worried. Fairy Myrtle frowned deeply. Even Duke Long had a solemn expression at this moment. However, his gaze was not focused on the Calamity Luck Altar, but on the rainbow-colored lights blossoming in the sky. Duke Long said solemnly, "With just Calamity Luck Altar, Longevity Heaven's goo immortals cannot break in directly. This layer of 7-colored aurora lights is indeed rank 9. It should be the work of Giant Sun Immortal." Giant Sun Immortal? Fairy Myrtle was stunned before a look of realization appeared on her face. According to Celestial Court's records, Giant Sun Immortal had once been invited to Celestial Court. Is this the method he secretly left behind? It should be, Duke Long said. Fairy Myrtle's expression turned grim. This Giant Sun Immortal is truly crafty and crafty. He had long planned to scheme against Celestial Court. His scheme was so profound. The venerables of the past all had great wisdom. They cannot be underestimated. Giant Sun Immortal possesses luck path methods. He had left behind some clues in the dark. Even my Celestial Court did not know about it. Duke Long shook his head and sighed. His emotions were a little complicated. Back then, when Giant Sun became venerable, it was luck path that interfered with Fate Gu greatly. At that time, the leader of the Celestial Court, the golden-hooped Immortal, specially invited Giant Sun to visit the Celestial Court for the sake of the world. On the surface, he announced to the world that he wanted to invite Giant Sun to join the Celestial Court. After some consideration, Giant Sun agreed to the invitation and entered the Celestial Court. The golden-hooped Great Immortal personally guided the Giant Sun Immortal. Along the way, he brought him to visit the important places in the Celestial Court, especially the place where the Wuji, Reckless Savage, and Red Lotus Demon Venerables fought and stopped. Giant Sun Immortal suggested to go and see Fate Gu. Golden-hooped Great Immortal did not refuse. He brought Giant Sun to Heaven Overseeing Tower to see Fate Gu. After Giant Sun left the tower, he remained silent. Finally, when he left the Celestial Court, he said that he needed to consider the matter of joining the court. This experience, as well as the conversation between Giant Sun and the golden-hooped Great Immortal, was clearly recorded in the historical records of the Celestial Court. The power of rank 9 is unfathomable. Giant Sun Immortal tampered with it back then. It is not strange that we only discovered it now. After all, he cultivates luck path. Our Celestial Court has too little understanding of luck path. However, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable even placed a spy in the Celestial Court. He is now trapped. Giant Sun Immortal has already died. Only Calamity Luck Altar and a group of Northern Plains Gu Immortals came to attack. How can our great Celestial Court be easily toppled? Old Man Zheng Yuan's voice resounded in the hall. Fairy Myrtle nodded, but her brows were still furrowed. Calamity Luck Altar is not an ordinary rank 8 Immortal Gu house. It was once Giant Sun Immortal's item. Five Elements Grandmaster's worry was reasonable, because if they could not break this move, they would have to bombard the Qi wall along the way. That way, the expenditure would be too high. They would probably not even reach Duke Long before their immortal essence would run dry and they would die of exhaustion. But it was too difficult to break this move. Firstly, this was a rank 9 killer move. They had to have methods of the same level to have a chance of breaking it. Rank 8 killer moves could only be effective if they were specifically countered. Secondly, after the world changed, Qi path had been declining for a long time. In Longevity Heaven's group, none of them cultivated Qi path. What should they do? Don't worry, we have a countermeasure. Even though this move was created by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, so many years have passed, it has been through the vicissitudes of life, it has also withstood the attacks of 3 demon venerables, it already has a weakness. That's right. Back then, Limitless, Reckless Savage, and Red Lotus, 3 demon venerables, attacked Celestial Court, but they could not break this Qi wall killer move. But they relied on their strength to break through. They created a total of 3 paths. These 3 paths are the weakest parts of the Qi wall. They cannot be repaired. As long as we bombard a small part and enter one of these 3 paths, we can follow the path of a demon venerable and kill our way through. 5 Elements Grandmaster let out a sigh of relief. So that's it. Next he asked, then which path should we choose? At the same time, in Central Great Hall, Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle conversed. Even though the Qi wall killer move is strong, it has been exposed long ago. Since Longevity Heaven ambushed us, they must know the weakness of the Qi wall. It is the path that the 3 demon venerables used before. Fairy Myrtle nodded, explaining with great familiarity, The path on the left was created by Limitless Demon Venerable. It goes through Central Heaven Gate, Name Plaque Palace, Sun Palace, 5 Deity Hall, Central Great Hall, Heaven Overseeing Tower, Forgotten Dao Lake, and finally, Imperfection Regret Pavilion at the peak of Star Zone Mountain. The path in the center was created by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. It goes through Immortal Emperor Garden, Void Accumulation Pavilion, Sumeru Swamp, Eternal Sand Cave, Million Heavenly King Gallery, Embroidered Tower, Central Great Hall, and finally, Heaven Overseeing Tower. The path on the right is Red Lotus Demon Venerable's Path of Invasion. He first went through Lotus Immortal Pool, Bright Moon Treasure Light Hall, then the 12 Spirit Entrances, Fire Separation Pavilion, Magnetic Star Ridge, Waterwood Qinghua Garden, Central Great Hall, and finally, Heaven Overseeing Tower. As long as they choose a path, we will know which path they will take and set up our defenses. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined with the light of wisdom. That's right. Duke Long had no objections. Boom boom boom. Calamity Luck Altar carried several Gu Immortals of Longevity Heaven and bombarded the path, finally entering the weak area of the Qi Wall. Once they entered, Longevity Heaven's group felt the pressure fall sharply. The Qi Wall only existed in name. The Celestial Court's Gu Immortals immediately noticed something. Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle looked at each other. They chose the left path. Chapter 1724. The Left Flank. This was the path that the limitless demonic lord had created in the Celestial Court 1,000,000 years ago. The starting point was the Central Heaven Gate, the Nameplate Palace, the Sun Palace, the 5 Deity Palace, the Central Great Hall, the Heaven Overseeing Tower, the Forgotten Dao Lake, and finally the Imperfection Regret Pavilion at the peak of Star Zone Mountain. The huge Celestial Court was illuminated by a brilliant light. There were many palaces, pavilions, terraces, and towers. It was beautiful and magnificent. Calamity Luck Altar charged forward with a crushing momentum. The Celestial Court, which had been silent for countless years, finally welcomed the flames of war. Within Calamity Luck Altar, 5 Elements Grandmaster looked down from above, constantly observing. He was tongue-tied, he was visibly moved. If I had not seen it with my own eyes, I would not have imagined that all the buildings here are immortal Gu houses. Even if most of them are rank 6 immortal Gu houses, Celestial Court's foundation is too terrifying. Hanako, one of the North Desolation Immortals, giggled. Little 5, this is the Celestial Court. In the ancient era, it was created 3,000,000 years ago, and it had stood until today. Even though Fate Gu was damaged, it was still the #1 force in the world. With such accumulation, it's not strange for such a grand scene to exist. The layout of these palaces you see is the creation of the remote antiquity era Celestial Court's rank 8 refiner. After that, the Eagle God, Aunt Lan, Old Lord Huang Ting, Uncle Feng, Immortal Concubine Quan Miao, and others carried on the past and opened up a path for the future. In this palace, all the immortal Gu houses are one, they can support each other. At the same time, these palaces can also be dismantled and upgraded individually. It's very convenient. However, you don't have to overestimate the Celestial Court. These immortal Gu house palaces are mostly rank 6, and most importantly, they only specialize in one aspect. They are not as comprehensive as the immortal Gu houses of the outside world. 5 Elements Grandmaster nodded in understanding. I understand, if I want to take care of everything, I will need to expend even more immortal Gu and a vast number of mortal Gu. The Celestial Court thought highly of themselves. Other than the 3 demon lords who had attacked them, no one else had ever invaded them. Therefore, there was no need for them to invest so much into it. After all, these immortal Gu house palaces stay in Celestial Court all year round and have no external use. Speaking up to this point, the 5 Elements Grandmaster suddenly laughed out loud. I see. Our attack on the Celestial Court also caught them off guard. This was a loophole in their thinking. Interesting. Other than the 3 demon lords, I didn't expect that there would be a day when I would attack the Celestial Court. Even if I die here, with this experience, my life will not be in vain. The Five Elements Grandmaster was brimming with heroic spirit. He was naturally a Northern Plainsman. Even though he had been a rank 8 Gu Immortal for many years, the nature of Northern Plainsmen had never changed. The people of Northern Plains were proud of their bravery and ashamed of living an ignoble life. To them, dying on the battlefield was the greatest glory and destination. Calamity Luck Altar charged forward and finally reached Central Heaven Gate. This giant gate was as lofty as a small mountain. The golden glaze on the front of the gate shone brightly, and the gate pillars were tall and thick. The plaque on the gate shone with the light of precious jade. This is the Central Heaven Gate? This seems to be an information path Immortal Gu house? The Five Elements Grandmaster looked around and pondered. That's right, the new members of the Celestial Court have always been elites from the 10 great ancient sections. These rank 8 elites have to pass the Central Heaven Gates test to enter the Celestial Court. The Bull Demon said. Central Heaven Gates entrance was tightly shut, firmly blocking Calamity Luck Altar's path. Central Great Hall. Duke Long asked, Central Heaven Gate is a rank 8 information path Immortal Gu house, but it is very weak in terms of offense and defense. It will not be able to stop us or delay us. How many golden pearls do we have left? Fairy Myrtle immediately answered, only about 3,600. Duke Long nodded. Take them all out and send them over to assist Central Heaven Gate in defending. I believe Longevity Heaven definitely has a backup plan for this attack. Northern Plainsmen are brave, but that does not mean they are reckless. We need to deal with the situation by staying calm and stall for time. As long as Fate Gu is repaired, all our efforts and sacrifices will be worth it. Yes, Lord. Fairy Myrtle received the order and immediately controlled Central Great Hall. Central Great Hall was the center of all the Immortal Gu houses in Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle used Central Great Hall to open Celestial Court's treasury and take out all the golden pearls. Swoosh, 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 sharp whistling sounds could be heard in the sky. The golden pearls rained down like a torrential rain, shining with golden light and shining brilliantly. Calamity Luck Altar crashed into Central Heaven Gate. Central Heaven Gate could not hold on any longer. Cracks started to spread on the door. The golden pearls hit Calamity Luck Altar, producing crisp sounds that lingered in the ears. Calamity Luck Altar did not move. There was not a single crack on it. The power of the golden pearls had just shown itself. The golden pearls turned into giant soldiers. They were all wearing armor that covered their entire bodies. It was pitch black under the helmets. Only 2 eyes could be seen, shining with dazzling golden light. They were holding weapons like axes, knives, forks, and so on. Soon, the golden pearl soldiers covered Calamity Luck Altar. Countless blades and spears slashed at Calamity Luck Altar. Sparks flew. Calamity Luck Altar shook intensely. In order to defend, its immortal essence expenditure increased. What is this? Shock flashed across Five Elements Grandmaster's eyes. Each soldier has the strength of an ancient desolate beast, but they have no vitality. It seems to be an immortal killer move. These are golden pearls. During the medieval antiquity era, a metal path great expert appeared in Celestial Court. He was known as Golden Pearl Immortal Monarch. These golden pearls are his signature killer move, a unique method. Bull Demon said plainly. Flower Lady covered her mouth as she giggled. Celestial Court only sent these golden pearls. I did not see Duke Long or Fairy Myrtle. It seems that they want to defend and stall for time until Fate Gu is repaired. Chapter 1725. After Sun Palace was destroyed, Five Deity Hall was next. And after Five Deity Hall, it was the Central Great Hall where Duke Long, Fairy Myrtle, and the rest were at. Longevity Heaven's Gu Immortals attacked ferociously. They did not care about sacrifices. The celestial court's immortals felt pressure. We cannot let them continue. Duke Long turned to look at Fairy Myrtle. Have you brought them over? Fairy Myrtle had an ugly expression. Only two. Duke Long was slightly stunned before realizing, Xianxia must have not moved? Forget it, back then, he agreed to move into Celestial Court. He had already made an agreement with Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. With their strength, these two should be able to stop Calamity Luck Altar for a while. 5 Deity Hall was already in sight. Suddenly, sand surged and formed into a huge sand wave, blocking Calamity Luck Altar. Roar! A tiger's roar shook heaven and earth. The sand wave split to two sides, revealing a huge striped tiger the size of a hill. The tiger's aura was overwhelming. Its body seemed to be made of metal. It had golden skin and silver teeth. Its eyes were like sparkling rubies, shining with a fierce light. The tiger's forehead did not have the word king, but the word sand. 5 Elements Grandmaster looked back and was shocked. Celestial Court also has a legendary immemorial desolate beast? Of course. Bing Sichuan had a plain expression. Celestial Court has 3 legendary immemorial desolate beasts. This huge beast looks like a tiger, but it is not a tiger, it is a baleful puppet. This is a monster formed from a fiendish Qi-Si spring. Now that Qi path is declining, the fiendish Qi-Si spring is extinct, there is only one baleful puppet left. During the Olden Antiquity era, Celestial Court's Qi path great expert, 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch, nurtured it. After 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch became rank 8, he roamed the world, searching for fiendish Qi-Si springs and refining baleful puppets from them. He refined a total of 99 baleful puppets, forming an army with great momentum. These baleful puppets could be used with his immortal killer moves. They had countless uses, almost no one could stop them in that era. But now, this is the only one left. This Shabi was one of the last few to be refined. It was number 95. Later on, Ancestor Giant Sun was invited to the Celestial Court and saw this Shabi. He named it Shabi 95. So there's such a connection. No wonder Milord is so familiar with these matters. 5 Elements Grandmaster couldn't help but sigh. He looked behind him, only to see Shabi 95 stirring up a storm of yellow sand as it fought against Calamity Luck Altar. The commotion was shocking. It displayed peak rank 8 battle strength. Bing Sichuan continued to analyze. Shabi 95 is residing in the Eternal Sand Cave. It was sent here by the Celestial Court. The Green Jade Crane Ruandan will probably come as well. I'm afraid Xianxia won't participate in the battle. 5 Elements Grandmaster asked. Ruandan and Xianxia are the remaining 2 legendary primordial beasts? At the same time, he was perplexed. Why was Bing Sichuan so sure that Xianxia would not participate in the battle? Could it be that the Heavenly Court had planted a spy here? Bing Sichuan said, that's right. Ruandan is an immemorial green jade crane. It was nurtured by Crane Gate. It created its own pill path and spends most of its time cultivating in the Celestial Court. And Xianxia is that vast heaven vine. This vine has vast power and endless uses. It takes 300 years to sprout, 300 years to flower, and 300 years to bear fruit. The fruit it bears is called the vast heaven fruit. When melted in the grotto heaven, it can enlarge the sky of the immortal aperture. Chapter 1726. Bam Bam Bam. After a series of explosions, 5 Deity Hall was blown to smithereens by the blazing flames. 5 Elements Grandmaster stepped on the void, walking out step by step. Even though his face was covered in soot, he was unharmed. Calamity Luck Altar took him in. 5 Elements Grandmaster smiled. Even though this 5 Deity Hall is extraordinary, I am familiar with its principles. I can counter it with my methods. This trip was much easier than I had expected. As he spoke, a sense of contentment could be seen. Bing Sichuan glanced at him and said plainly, "Of course. That is because the formation path method you used was set up by me." Ancestor Giant Sunday, 5 Elements Grandmaster was stunned. His expression changed as he stared at Bing Sichuan. "What do you mean?" Bing Sichuan looked at him. A smile with deep meaning appeared in his eyes. "Why do you think you were able to enter longevity heaven? Aren't there a few most important sentences in your inheritance? Do you still remember them? Don't you find them very strange? Why don't you reverse the order and only read the last words of each sentence?" 5 Elements Grandmaster was shocked. He was a lone cultivator. The turning point of his life was when he inherited a mysterious lone immortal's formation path true inheritance. That was why he had his current accomplishments. "Ever since I obtained the true inheritance, I have been training hard and keeping it a secret." How did Bing Sichuan know the contents? And how did he know the most important mantra in the true inheritance? "I have never understood the meaning of this mantra. Reverse the order and read the last words of each sentence." I heard Bing Sichuan attack the celestial court. 5 Elements Grandmaster gasped, looking at Bing Sichuan with a dumbfounded expression. Bing Sichuan controlled Calamity Luck Altar to move forward as he said slowly, "Even if rank 9 venerables do not cultivate wisdom path at their level, they would be able to comprehend by analogy. It is not hard for them to leave behind all sorts of plans to influence the future." Back then, after Ancestor Giant's son toured the Celestial Court, he made a plan for this attack. How to cleverly destroy 5 Deity Hall was one of the contents. It's just that if he wanted to openly develop a method, he would definitely leave behind traces that would be discovered by the Celestial Court. Therefore, he secretly left behind his legacy, completely severing it from the longevity heaven. They would not interfere with each other, and would be independent of each other, allowing rogue cultivators to inherit it. Because you do not have Giant Sun's bloodline, even though you cultivated to rank 8, the Celestial Court did not expect your methods to counter 5 Deity Hall. And they won't easily associate it with our plan to raid the Celestial Court. Saying this, Bing Sichuan paused for a moment before continuing. "Venerable One, this huge battle surrounding Fate Gu is far more complicated than you imagine. Ordinary rank 6 and 7 did not even have the qualifications to participate. Rank 8 Gu Immortals were basically pawns. Some of the rank 8s were watching from the side. They had sensed something and knew their own limits. Some are involved, but they don't know the real situation. The true face of this war is the fight between the Immortal Venerables and Demon Venerables." 5 Elements Grandmaster was stunned. He muttered, "Fighting across space, a fight between venerables?" In the history of humanity, 10 venerables appeared one after another. Each venerable was invincible in their own era. They were at the peak of human history. They were the greatest pride. Bing Sichuan revealed the truth. 5 Elements Grandmaster's body and mind shook intensely. He could not help but feel his own insignificance. His earlier pride and smugness had vanished without a trace. Chapter 1727. A million years ago. Olden Antiquity Era. Limitless Demon Venerable attacked Celestial Court. He charged forward. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals disregarded their own safety and blocked him with all their strength. Limitless Demon Venerable walked leisurely. None of Celestial Court's Gu Immortals could match him. They suffered heavy casualties. Central Heaven Gate was destroyed. Name Plaque Palace could not even fly away. Sun Palace and 5 Deity Hall were as fragile as paper in front of Limitless Demon Venerable. They were like a joke. Finally, when Limitless Demon Venerable arrived at Central Great Hall, Celestial Court shook. Star constellations will descended and activated Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's backup plan. 9 consecutive unceasing formation. Limitless Demon Venerable was trapped in the formation. He broke through 100 formations before escaping. Below Heaven Overseeing Tower. Limitless Demon Venerable looked at Star Constellation's will. Star Constellation, we are both venerables. You painstakingly arranged all sorts of methods to restrict me. Even though I hate you, I also admire you. Now that we are in a life and death situation, so what if you left behind many methods? You want to stop a living Gu venerable? This idea would definitely not come to fruition. Rank 9 venerables are invincible in the current world. Only venerables of the same level can deal with them. Star Constellations will smiled bitterly. She actually opened up a path to the inside of Heaven Overseeing Tower. How can I not know what you are saying? But I have to try, otherwise, how can I be willing to give up? Please come in. Limitless Demon Venerable's eyebrows rose. You are not going to stop me? Star Constellations will said calmly, since I cannot stop you, why bother? Limitless Demon Venerable, since you want to destroy Fate Gu, let me accompany you. The Limitless Demon Sovereign was stunned for a moment. Then, a faint smile appeared on his sharp face. Interesting. He said softly, accompanied by Star Constellation's will, he entered Heaven Overseeing Tower. He walked to the top of the tower and saw Fate Gu. Not long after, Limitless Demon Venerable walked out of the tower. What made the heavily injured Celestial Court Gu Immortals shocked was that Limitless Demon Venerable did not destroy Fate Gu. Fate Gu was still perfectly preserved in Heaven Overseeing Tower. Nobody knew what happened inside the tower, or what Star Constellations will discuss with Limitless Demon Venerable. In short, the Limitless Demon Sovereign's expression was still cold, but there seemed to be a thin layer of anger hidden in his eyes. He looked around. Wherever his gaze landed, the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals shuddered. Their morale fell to rock bottom. Finally, Limitless Demon Venerable's gaze landed on Star Constellation's will. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, the two of you definitely left behind more methods and arrangements than this, right? Are you looking down on me? Bring them all out, I want to have a good look. The will of the constellation sighed bitterly. But since the Limitless Demonic Venerable challenged her, she had no choice but to comply. Thus, the bloody battle resumed. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals died and were sacrificed under Limitless Demon Venerable's hands. Wherever the Limitless Demon Venerable went, he would leave behind a pool of blood and corpses. The star constellations will followed behind him, calmly witnessing his slaughter. The Forgotten Dao Lake's water had already been dyed blood red. The Limitless Demon Venerable squinted his eyes. This round of slaughter made him feel delighted. At this moment, he looked at the waves on the surface of the lake and asked, "What lake is this?" Forgotten Dao Lake. Forgotten Dao Lake? As the name suggests, it is a good lake, a good lake. It would be a pity if I destroyed it, so be it. Limitless Demon Venerable was invincible in the world. He could not be stopped directly. Only by eliminating his fighting spirit and killing intent could he preserve the strength of the Celestial Court to the greatest extent. And this was what Wisdom Path Gu Immortals were most proficient in. Even though Limitless Demon Venerable was tricked by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, his fighting spirit only dimmed for a moment before rising again. Limitless Demon Venerable did not attack again. He looked at Star Constellation's will and said, "I was born at the wrong time. There is nothing I can do. I cannot participate in the great era a million years later. Star Constellation, you are the same. Thus, I have a suggestion." "Please speak. Why don't we play a game of chess in this pavilion?" "Play chess?" Star Constellations was slightly stunned. "All right, we both need this game of chess." For the next few days, Limitless Demon Venerable stayed in Imperfection Regret Pavilion, playing chess with Star Constellations will. When Limitless Demon Venerable left, Star Constellations will also vanished from the pavilion. Imperfection Regret Pavilion became a forbidden area of the Celestial Court. Normally, Imperfection Regret Pavilion would be normal. But sometimes, the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals would accidentally see two figures in the pavilion. No matter from which angle one looked at it, the two figures were facing the outsider sideways. The two figures were a man and a woman. They looked like star constellation Immortal Venerable and Limitless Demon Venerable. But any celestial court Gu immortals who saw this would mostly die a few days later. Only a small number of lucky people managed to survive the ordeal and continue to live on. Their strength improved tremendously. Many years later, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable wanted to get rid of the threat of Imperfection Regret Pavilion, but he shook his head and left Star Zone Mountain. Many more years passed. Giant Sun Immortal was invited to visit Celestial Court. He saw Embroidered Tower, he saw the 3 bloody skins left behind by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable, he entered Heaven Overseeing Tower and saw Fate Gu. Finally, he came here but did not ascend the mountain, he only took a glance at Imperfection Regret Pavilion before leaving. These records flashed past Duke Long's mind in an instant. Giant Sun Immortal is too crafty, he must have seen something back then. Bing Sichuan can actually use the strength that Limitless Demon Venerable left behind? Duke Long thought rapidly. He wanted to stop Bing Sichuan, but he did not have any methods to do so. He acutely sensed that an extremely profound aura burst out of Bing Sichuan's body and vanished in an instant. Far away, at the peak of Star Zone Mountain, the originally empty Imperfection Regret Pavilion slowly showed the figures of 2 people playing chess, as well as the chessboard between them. They were a man and a woman, even though only the side of their faces could be seen, the woman's peerless beauty and the man's cold expression could be seen. It was the scene of the 2 venerables playing chess. Ripples appeared in the air, the unmoving scene of the 2 venerables suddenly became lively. Star Constellation had a complex expression as she looked at Limitless. The person you are waiting for is here? Limitless Demon Venerable shook his head, sighing. The person I am waiting for is still here, but there is someone from my hometown who inherited my true inheritance. In that case, I have to help. Saying so, he grabbed a chess piece on the chessboard and flicked it. Throughout the entire process, Limitless Demon Venerable did not even turn around to look at the battlefield, much less turn around. The chess piece flew out of Imperfection Regret Pavilion. The figures of the 2 venerables faded away, leaving behind an empty pavilion on the peak of the mountain. The chess piece was extremely fast. It had just flown out of the pavilion when it hit Duke Long. Duke Long's body shook intensely. He had a look of shock on his face. Plop. At the next moment, Duke Long fell from the sky in a daze, crashing on the ground. The chess piece's power turned into a set of silver-white illusory chains that tied him up and stabbed deep into his phantom aperture, restraining all of the goo worms in it. Duke Long's eyes were wide open. He could breathe normally, but he could not move at all. He found that he still had strength left, but whenever he tried to break free, the chains would send an equal force that negated all of his efforts. This was a rank 9 immortal killer move. Duke Long was tightly restrained. The dragon chi he activated naturally crumbled and disintegrated. Calamity Luck Altar and Bing Sichuan regained their freedom. Bing Sichuan roared as he pounced at Duke Long. But when he activated his strongest killer move, the moment it reached Duke Long's head, the silver chains let out a bright light that easily blocked Bing Sichuan's killer move. Duke Long was unharmed. Bing Sichuan's heart sank. Even though this rank 9 killer move is restraining Duke Long, it seems to be protecting him as well. Is it because even though Limitless Demon Venerable strength is used, Star Constellation Immortal Venerables will is also mixed in? Unable to kill Duke Long, Bing Sichuan decisively gave up. He jumped into Calamity Luck Altar. At the next moment, Calamity Luck Altar crashed into the central Great Hall with a loud sound. Fairy Myrtle had no choice but to bring Old Man Zheng Yuan away in a panic. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined. This is the transformation path great expert of Celestial Court, Senior Zhang Feixiong. He is most proficient in bear transformation. His strength can shake the earth and lift mountains. The juniors are useless. They actually allowed others to invade the depths of Celestial Court. Even the central Great Hall was destroyed? Another voice resounded in the sky. An old Gu Immortal appeared in the sky. His skin was pale, he was emaciated and had a sickly expression. Right now, he was sitting on a wheelchair. He looked weak, but his eyes shined with cold light. It made people's hearts tremble in fear. Fairy Myrtle gasped, "It is Lord Gu Lu Ru. Sigh, he is a time path great expert. If he had awakened earlier and guarded the river of time. With him replacing Senior Li Huang, Fang Yuan would not have been able to escape." Calamity Luck Altar flew into the sky again. Gu Lu Ru pointed at it. The entire rank 8 Immortal Gu house immediately slowed down by several times. Zhang Feixiong laughed loudly and pounced forward, taking the chance to press Calamity Luck Altar to the ground, suppressing it under his body. "Who's the one who woke me up? Sigh, I am getting old. If I sleep less, I will have more wrinkles. I will lose my beauty. Little sister, am I right?" A charming figure suddenly appeared beside Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle was shocked. She had not sensed it at all. Junior greets Senior Wan Zihong. Fairy Myrtle quickly bowed. "Don't call me Senior, just call me Sister. Look, do I have more wrinkles at the corners of my eyes?" This female immortal who had awakened from the immortal graveyard approached Fairy Myrtle and asked in concern. Fairy Myrtle looked at the beautiful face that was as smooth as a peeled egg. She was speechless, but her expression became more respectful. "There are no wrinkles at all. Oh, sister, you are overthinking." She was very careful, because this female immortal, Wan Zihong, had an extraordinary origin. Most of the members of the Celestial Court were chosen from the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. But this Wan Zihong was a great demon who had once wreaked havoc in Western Desert. She was recruited by the Celestial Court. Zhang Feixiong, Gu Lu Ru, Wan Zihong one after another, the Gu Immortals of the Celestial Court woke up from the immortal graveyard. At once, the difference in numbers between the two sides increased. The situation changed completely. So many reinforcements came all of a sudden? Are there more? Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sichuan's laughter could be heard. Under such a grim situation, he could actually laugh out loud. A bad feeling flashed past Fairy Myrtle's mind. Since Longevity Heaven attacked the Celestial Court, how could they not expect the immortal graveyard? Do you know why I brought Calamity Luck Altar here? Because the killer move of a demon venerable is attached to it. At this moment, Bing Sichuan's gaze was deep and unfathomable. Old Man Bei Feng showed a look of grief and anger. He had planned to die in battle, but to think that the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals wanted to capture him alive, this was an even greater humiliation. The Eastern Sea Immortals were silent. Looking at the situation, Shen Songsheng could really capture a Gu Immortal of the same level alive. Even though a large part of the reason was that Old Man Bei Feng's battle strength had fallen to rock bottom, Shen Songsheng's method was enough to make them wary. Rank 8 Gu Immortals often had deep foundations. Shen Songsheng's actions showed this. Old Man Bei Feng could not retaliate. As for Feng Chanzi, he was already shivering in fear. The Eastern Sea Immortals saw that he only had rank 6 cultivation level and was acting like a coward. They could not be bothered to care about him. Shen Songsheng used his immortal killer move with all his strength, wanting to capture Old Man Bei Feng alive. A living rank 8 Gu Immortal had much more value than a dead one. Ignoring everything else, just capturing a great expert of the same level alive was a glorious achievement. Shen Songsheng and Shen Clan's reputation in Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world would rise by a large margin. The other immortals started to search for the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. They came together for this rank 8 immortal Gu House. Soon, Zhang Yi noticed something was amiss. Over there. He pointed with an excited expression, using an investigative immortal killer move. After the killer move, an immortal goo house appeared, floating above the immortals' heads. It was tens of feet away from Old Man Beifeng. The Eastern Sea immortals were overjoyed. If this was not Dragon Palace, what else could it be? Other than Shun Tsungxing, the other Eastern Sea immortals quickly gathered. They had excited expressions. Shun Tsungxing was focused on dealing with Old Man Beifeng. He was not anxious. Before coming, the Eastern Sea immortals had made an alliance agreement. It was quite restrictive. The agreement stated, if the Eastern Sea immortals obtained Dragon Palace, everyone would get a share. As for the share, it would depend on how much effort the Eastern Sea immortals put in. Since Dragon Palace appeared, Song Qiyuan and the rest tried to subdue it. But after 2 or 3 killer moves were used, Dragon Palace only shook intensely. It did not submit to them. This immortal goo house is truly extraordinary. Dragon Palace's stubborn resistance made the Eastern Sea immortals even more excited. They were even more determined to obtain Dragon Palace. Gradually, as they worked hard to subdue it, they discovered a huge secret. So that's it. Celestial Court placed the immortal goo house Dragon Palace here to use it to subdue Di Zongxing. Even though Di Zongxing is a combination of earth veins and negative emotions, he has a dragon form and is countered by Dragon Palace. Thus there is a possibility of subduing him. Duke Long made a good plan. The earth veins of the 5 regions are about to merge into one. One of the sources of Di Zongxing's strength is the earth vein.